Good morning and welcome to the island of ÖTILLÖ in the Stockholm archipelago. My name is Philip O'Connor and I'm standing at the finish line of the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun race, one of the toughest endurance races in the world. 75 kilometres away in Sandhamn, 240 athletes are lining up at the starting gate, and from now until darkness they have but one thing on their mind, and that is to reach the finish line in front of me here as soon as is humanly possible. On the way, they will cover 65 kilometres of trail running, 10 kilometres of open water swimming in water of 10 to 15 degrees. They will enter and exit the chilly waters of the Baltic Sea a total of 50 times, and with cut-off points throughout the course, they are racing the clock, themselves, and a very, very strong field of competitors. We'll be broadcasting live throughout the day with camera teams and experts out in the field, bringing us the very latest action and images. And now we're going to join Åsa and her crew in Sandhamn at the starting gate to see how the preparations are going.
Good morning from Sandhamn. We're waiting here today for the start of the 9th edition of ÖTILLÖ. And we can see that all the teams are gathering under the start. All the red swim caps, and some of the leading teams will have other colors on the swim caps. You can see a lot of pool boys and hand paddles on their hands. The helicopter is here. Everyone wants to see the glimpse of the start of this epic race that will take place today. The weather conditions are great. It's almost no wind. It's cool but not cold. And the water temperature will be pretty much maybe like 13, 14 degrees. I believe it's pretty much the same in the air. So the conditions today, just like last year, are really good. We have one team, one of the top 3 teams, we believe to be one of the top 3 teams, have suffered a stomach flu tonight. So we haven't seen them on the starting line. So that will be one of the missions today for us to see if we can find Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren, who will be racing Big Quick redovisning. And we haven't seen them as I said. So we really hope that they will come to a start. We also have the rap artist Petter here, and he has suffered bad knee injuries. He's on the starting line with Joje Bursén, but we don't really know if he can come through today and actually go through with this tough race. Because if you have knee problems or foot problems, you will be doing this for at least 11 hours, and you need your knees and you need your feet to do that. I believe it's only like 5 minutes before the start. Everyone is just getting ready. A lot of selfies being taken this morning. A lot of people doing their own social media, going out on Facebook and on Twitter. So of course this is not only for the anxiety for today, but it's also for everyone else who is watching, not only over the web, but also here in position. I believe that they will have the head swimming team with Björn Englund and Paul Krauka will probably be ranked number 1. They won last year. They're here. We have seen them. They are looking a little relaxed, maybe. So we'll see if they will pick it up here when the start goes. We have Lelle Moberg, who is racing. He has won this race before. He is ranked number 2, and I know that he will be racing with a new partner, Daniel, who is an extreme sport specialist, and we will be really excited to see what they can do today, what they can bring to this race. A lot of the teams have been qualified through ÖTILLÖ and Engadin, and so the whole status. I see Antti Antonov running behind the camera right here. I'm very happy to see him. So the team number 4, who we thought had a stomach flu, will actually come to start. We will see what he can do, but that was real nice to see him sprinting here right before start. I was talking about the teams earlier, and it will be really exciting to see the top 3 teams battling it out. It will be close cut today. On the women's team, we have Maria Englund and Annika Eriksson. They have been racing ÖTILLÖ and some other swim runs this year. They've been doing really well, and we don't think that they have so much competition in the women's field. And then in the mixed category, we think it will be really a good game today, because we don't really know anything about anyone. They are pretty equal, so they will just go out there and race, and we will see maybe after 7 hours who can pull the longest. Any minute now, they are getting ready. They're smiling, they're looking really, really excited. I think a lot of the competitors are here to race towards a goal, and some of them are just looking forward to finish this race. Some qualifiers earlier this year, so the field is not that bad. I believe most of the teams will finish. The teams, it was a really early morning. They got up at 4 when it's still dark here in Sweden. So everyone went to the breakfast. They lived at Sandhamn hotel. So they provided us with a good breakfast. And then after that, they start to gear up. They take a closer look on their wetsuits and see so everything is ready to go. The pool boys, the elastic cord they might need. Some teams have elastic cords in between. And we have the start. They're all looking really excited, just pulling through. The top teams right up there. A long day of hard work just starting. Green caps for the mixed teams, red caps for the men's team, and I believe the pink caps are for the women's team. So that's how you can tell during the swim.
And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the race is now underway. What they have ahead of them, the men at the very front of the field here, we're looking at about 8.5 hours as the course record. The conditions, as you can see, are very, very pleasant here today. As Åsa was telling us, the temperature is expected to be around 10 to 15 degrees in the water. We're expecting it to be a little bit archipelago. Sunshine expected a little bit later on. That's going to be very, very pleasant, of course, if you're in the water with the sunshine on your back. It may not be as pleasant as you take on the longest run on the course, which is just under 20 kilometers. So it could get a little bit sweaty as you run in your wetsuit, and you can see that the guys are jogging in their shoes there. There's very little time for changeovers in the meantime, so basically you'll see as they make their way to the end of this first short run, they'll be hitting the water for the very first time. This is the first big shock of the day. They hit the water, it's very, very cold. They've only been up for about an hour or 2 hours or so. You warm up at the very beginning, but then when standing on the starting line, you tend to cool down a little bit as well. So we're not too far off hitting the water for the first time. It's the first big shock of the day, as I say. The Stockholm archipelago itself is one of the most historic areas in Sweden. It's believed to have started about 800 million years ago, according to geologists, is when it began. It's still forming itself. It wasn't even formed 800 million years ago. It's a work in progress, so to speak. The islands here, they rise on average 3 millimeters each year. There are 14,000 people who have their permanent homes on the island here, but throughout the summer just gone, there would have been upwards of 50,000 here for the months of July and August. So it's very much a summer residence, a summer paradise for the Stockholmers. That began around about the end of the 18th century, when apparently there was a lack of fresh water in the city. So people moved out here. There is no lack of fresh water around the 30,000 odd islands of the archipelago at the moment, as these guys are just about to find out. So in the front there, we're just looking at the leaderboard here. Team Milebreaker, who are ranked second in the competition. Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansen are just in front there, but of course it's far too early to say. There's absolutely no advantage in being there at all. Following them is Bröderna Kindgren. Bröderna Kindgren and Henrik, that's Stefan and Henrik Kindgren there in second position. And then the first of our international teams, Elliot Shalafer and Andy Blow of Great Britain, are there in third place at the moment. But as we say, it's very, very early to be making these calls. The rules of the race are very, very simple from here on in. The race course is marked out all the way, and the participants, they must follow the marked course, no deviations whatsoever. If they don't follow the marked course, they're disqualified. The two teams, they run in teams of two, or they race in teams of two. The teams must stay within 100 meters of one another whilst they're on land, and within 10 meters of one another whilst they're in the water. Again, if they exceed those distances, they will be disqualified. There's a little bit of mandatory equipment to be brought with them. Each team, or each member of each team, must have one first aid pressure bandage in a waterproof pack, because it'd be very little use to them otherwise after the first swim. The wetsuits they wear, they must be capable of handling a temperature of 10 degrees in the water, and that's more for the safety of the athletes themselves than for anything else. Each team must have one compass and one waterproof map holder so that they can follow the course as they go along, and 2 whistles, again, for safety. The safety of the athletes here is paramount as they go around the course. There are about 20 to 30 boats in the water at all different points, following them through the water, keeping a good eye on them as they go along. There are first aid stations. There are 9 energy stations there, so they have plenty of opportunities to refuel as they go along. There are several medical teams, of course, along the way as well, and race staff along the whole course. As you can see, if you're in on our internet site, ÖTILLÖ.se live, you should be able to see our leaderboard there, and you can see that the racers are monitored all the time. They carry microchips in their race numbers, so we're able to find out exactly where they are on the course at any given time. And that, of course, helps our safety crews keep an eye on them there as well. All the equipment that they left the starting gate with must come with them to the finish line here in front of me at ÖTILLÖ. So they must bring absolutely everything that they come out with. That means that they can't bring any of their own food. So they have to, anything they eat or drink throughout the day has to be picked up at the energy stations as they go along. As you can see, it looks very, very pleasant here as they set out towards the first swim here, running through a little bit of forest now. One of the big challenges that they have is that the surfaces that they're running on are changing throughout the day. At the moment they're running on a forest track, it's pretty decent, but as soon as they make the first swim and they get out on the other side, they've got some rocks to go across before running on everything from shingle to slate to stone to gravel. Now it looks like we're making it just to the first swim now. Is that where we are? Yeah, we're just coming to the edge of the water in Sandhamn now. And as we can see from the pictures from the boat here, the first swimmers are now in the water and making their way. You can see behind them there as the rest of the competitors stream down towards the water's edge. This is where it gets really tough. The first couple of strokes in the water, trying to get ready for the, trying to prepare and to adjust oneself now to the cold temperature of the water. It is a beautiful morning here, but it wouldn't be the warmest, and I can't imagine that the water is as warm as it was a few weeks ago when 50,000 Stockholmers were enjoying the fine weather here. One or two there seem to be very tentative going into the water. You can see that most swimmers have decided to swim with hand paddles to give them that little bit of extra purchase in the water. The rules state that they can pretty much bring whatever equipment they like. So if you did have a very, very strong swimmer who wanted to use flippers to get an advantage in the water, of course they would be allowed to do that. The problem for them is that they must carry those flippers. Again, they must carry them all the way to the finish line, but they'd also have to change, because running in flippers is certainly not to be recommended if you're trying to keep any sort of a pace here. So getting in and out of the water, they have to weigh up the advantage of using the flippers in the water and the time then that they would waste in changing to their jogging shoes 26 times during the day. As you can see in the background there, we have a helicopter as well following the proceedings this morning, both for safety and so that we get a good view, and the residents of the archipelago are out in their boats keeping an eye on our participants as well.
Might get caught up in some thorn bushes, and then you can have calves or a high knee socks on. I can also tell you that throughout the years, the teams have changed the equipment. So less is more nowadays. When they first started, you had to have a almost like a backpack with you to carry your equipment. You can see now we have 2 teams pulling away, one close to us, and then 1 team that are further out. We don't really know if they have taken the right spot to swim towards. We have had teams that have actually been a lot off course when they started swimming. That's one of the hardest things doing a long open water swim, is to actually locate where you're gonna go up. But if you spot far off in the background, you can see a light that are flashing. Maybe when we get a little bit closer, you can see it even better, and that's probably what the swimmers will aim at. I believe all the teams are in the water now, and now they're just trying to do the best. We have a couple here actually having some troubles to stay together. Maybe he got water in his goggles, so he has to fix that. He actually got his partner to stop. That could be pretty hard when you're a team of 2, trying to not get further away than 10 meters. Here we have a team with elastic cord. You can see that they are right on the feet. It's a mixed team. Just keeping a steady pace. It's a long day of work in front of them. A lot of safety boats out here trying to be there if they need help, but also keep them on the right track so no team will get too far out. We have a couple of teams here that are really struggling together. I believe one of the teams are number 19 with Fredrik Schreiberhaven and Joachim Axelsson. They usually do this swim with fins. They have raced 2 years before together, and then Joachim Axelsson have raced. I believe this will be his 7th race. So he is somewhat like a pro doing this. But this year will be different. They have no fins, and they are used to be up maybe first or second team from the first swim. And this year they will probably find themselves at maybe 7th spot or so. But they have good company there with another team using paddles. Joachim and Fredrik doesn't use anything. They are trying for less is more tactics. It's a very beautiful morning, and I would say that it's, the wind is perfect. It's almost no wind. So if the boats and the helicopter doesn't do put the water into motion, it will be a pretty good swim here early in the morning. Shouldn't be too bad. 2011 we had a pretty bad rocky swim, and I believe 2012 was pretty rocky as well. So this will be a pretty nice day for everyone. The weather forecast has been very kind to the teams. I have not spotted any women's team yet, but we know that Annika and Maria are a very good team, and they are very good swimmers. We're in the middle of of Stockholm's archipelago, and this is one of the best adventure races you can do. And it will be very interesting to see how the teams are feeling in a couple of hours. They all looked very excited. They all looked very excited at the start. They always have to have their bibs on, so you can see the numbers when they're running. They have to wear the swim caps on the swims. And then they also have to have a whistle if something happens to them, especially in the water, so safety boats can get into them fast. They also have a time chip, so you can follow them online, as well as a GPS. As we all know, the GPS doesn't always work as it should, but we hope that we can follow these teams as good as possible today. They have a first aid band-aid as well with them. All teams have to have one of those. They have to wear the wetsuit. The wetsuit is for safety, but also for the coldness. It is pretty cold. And then if they want to, they can bring other things with them, like pool buoy or the hand paddles. Some of them, especially earlier on, they had floating devices with them that couldn't be bigger than a certain size. But I believe the teams have been taking that off. They don't bring that anymore because it's heavy to carry it with them. I know some team have fins, especially they who aren't strong swimmers. They like to have fins on these long swims. Well, we are going to change location, so I will send it over to you, Philip.
Very much indeed, Åsa. Some beautiful pictures there from just outside of Sandhamn. You can see the swell of the water from the boats there. The swell in the water from the boats. One of the things that actually influences the start time of this race every year. Every morning. The Baltic Sea is one of the most trafficked areas in the world when it comes to sea. There are ferries going over and back between the Baltic states, Finland, Sweden every day. And they're pretty much like floating cities, bars, restaurants, nightclubs, shops, etc., bringing Swedes, Finns and the residents of the Baltic states over and back, often on 24-hour cruises. So as the boat passes by Sandhamn is one of the deepest parts of the Baltic Sea there. So as the boats pass by there every morning, there tends to be a little bit of a swell. So I don't know if that's what we saw in the pictures that also was bringing us just there, but it could very well be that. There are also plenty of pleasure craft in the area. The residents of the Stockholm archipelago get very much behind this race every year. Over the last 10 years or so, it's grown to be a very, very popular and important part of their tourist activities here. So the boat owners here, they get out and about, they look after the swimmers in the water. Last night, pretty much every boat in the archipelago was centred on Sandhamn, where the race started this morning. Again, that is for safety reasons if anybody gets into trouble. It causes a few problems if anybody needs to move around between the other islands. It took a little bit of doing last night, but we certainly got it sorted out there. As you can see, the sun is now coming up considerably here. It's starting to be daytime here. It was a very, very early start for the racers and indeed for the crews here who are organising the race. The next run will be coming up very soon. We're just looking at the leaderboard here. We're hoping to get an update soon on who is leading. As they entered the water there, Team Milebreaker were in first place with the Shingren brothers in second. We're going to go back. We have our racers are now onto the rocks. And we'll pass it back over to Åsa there on the boat.
Okay, so we're back, and we can see now how they are running on the small islands, the small rocks here in the water, because it is faster to go by foot than to swim. Some teams are out there struggling now in the water, and this is a tactic move that some of the teams actually went down to the start. It's only the first run is only 1.2k, so you can actually go on a little stroll in the night. You can see how they slide down. Hopefully they don't get injured. But they actually go down here the night before and then they look at the water and they see the spot where they're gonna aim today, now in the water in the morning. And they probably don't have to swim now, or maybe even a little more, getting up there, going on foot, and then just right back into the water. And the biggest issue I would say with injuries is if you actually hesitate when you go down into the water. You should just go for it and don't hesitate, because that's usually when you slide and injure yourself. They haven't really had any bad injuries in ÖTILLÖ yet, so knock on wood on that one. We can see how the teams are pulling it together here. Maybe the ones who aren't that strong swimmers really benefits from doing this. We have one swimming team that are far ahead of the rest, and they are not using the rocks to run on. We can see they probably have maybe a minute or so down to the second team already. Maybe they did the right aim this morning. It's a lot of tactics in this game as well, so. And of course, one of the key element is to be very equal with your partner in both swimming and running. You wouldn't wanna be the strong swimmer and then be paired up with a weak swimmer, because that would definitely matter in the end. As well as you don't want to be the strong runner and the other one doesn't run very well. It's a lot of trail running, or maybe even off-trail running through bushes here. On the first island they get up to, it's in meters. On the paper it's not a lot of running, but it will take time because the terrain is so hard. The teams sticking together here. They have hand paddles. Probably pool boys. They have gotten off course a little bit, so probably this team who aims straight will benefit from that. And I believe they have a pretty solid lead here. We have a young team, Enervit Sweden, with Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson. It could be them. They are very strong swimmers. But it's hard to tell in the water right now. Actually, I can see it's number 14, and that will be Mike and Jesper. So they are pulling it good here, the leading team. And now we will put some motion into the water, so they will really love us when they're trying to pull away from the rest of the team. And we will be right back, so I hand it over to you, Philip.
Thank you, Åsa. Team number 14 in the lead then, Enervit Sweden. We have Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson there, who are leading the race at the moment. From what I hear from my colleagues out in the field, they're quite close to finishing off the first swim now, so they'll be coming back up onto the land. We hope to have live pictures for you as soon as possible, as soon as they make it up there. That's if the first shock was when they hit the water for the very first time. This is where it gets kind of difficult. You're getting out of the cold water and you're immediately going into a run. Your shoes are going to be full of water, of course. There are no swim run shoes as such just yet, so they're going to have to squeeze some of that water out as they go along. And there's the change of temperature then as well. Now at the moment it's still quite chilly, so that maybe not be that much of a problem yet, but as the day goes on and the sun comes up, it's going to get warmer and warmer. So it's that change from the cool of the water to the heat of running along the trail, especially a little bit later on when we get to the 20 kilometre, the long run here towards the end of the race. We also have a couple of sprints coming up. to encourage the participants to keep up the pace throughout the race. The first one is the Red Bull Sprint Prize coming up in a couple of hours' time, and then a little bit later on we have the Ad Nature Sprint Prize as well. So again, the competitors are encouraged to keep up the pace of the race throughout. We can see that there's a pretty good pace being set so far by Enevid Sweden, by the leading team. So they've made up maybe about a minute or so far. They've taken a little bit of a lead, but of course it's early days. Yes, that could well be taken in again by the guys behind them now when they get to the first run. We're seeing here, we're just waiting for the leaderboard to be updated as they get to the first checkpoint there and they come out of the water. We haven't seen anything yet as such. Team Milebreak are still at the top there, but of course, as also was saying, we know the team number 14 are in the lead at the moment. We can see there, the picture that we have there is the GPS that is showing exactly where all the participants are. I'm not sure exactly how accurate that is at the moment because there appears to be people who still haven't made it into the water. An interesting tactic there in the middle of it. The archipelago isn't a series of very sort of defined islands. There are some rocks that just sort of pop up in and out, and some teams are choosing to run across them, simply figuring that it goes quicker to run across the rocks than it does to actually swim around them. So it's an interesting tactic. Again, you have to get into the water, you have to get out of the water, and there is that energy switch that you have to make there as you go along. It's not the most spectacular as they enter the water off the rocks. You don't see too many dives into the water. They're kind of slipping or sliding in there. That's because you pretty much don't know what it is that you're diving into. So it's better to go in there feet first rather than go in there head first and risk an injury as you go along. Let me see. We're going back, I think, to some live pictures there. We have some swimmers there. Again, there's a bit of a distance to be made there. You can see I wouldn't be the strongest swimmer in the world, so that would be the kind of thing that would terrify me. But you can see how close the teams stay to one another in the water. And that's probably for the best, because with so many people swimming across this particular channel here, it's very, very easy to get lost, to lose sight of your teammate. Of course, your hearing doesn't work too well. Your line of sight is not going to be that great. We have a local canoeist here coming into the picture just to keep an eye that everything is going well for them. Looks like lovely conditions out there to be out in your canoe this morning. The hand paddles again making all the difference here. If you can imagine that maybe they may not make a difference over 50 meters or 100 meters, but we're going to be swimming a total of 10 kilometers today. So any extra help, of course, is going to be very, very welcome for the competitors that are out there at the moment. There are 9 feeding stations all the way along. As I mentioned earlier, you're not allowed to bring food or drink with you. There are 9 energy stations, as they're called, throughout the course. So the participants will be eating and drinking as much as they possibly can in as short a time as they possibly can to ensure that they have the fuel to keep them going through this long and grueling race. Now, I'm sure the participants will be hoping that this gentleman in the boat here moves himself out of the way quick enough for them to get past. Again, just waiting on the leaderboard to be updated there. Again, the people who live in the archipelago here will be very, very experienced boaters. It's kind of a key fact of life here. We were wondering what would happen if there was to be some sort of an emergency here last night after the scheduled ferries that go between the islands and the city of Stockholm were over. And that's pretty much it. There are boat taxis that you can rent if you really need to get off the island. But nothing happens in a hurry because obviously sea transport being that little bit closer. There are some bridges between the islands here in the Stockholm archipelago, but the island of ÖTILLÖ, where the finish line is and where we're based for the day, is traffic free. So outsiders are not allowed to bring cars onto the island at all. So basically boat is the only way to go, boat and bicycle. Yep, we can see now that they are just coming to the edge of the first swim here, the leaders. We can't see the swim caps at the moment, but we'll assume that it's Team Enevid Sweden, Mike Thoren and Jesper Svensson, who are still in the lead there, as Åsa told us from the boat earlier on. We'll leave it over. Go ahead, Åsa.
Thank you. So we're back here and they're getting really close. They probably have about 1 minute or so to go. It looks really close, but as you know, it doesn't go that fast in the water. It might be 3 to 4K per hour when you swim. But they have a good lead. Team 14, Team Enervit with Mike Thoren and Jesper Svensson. They have a solid lead, and we'll try to get a little time here, maybe see the difference between team 1 and 2 when they get up. And then as they get out of the water, it will be really slippery here on the rocks. So it will be exciting to see if they can get up smooth and just start running right away. I believe they have been swimming with their shoes. Some teams will actually take off their shoes, but Mike and Jesper chose to have them on. There's a lot of boats here a lot of media and press wanting to catch a glimpse of the teams. You can see a flashlight up on the rocks too. That was the point that they were aiming at. And here they come. Getting up from the water. 1.6K. Did a solid swim. You can see it's really slippery, and you are a little stiff here now because it's so cold in the water. So the knees and the hips and your body is getting stiff. Try and get into motion. One of the key elements here on ÖTILLÖ when you do a swim run is to always stay moving. Never stop. Even if it goes really slow, just try to move. We have a second team coming up here. There might be 1.5 minutes in between them. We will see. I have a clock going for them, so we will see. It's hard to see what team it is. I believe it's team 58. It's a German team that are really good swimmers. Or it's actually a combo team. It's one from Finland and one from Germany. And the guy from Finland is actually the champion on open water swim. And they will get up now really soon. I have the watch. It's ticking towards 1:30. They're called the Baltic Sea Action Group with Johan Lindfors and Armin Hummel. And I will stop the clock on 1:34. That's what Mike and Jesper has ahead. And you can see they're climbing up as seals on the rocks. And we have a lot of team getting up here now. Have about 2 minutes ahead of the other teams. And we have a lot of teams now getting up there. Some teams we see a team that got splitted up here, but I hope they find each other when they get up on the rocks. And as we can see, I believe the tactic to go over the rocks in the water wasn't the best tactic. So you should probably just have stayed in the water and gotten a good aim. We have a first women's team here behind us doing a great swim. I believe that would be Annika and Maria. Team Surf Spot. They're very good athletic women. But the second women's team are not far behind, probably just about 30 seconds. So maybe they will meet some competition here in the beginning of the race. We can see how they start running up here on the cliffside, and this will be a pretty hard run, the second run. The stiffness is getting to all of them, so that's one of the good things, that it's just the same for everyone. If you feel cold when you get up on the water, probably the other teams will feel cold as well. Probably about 10 or 15 teams up here now on the rocks. Starting the day in the best way, possibly. And we have the first women's team getting up now. And I believe the second women's team are really close behind, so. And now when we have started the day the best way we can, I will hand it over to Anders.
Vem lämnar över? Det är Filip. Är det Filip från oss? Thank you, Åsa. Welcome to Vånsholmen, the first energy station here at the race. And you will soon see the racers going down at that island. That's Vindalsö with 860 meters of very technical running on the rocks and stones. And then they will swim 300 meters here and get up here for the first energy station. Then they will have 4.4 Ks of technical running until the next swim. And when the racers get here, they will have done 2 stages of running and 2 stages of swimming. And as you know, they have done the first long swim, 1.650 Ks, and that's the longest swim in the whole competition. And then they have done this technical running and going down here. So we're right now just waiting for the first team going down in the water. And we'll see which team it is. Last year, the first team arriving here at Vånsholmen, they were here at 42 minutes. Yes. And here they will have their first nutrition. It's water and energy. And I know that the fastest teams, they don't used to have any water with them. So this will be their first drink. And I think you will also see when the first team arrives here, they will be very fast up from the water. And then just grab a cup of water or energy drink and get up there. And then you will see the teams arriving later. They will take it a little bit slower, take a drink and go up here on the hills.
Breakfast and what they eat before.
And in the morning, the racers woke up at about 4. Then the breakfast was open, and they eat a lot of different things, of course. Some racers only have coffee, others eat big breakfast with bacon and eggs like that. So it will be a very, very long day, and they have been awake for almost 3 hours already. So what will happen? Last year it was the team Nybroviken Rib with Rasmus Rengstrand and Simon Börjesson that was first up here. And this year's Rasmus is here, but not Simon. Rasmus is racing with his friend Nils Zetterström. Now you can see the first team in the water. And this swim is about 300 meters. And you can see, I think they have been swimming for maybe 100 meters on this 300-meter swim. And in the boat that we're on here on ÖTILLÖ, we have seen that the water temperature is around 16 degrees. So that's very, very good. No problem to swim in 16 degrees. And they look very, very good, these swimmers. You have a high frequency. And remember, this is a very, very long race, and when they get up here at Vånsholmen, they have done about 2Ks of running and 2Ks of swimming. So they will have approximately 8Ks of swimming left and 63Ks of running. So this is just the beginning. And you can see all the safety boats. It's very important for the race organization that it's a good safety here. So if any team got problem, they will be not far away from any boat. And now we can see in the background that there is more teams in the water chasing the first team.
See the leaders now
Maybe.
approaching the end of the second swim, approximately 300 meters there. As Anders was telling us, they're coming up there. We'll take this opportunity to say good evening, good afternoon, good morning to you wherever you are in the world. We have 22 teams competing here today. Their families, fans and friends watching around the world. We'd like to welcome you all to this particular broadcast. Team Enervit, team number 14 from Sweden. That's Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson are currently in the lead. Despite the fact that it's early in the race, they've built up quite a lead. Our reporter Åsa out in the field has timed it at about 1 minute and 34 seconds, which is quite considerable for such an early stage in the race. We can see that they're coming in land now. They're just running across the stones here. And they will be coming to the first energy station as they go along here. This is the first chance they've had since the start of the race to have anything to eat or drink. And they will probably just take a quick drink of water and keep going here. You can see a couple of flotation devices there, one strapped to each leg, and the hand paddles as well. Very, very quick out of the water there, and they just continue straight away. There's no messing around with these guys, just grabbing a quick drink there, an energy drink or some water there. Stop for just a couple of seconds is all. So of their lead of 1 minute and 34 seconds, very, very little will be wasted with that particular energy stop. They're off again on the trail now up across the island of Vånsholmen is where they find themselves at the moment. Through the trees there. Trail running, a very, very special discipline, of course. This is not the flat tarmac roads of the standard marathon runners or the kind of thing that you would see in some Ironman competitions. It's very, very difficult. The surface underfoot changes all the time. So far, they had quite a nice jog, if you will, in Sandhamn, which brought them down to the water's edge. But since then, it's been very, very difficult. It's been quite tough terrain and that kind of thing. It's very, very hard to get up to any sort of real jogging pace as such. They have to be very, very careful to avoid ankle and knee injuries as they go along. The lead appears to, I'm not sure if it's still at 1 minute 34 seconds. It's probably there or thereabouts, but we can see the second and third teams just coming into the rocks here now at the energy station on Vånsholmen. Enervit Sweden, I can see from the leaderboard here, they're 40 minutes and 27 seconds into their race when they hit the first marker there on Vånsholmen, and we'll soon see exactly what that lead is. The rocks are quite slippery there as they climb up. You can see we almost had a faller there as we go along. We're just seeing how they're almost crawling across the rocks there. This race has grown very much since the original challenge between four friends in 2004. We're now in 2014. We've had a commercial race now for several years, and as you can see, there's huge media interest in the race around the world. So there's photographers out there, there's video crews out there are fans out there, and there are safety boats out there. So it's not exactly a lonely race from that point of view. Plenty of local residents here in the archipelago out taking pictures. One of the best days to take pictures of the year, especially in this beautiful dawn light here in Stockholm. As we can see, the leaders were pretty much on their own in the very beginning there, but there's a tight sort of a clump of competitors coming in now to the energy station. Again, none of them wanting to waste too much time at this early stage on the refueling. volunteers standing there, and Anders is on site there, so we're going to hand back over to Anders on Vaughansolmen.
Thank you, Philip. You see the second team leaving the energy station. It's team 58. Juha and Armin. Juha is a former national champion in Finland, long distance swimming. And then the third team is number 2, mile breaker öppet hav, with Daniel Hansson and Lelle Moberg. Then we have team number 1, the current world champions. Team number 1, the current world champions, just leaving with Björn and Paul. And then it's team number 8, Team Arctic, very good swimmers. And here's team number 4 with Ante Antonov and Marcus Hultgren, and also team number 3, Struktor Mark, with Nils and Rasmus. And Rasmus was at 3rd place last year. And team number 4 with Marcus and Ante is really on a hunt. They were on the 4th place last year, and I know they really want to get on the podium this year. And you see how fast the top teams are. Entering the station, just have their water or energy drink and then going up on the hill. Now we're waiting for next team arriving. I see them in back of my cameraman, Kalle, here. And it's team number 19. It's Guns and Dentists. Guns and Dentists, they used to wear swim fins, and this is the first time they will go without them. And you see they're also very fast. And these guys are real good swimmers. Great. Now there's a gap between next team here. We'll see which team it is. But as you saw, all the top teams have left the energy station. Team Head Swimming, there were also milebreaker.com, öppet hav, Big Quick redovisning, and Struktor Mark. And then we had the team 58, Baltic Sea, with Juha and Armin, see what they can do. And also team Arctic. Now we're just waiting for next team, team 82. Team Maxim with Roger Sjösten. These guys also are great swimmers, and Roger Sjösten has done a lot of ÖTILLÖ. And you see some teams have homemade pool buoys, as you see. These guys has ordinary drinking bottles. Just going up the hill so fast. Yes, okay, back to Philip at the studio on the island of Utö.
Thank you very much indeed, Anders, for that particular update. We saw some interesting flotation devices there as the athletes went up the hill. There was some 1.5, 2 litre bottles that were sort of tied together there. As Anders was saying, that the best teams, or the fastest teams certainly, they don't tend to bring any water with them. According to the rules, they are allowed to bring a water bladder with them, and indeed is recommended by the organisers. But it seems to weigh down some of the best teams, so they dispense with it completely, and they only use what they get at the energy stations, such as we've seen there with Anders. Again, the sun coming up here. The race is well underway now. We've been underway for about 50 minutes here now. Team Enovit from Sweden in the lead there, followed by the Baltic Sea Action Group, Juha Lindfors and Armin Hummel from Germany. As I say, a lot of international teams here. It's surprising how many Scandinavian teams there. Even more surprising to see teams here from Ukraine, from Greece, Finland, Germany. There are some mixed teams there. The Clapham Chasers, Hamish Cropper and from Australia, and Alan Scott from Great Britain. As we look down the list here, there's a Cubus Interactive from Russia. We have a few others from Ukraine. And again, we see some lovely pictures here from coming across the rocks here on Vonsholmen as they come up to the first energy station. The leaders do have a considerable lead already at this early stage. There's probably 5 minutes have passed by since some of them have already left the station, and now the other competitors are just coming out of the water at the moment. So they've already built up a considerable lead. The tactics, as both Anders and Åsa mentioned on the way round, are turning out to be very, very important even at this early stage. We saw some competitors making the choice to leave the water and run across the rocks rather than try to swim around them, thinking that they would save time. That has proved not to be the case, as Åsa's timing showed. So the leaders are the ones who stayed in the water, who took a direct line from one island to the other, got out of there, used their energy station very, very quickly, and then set off again. Whatever minutes or seconds they manage to save as they go along here are going to prove to be very, very valuable later throughout the day. Those further back the field who maybe came here today with the objective of just finishing the race and trying to post the best time they can, they won't be that worried about spending an extra 10 or 15 seconds getting fluids on board, or maybe even just warming up just a little bit as they go by. But certainly we have to remember that the clock is ticking all the time. There are cut-off points throughout the day. If you don't make it by those cut-off points, the route is closed and the race is over for your part. So they have to remember all the way around that they can't really take their foot off the gas at all. There's quite a quick pace to be taken, and off they go. Soon, well, it's a little bit ahead of us still. The Red Bull Sprint Prize, of course, is up for decision. The Ad Nature Sprint Prize is also up for decision. So there's going to be plenty of action to watch here throughout the day. Our teams are out in the field. They're just relocating at the minute. Anders will be keeping an eye on the energy station as Åsa moves around a little bit there to see where the athletes are at. We're going to try to keep up with the leaders as much as we can all the way around. Enovit with a pretty decent lead there. Yep. And what we're going to do now as we get to the first energy station, try to sort out the teams as we go along here. We're going to go over and hear from Michael Lemmel, who was he was one of the race organisers. He was the man behind the commercial idea of the race here. So we'll hear what Michael has to say about the genesis of the race, where it came from, and the history of it. Roll the tape.
So I'm standing here with Mikael Lemmel. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm really looking forward to this day.
Can you tell us a little bit about the history of the race?
Well, this race started as a drunken bet where the owners of ÖTILLÖ, which is now the finish line, they challenged each other to come here to Sandhamn, and the last team here had to pay for a full night here at the hotel. And when they came here, the hotel was fully booked and they couldn't have the sort of closure that they wanted, so they did it the next year after that too. At that time, Mats and I were asked if we wanted to get involved and try to make a commercial race out of this. Today it's the 9th edition of the commercial race, and from just a crazy drunken bet, now we have 120 teams from 22 islands, 22 nations that are here, and it's the Swimrun World Championship, so it's fantastic.
How is this year's event different from the last year?
Well, I think this year we have, we'll even have a better field of racers. I think we'll have a higher quality on the race course, as we've had almost 650 teams that applied to come to the race. We've had some qualifiers, and it just increases the level of the teams. And everybody's had one more year to understand what swimruns are about. So I think it's going to be a tough race for a lot of people.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the qualifying races?
We have a qualifier on Uta, on the island where everything started, sort of a tribute race, and we do that in the last weekend of May. And during that qualifier, we have 8 teams that qualify to now the final, the Swimrun World Championships. And we also did a qualifier in Switzerland this year, in the Engadine Valley, which was fantastic, in the middle of July. And we had 8 teams that qualified from that race to come here as well. So we're trying to build a qualifier series, and I think it's going to go really well.
For next year, will there be even more qualifying races?
For next year, we're looking at a couple of locations, and if we can manage the financing, we will do at least one more location next year.
What is the biggest fear for the race today?
Well, I mean, we're always concerned about the racer safety. It's our biggest issue during the whole race. We want everybody, being not only just the racers, but all the staff and everybody, to come to Utö and finish the race in good style tomorrow night, and that we have everybody at home. I mean, we're always concerned about that. It's a moving circus of almost 400 people that have to travel throughout the archipelago, and we really just want everybody to be safe.
Thank you, Mikael, and we will see you along the course.
Yes, we will. I look forward to seeing you guys. Have fun.
Thank you.
There we go. That's race organizer Mikael Lemel talking to Åsa yesterday as he was making the final preparations for the race. Interesting what he said there. This year marked the first year where a qualifier was held outside of Sweden. We had the Utö Swimrun race, which some of the qualifiers made it here. Oops, so we have a slipper there. And there was also a race held in Switzerland, and the plan apparently is to hold more races. But of course, it's a very, very special landscape here. It's not every country in the world or every city in the world that could host such a race. We see now plenty of our teams coming across the sound there, across the 300-meter swim towards Vonsholmen there. It's a tough one. We can see it's very, very slippery there, as illustrated by the pictures. And quite difficult conditions underfoot, so I'm sure the racers will be happy to get up the hill that little bit and get themselves a drink of water or an energy drink there. It's now quite a few minutes since the leaders, Team Enervit Sweden, left there. We've gotten the leaderboard updated here. They were 2 minutes and 19 seconds ahead, apparently, by the time they left there. The Baltic Sea Action Group were there in second place, followed by Team Milebreaker Uppetov. They were in third place there, 2 minutes and 23 seconds behind. And in fourth place, last year's winners and the course record holders, Team Head Swimming. That's Björn Englund and Paul Krochak. Another mixed team. Björn is from Sweden. Paul is from Canada. They were in fourth place last year. We can see now as they're coming across again, the majority of the teams coming in now to make the energy station. You can see how difficult the conditions are there underfoot. You're coming out of very cold water, of course, a shock to the body. I'm almost tempted to think that the swimmers might be better to come around a little bit there. It's taken so long to get across these slippery rocks that maybe they might be better to actually swim around it. But the professionals are in the water, and I'm the one standing here on dry land for the day. Difficult conditions underfoot there, as I say. The boats in the water not proving as much of a problem. Again, the media attention is such that there's plenty of camera crews, plenty of photographers out there looking to get the best pictures on the day. We have interview here. We're going to hear from last year's winners. Yeah, if we have the videotape there from last year's winners, where they explain the fact that swimrun is a new discipline for many. So who better to introduce us than to the course record holders, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak. Last year, the record they set was 8 hours and 35 minutes. So yesterday, we asked Anders to corner them as they registered for the race to ask them about the course, their tactics, and what it takes to be the best over this grueling distance. Can we roll the tape there of Team Head Swimming? We have a little bit of a problem there with the videotape that we're going to hear from is actually Jesper Mars that we're going to hear from. We're going to hear from one of the race organisers. We have a live interview coming from the field there with Jesper Mars. I'm not sure who I'm handing over to, but we have a live interview ready to go, so we'll leave it over.
Bra jobbat grabbar. Bra. Bra kindgräns.
Nej, underbart. Ja, nästan.
Per Gite. Okay, I'm here with Jesper Andersson Mars, one of the original fours. Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm fine. It's a great day and the weather is a bit too good. No waves, and but otherwise with the sun and everything, it's going to be a great race.
Great. Okay, I don't want you to tell the story right now, but you can tell us what have you seen so far?
We're going fast. And even, for instance, my brother is maybe on 10th, 11th place. It was just 4 or 5 minutes back from the leading pack. So it's an extremely fast race so far. And I think basically most have understood that being fast in the water is important. So both for gaining speed, but also for the exposure of the cold. It's important.
Have you seen any teams that you didn't think would be so fast?
Yeah, I've seen maybe all of the teams being faster than I thought, and the ones that were in the lead here, they were on 5th or 6th place here. So, and they are extremely good swimmers. So there is a lot of good swimmers here. But then again, the course is going to change halfway down. It's going to be more of a running race. So I think the lead will change a lot.
And last question, which teams do you think in men's class will be on the podium?
Oh, I think Björn will be on the podium. After that, I don't know. I mean, it's maybe 5 or 6 teams fighting for the next spot. So I don't know.
And on the women, in the women class?
Well, what I've seen so far, it's it's Annika and Maria from Team Surfspot.se that is in the lead, but Bibben and her daughter is just maybe 3 minutes behind them, and Annika and Maria is really strong swimmers, so that will be a tough race. But after that, I didn't see a third team yet, so but they have probably passed, but I missed them, so I don't know. And it's the same in the mixed. I had my hopes up for Mikael and Tobias, but Mikael is competing for the national team next week, so she bailed out. So Tobias is going in the men's class with Roger. So I don't know.
When will we see you on the course next time?
Next year.
Ah, great. Thanks.
Next year, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we
Tack,
go.
Jesper.
That was
Vi syns
Anders
sen.
talking to Jesper Andersson. Jesper, if anybody knows this course, it's Jesper Andersson. He was one of the original 4 that took place in the challenge 10 years ago when the ÖTILLÖ, or the idea for ÖTILLÖ, was born. His brother Mats, he was speaking out there. Mats has taken part in every race, and indeed the 2 pre-ÖTILLÖ races that have been held out here in the archipelago. Unfortunately, Jesper is out with an injury at the moment, and as he said, he hopes to be back with us next year. So, but of course, just because he doesn't take part doesn't mean that he's not here to watch the race, and some lovely insight there from him about the race. He was talking about how quick it is at the moment. If we want to go back over the times there, they're currently on Vonsholmen, as we said earlier. The first energy station is there on Vonsholmen, and the team the race leaders, Enervit Sweden, they made it to the first station there in 40 minutes and 27 seconds. So they made it from Sandhamn to Vonsholmen in 40 minutes and 27 seconds. Very, very quick when you consider there was quite a long swim, then another run across one of the islands, and then the 300-meter swim to make it to the first energy station. 2 minutes and 19 seconds behind them were the Baltic Sea Action Group, Juha Lindfors and Armin Hummel of Germany. Juha's from Finland. After that, in third place, we had Team Milebreaker up at Hav, Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansen, both of Sweden. And then in fourth position, Team Head Swimming, 2 minutes and 37 seconds behind the leaders. That was Björn Englund of Sweden and Paul Kroschak of Canada. So at the moment, they're making their way across Vonsholmen. As Jens mentioned there, that this becomes very much more of a running race a little bit later on in the day. There's a long, almost 20-kilometre run that will sort out the tough from the weak, as Michael Lemmel likes to say, in the field. So that's coming up a lot later on. So at the moment, it may be of benefit to have the strong swimmers, but certainly the runners will have their chance a little bit later on in the day. Our teams are moving around there. We're just trying to keep an eye on the various different screens here. Our teams are moving around on the course there to bring us the best pictures that they can throughout the day. It's warming up a little bit here in the archipelago. I can see the sun coming out there behind me. It's brightening up considerably. The dew is still lying around the place. The mosquitoes are finally starting to disappear. So the conditions should be lovely. It was mentioned by one of our competitors there, I think it was Anders, who was on one of the boats there, said that they measured the temperature in the water to 16 degrees. Now, one of the big issues that they had before the race was the fact that algae tends to bloom quite heavily in the Stockholm archipelago during the summer, and it can actually be quite dangerous for the health of the employees. If you take the health of the employees, the health of the participants. If you take in too much of the algae, it can actually be poisonous to the system and cause them to be very, very ill indeed. It can cause all sorts of stomach problems and that. That was something that Mikael Lemel, when I spoke to him a month ago, was quite worried about, but that problem hasn't really occurred. That said, it's still quite warm in the water. 16 degrees is pretty nice swimming. It's almost about the best that they can hope for on the 1st of September. As you may be aware, the race is always held on the first Monday in September. Any later it might get a little bit too cold. No risk of snow or ice or anything like that yet in Sweden, but it's still a little bit on the nippy side now. But the conditions are pretty much perfect for today. We have a couple of other interesting characters who are here today. We have Jonas Kolting, who's a former Ultraman world champion. Jonas has participated in all the ÖTILLÖ races, and he won 3 years in a row. This year, he will be looking to put the Team Head Swimming team into second place. We have some pictures coming in from the field, I believe. Yeah, we have some live pictures there coming up out of the water. And yeah, that's just coming off the energy station there. You can see some of the teams, they choose to tie themselves together. They use an elastic rope to keep themselves connected together, because if they come at a distance of more than 10 meters from one another in the water, they will be disqualified from the race. And of course, that's 100 meters on land. So they have to be very careful not to get too far away from one another there. That's the first energy station. We can see the teams are still coming through there. We'll try to have a look at the leaderboard for the women and mixed sections now. In the women's section, we're looking at Team Surf Spot. Annika Eriksson and Maria Edstedt came in first place there. 48 minutes and 27 seconds it took them to reach the checkpoint on Vaughansholmen. That's about 8 minutes after the men's, but still a very, very quick time. In second place there, Team Puppy TS Mad. That's Bibbe Nordblom and Charlotta Nielsen. If I remember correctly, that's a mother and daughter team who I think did very, very well if they didn't win last year. And in third place, Team Sankan, Sanna Duvebrandt from Finland and Annika Åstrand from Sweden. 53 minutes and 29 seconds. So they're 5 seconds behind the first place team of Team Surfspot. Quite a considerable gap, but as Jens was saying there in the interview, that it becomes more of a running race later on, so there is time to be made up there. We have a mixed class, of course, this year with plenty of teams in there. We're just going to check to see how they're doing at the moment. The leaders there, Team Adeptic, Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner, both of Sweden. It took them 49 minutes to reach the checkpoint there on Vaughansholmen. In second place, we have Team SAF Marine Femkamp. That's Gustav Wahlberg and Edith Blomqvist, again, both of Sweden. They came in just 19 seconds later, so it's quite close there in the mixed class. Third place, Team 2XU Mix. That's Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén there of Sweden. So the Swedes are doing very, very well in the mixed camp, in the mixed section there. Team 4, an interesting team called Say No to Doping. Of course, doping like this in any sort of Olympic discipline or Ironman discipline completely banned. Team Say No to Doping, IDTM. That's Jasmina Glad-Schreven of Finland and Thomas Schreven of Netherlands. I think we have a little video interview with them coming up a little bit later on. It's kind of special when you're dealing with the mixed teams, because men and women, of course, having different strengths, different paces. They have to pace themselves throughout the race, but apparently still capable of some very, very quick times as they go along here. I'm just going to go back into the leaderboard here in the men's competition and see if we've had any updates so far. No, we haven't reached the third checkpoint yet, so we're still at Vaughansholmen. So we have to say that Team Enevet of Sweden are still leading. Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson there. As Jens was saying in the interview, Jesper Andersson was saying in the interview, quite a quick time so far, and frankly it's not surprising. The conditions here are excellent so far. The air temperature is quite pleasant, the water temperature is quite pleasant, so I wonder, will we see, there were some predictions that we would see a new record. The record from last year set by Team Head Swimming was 8 hours and 35 minutes. It's 75 kilometers. That's an amazing pace for a 75 kilometer race, 10 kilometers of which are in the water. We're going to go over to a video interview here that we have now. Speaking of the course record, Swimrun is a new discipline for many, so who better to introduce it to us than last year's winners and the course record holders. Björn Englund and Paul Kronschak of Canada set the record of 8 hours and 35 minutes. Yesterday, Anders cornered them as they registered for the race to ask them about the course, their tactics, and what it takes to be the best over this grueling 75 kilometer distance.
I'm here with the World Champions of Swimrun Racing, Björn Englund and Paul Kronschak of Team Head Swimming. Welcome to Sandhamn.
Thank you.
Okay, first question. Why racing ÖTILLÖ?
I don't know, it's my sixth time here. But I mean, it's adventure. You always look forward to this race during the summer, and this time we got a title to defend as well, and I'm glad to be able to do this with Paul once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is my second time. Björn lured me in last year, and it's pretty addictive. It's you got to keep coming back.
Big race coming up. What's your race plan?
Same as last year, I think. We always say that we need to trust our endurance, and I think we really need to do that tomorrow. Pace ourselves, don't go too hard in the beginning, don't let any teams fool us in going too hard from the start. We know our strength is on the long run on Onö, and I think that's where we will try to kick it, really.
Yeah, I mean, Björn said it, just race our own race and not go out too hard. And and really wait for that long run. I mean, it's you got to kind of think of it as a 6-hour day of swimming and running, then a half marathon, and then you're almost home. So.
Great. And what do you think is the best and the worst part of the race?
These are tough questions.
Yeah. Best part for us as a team, and where we can try to do well, is of course on the long run. But at the same time, that's the most difficult part, because we really need to push ourselves and we really need to be hurting tomorrow on the long run. But at the same time, you look forward to that, because you will feel that you are nearing the end of the race, and if we are in a good position, I think that will be good.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm looking forward to the first. I'm looking forward to everything up to up to the long run. But I'm actually a little bit worried about that long swim in the middle there, the so-called pig swim. It's going to be pretty cold this year, and I mean, it gets tough towards the end. So that's probably the one thing I'm not looking forward to. But it'll be good to get it over with.
Yeah.
Hopefully, still in one piece together.
Last question. What's your aim of tomorrow's race?
As always, do a good race, do as good as we can, and hopefully that will take us far.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always, if our bodies perform to their maximum, if we can do what we've trained for, not have off days, and just race hard, as we say, get tired, have fun, and we'll let the swim run gods take care of the rest.
Great. Okay, guys. Best of luck tomorrow. See you on the course.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
There you go, the last word in that interview going to Canada's Paul Krochak. An interesting character, Paul. Turned up for the first time last year and walked away a winner. He's taking part with a very experienced Björn Englund. He said some interesting things there. He was kind of fooled into taking part in this and described it as being addictive. And of course, as many endurance athletes will know, there's nothing like the adrenaline of running or taking part in these swim run races. He described the course very, very well there as saying a 6-hour day of swimming and running followed by a half marathon, and that pretty much sums it up. 6 hours of swimming and running, and then you get on to the hardest part of the race, which is the 20-kilometer 20-kilometer run that comes towards the end of the race, which really is the difficult part of things entirely. So that was Paul there. At the moment, the last time we checked, they were in 4th place. They were a few minutes behind the leaders of Team Enervit Sweden there, so they're still very much in with a chance there. I think Paul in particular is looking forward to that run. I think that's where he expects that he'll make up for time lost on some of the longer swims today. We have a camera team in place at the Red Bull Sprint Challenge, so we'll be going to them a little bit later on in the morning. There are plenty of sprint challenges throughout the day. There's a couple of things coming up there. The Munka Energy Station comes after that, and then the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. So we'll be looking to hook up with them a little bit later in the morning. Again, if we go back to the leaderboard here and see if there's been any updates so far, we'll just go to the North Runner. We haven't got anybody who has reached that particular station yet, so we're still on the statistics that we had previously, where Enervit Sweden are still in the lead, the Baltic Sea Action Group in 2nd place, Team Milebreaker in 3rd in the men's race, and Team Head Swimming in 4th, with all covered in a span of about 3 minutes there. Over on the women's leaderboard, we'll just click over to that there. If we could bring it up there, there's the men's leaderboard we're looking at the moment, and on the women's leaderboard there, just to the right, we see Team Surspot, Annika Eriksson and Maria Edstedt are there, and then in 2nd place, Puppy S. Mad, Bibben Nordström, the mother and daughter team of Bibben Nordblom and Charlotte Nielsen, and Team Sankan there in 3rd place, Sanna Duvelbrandt and Annika Åström. A lot of athletes here from Finland, which I probably shouldn't be surprised about. Some great endurance races there, and indeed some great athletes. Had a great European Championships recently, particularly in the javelin event there, where they did very, very well indeed. Minority sports tend to get a little bit more room in the Scandinavian countries. There's a good investment in those things. But of course, today we're only concerned about the ÖTILLÖ swim run race here in the Stockholm archipelago. We're just going to go back over a little bit later on now, where hopefully our 2 reporters out in the field, Anders and Åsa, they also have a long history in this race. Before they moved over to behind the microphone, they were in front of it, running and swimming as they went along. So we're going to do our best to listen to their experiences throughout the day. They'll be able to give us a feel of what it is to run this, about the nutrition that's involved, about what you do when the lactic acid kicks in and that kind of thing. So as soon as we get contact with them, Yeah, one of the great things about this is that we can cover the whole archipelago, and I think we're going to go over to Åsa now, and she's going to tell us a little bit more about the Red Bull Sprint Prize. Åsa, are you there?
Mycket plats nu då. Hi, welcome to Runmarö. And we're standing here at Red Bull Sprint Prize, where we will have the teams in maybe 10 minutes. But first, we will have a word with Mikael Lemmel, who is very busy and important here today on this race. How are you?
I'm great. We're having a fantastic day. I mean, what can you say?
No, it's great.
And it seems like we have a good start. You know, teams are going fast. And I think some of the teams are really pushing hard. Some took a different way up onto the islands. I think that was a stupid decision. We talked about it yesterday at the race briefing. We had a question and we said, bad decision. But I guess somebody thought something different.
Yes, they wanted to prove you wrong, but yes, they lost there. So who do you think will be here today, the first, or who do you think will be the sprint prize winner?
Well, in the men's team, I think it looks like that Team Enervit is pushing quite hard. Now we have, I think, 3.5 kilometers of running before they get here. So we'll see. It looks like they're faster out of the water, but there's a tricky run on Skarprunman. So I don't know, 3 or 4 teams I think going to be right in the front there. And in the mixed, I'm quite sure it's going to be Kirkkonummi, the Finnish Dutch team. They look like they're going to smoke it. And in the women's teams, I'm convinced it is Annika and Maria as well, because they look great.
Did you hear anything about the Be Quick redovisning? Antti Antonov had a little bit of a stomach flu or something like that?
Yeah, we spoke about it this morning. He had the runs last night, and it's always tricky. Do you start? Do you not start? And he feels that he wanted to start. He had the decision making to make if he was going to take some anti-diarrhea pills or if he was going to go without it. I suggested that he does take anti-diarrhea pills because I know it gets really messy back there if you don't. from a personal experience, and it gets pretty tricky after a while. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we hope that they will finish. Is there anything else that you are expecting this early on in the race?
I think here we'll see what the nature of the race will be. If we have a tight front group that's moving together, we'll have the same tight front group throughout the race, I think. If we already here have 1 or 2 teams that have really taken a big lead, then that will also be decided for the long run of the race, I think. So, and if there's teams that are slow here, it's going to pay. You know, it's going to cost them heavily later on in the race.
So the cutoff here is at 9. Last year, how many teams did you have to take off the course?
If I remember correctly, I think we pulled out 1 team here last year. And maybe we'll pull out a team here again, and it's probably because of injury or because somebody's not feeling well. If teams are being pulled out here at 9, they shouldn't really be here if they're fit, you know, because they really haven't planned their race well then.
Well, thank you. And when do you think the first team will come? Is it just a matter of minutes?
The first team will be here, I will say, my best guess, they will be here at 7:30, probably. So we have about 18, 19 minutes before they get here. I think we'll have a winning time this year. With the conditions, weather conditions and water conditions, I think we'll have a course record this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's my guess.
But they will be... But it will be a little slower here, because I think it was 1:19 last year and maybe like 1:20, 1:25 this year?
Yeah, I think so. So we'll see.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're just staying here and we are expecting the teams pretty soon. And we're hoping that there will be a little group of people coming in here so they have some teams battling it out. And at this sprint prize station. They have the first teams will probably not take anything, or maybe they just grab something real quick on the move, because they just want to pass through here really fast. They make a turn behind the camera and then they go up here on my left side or your right side, and they have some cinnamon buns and Enervit energy drink. They have water, they have the Red Bull, of course. No vodka today, but who knows, maybe in the future. They have some gels and some power bars as well, and it's really important to start filling up the energy right away, because if you don't do that and you go empty, it pretty much stops there. So that's the trick in these long events, that you actually start putting in energy right away, so you will never go empty. What else can I say? Bananas, I don't think they have that here. It probably will be bananas later on in the race. The energy station is we have some other people here that are helping, and they're watching and sharing them on, and the first team will probably here in maybe 9 or 8 minutes. These energy stations are very important for the slower teams that will be out all day.
I'll come in again if you don't mind.
No, I really don't.
I was going to say this here at the Sprint Prize, the first men's team, women's team, and mixed team that come here, they win 2,500 krona. And the purpose is not really to hand out money. The purpose is to move the field down the course in the beginning, so they keep up the pace from an early time in the race, so they don't go slow in the beginning. Because we know that if teams hurry up to get here, they'll actually have time to make it down the rest of the course. So it's a way for us to sort of tweak the course a little bit and pace them by pressuring them a little bit. Yeah. So that's the name of the game here, which is good. Put a little pressure from the side. Yeah.
A word from Michael, the puppet master of ÖTILLÖ. He has the game, the race, right where he wants it.
Yeah, we're trying to play it hard. You know, it's good fun.
Yeah, it is.
See how we can do it.
It's really exciting.
Yeah.
So we're just expecting a lot of greatness today.
So, you know, the best part here is, too, we're on the island of Runmarö. This is one of the bigger islands in the archipelago. It has a year-round community. We're here at the local shop. It's just great. And, you know, they drove by, and they're putting in what do you call it, broadband fiber or optic fiber on the island, and they're in the process of putting in water and sewers on the island as well. You know, everybody else has their own regular. So they go down the way a little bit, get on the ferry, and they go to school on the other side of the island here. So it's great. And there's a big farming community here too.
It's a very different way of living, and still it's very close to the big city.
Yeah, that's right. And one of Sweden's big, well-known rock artists lives here, Dregen. And he lives here, and we might see him come by later. We don't know. No. Yeah, maybe he'll come out and cheer for Petter.
Yeah. We hope so. Cheers. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, another word there from Mikael Lemmel, who is the little bit of a puppet master of the race, ÖTILLÖ. And I believe it will be maybe like 5 minutes before the first teams comes, and we are expecting number 14, Jesper and Mike, to still be in the lead. They had over 1.5 minutes up from the first swim. So we will see how they have been forcing and pushing it on the runs, and they've had a few swims along the way, of course, as well here. Last year they came here around 1 hour and 19 minutes. And this year it might go a little slower. The weather conditions are pretty much the same, I would say. It's not bad at all. And as Mikael said, that they have the sprint prize to pace the race. So they actually will go faster early on too. So there will be like a little bit of prize money to pick early on. And of course it's not for sure that the team that takes that prize will be the winner of the race. Usually it's not like that. Usually you have the good swimmers going for the sprint prize, because the long swim in the beginning is very different. Towards the end you have the super long run instead, and there will be a lot of different teams switching spots. If you don't have energy on the long run, you can drop back a lot, and if you have energy on the long run and are a good runner, you can pick spots just right like that, really easy. We have some local people here taking a look, and we have a dog running around here, a little mascot who is cheering on, and some local people. It's a really peaceful place to be, and Mikael also told us about how different it is here from the big city. We'll see if some of the fastest teams will pick up some. If the teams here at the beginning will pick something from the energy, probably not. That will be for the teams that will be later on, and the cutoff here is 9 o'clock. So we just heard that team number 1, 2, and 3. 4 are in front, so there will probably be a little pack of teams coming in here. Maybe it will even be a sprint at this sprint prize. I will leave it over to Philip, and we will see you back here soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Åsa. Interesting chat there with Mikael Lemel, who was one of the first created the commercial director race a few years ago. Sorry about that. Mika was describing the fact that there's a very, very tight front group after starting there, and that we expect that tight front group will continue throughout the race now. The Red Bull Sprint Prize, of course, encouraged to make them keep the pace up throughout the beginning of the race there. The cut-off time of 9 o'clock, something gets very, very harsh. It's a very, very early stage. 3 hours into the race to find yourself going home. But of course, they do want to keep the race up. They do want to keep the standard of the race up. And as Michael said, quite a hard man when it comes to these things. If you are not at the Red Bull Sprint Challenge gate by 9 o'clock, well, then you probably haven't planned your race correctly. And you probably should rethink the whole thing before you get back next year. The prize, as he mentioned there, was 2,500 Swedish crowns. That's around about 300 euros, I'd say, is about the prize for the first men's team, the first women's team, and the first mixed team to get through the gate there. So it's pretty much worth doing if you can keep the pace up through there. The expected winners, as Åsa was saying before she handed back there, Team Enevid Sweden had a lead of about 90 seconds there coming in. Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson. So we would expect that maybe they will be still in the lead by the time we get to the Red Bull Sprint Challenge gate. That should be coming up now in a couple of minutes' time. So we're going to keep an eye on the monitors here. And about 10 minutes away from the Red Bull Sprint Challenge, so maybe a little bit slower than what we expected there. We're now about an hour and 25 minutes since they left Sandhamn, so time actually goes pretty quickly. I'm sure it's maybe not going as quickly for those who are doing the running and the swimming out there in the field. They've come past the first energy station now, so they've had a drink of water as they went along there, or an energy drink that they picked up as they went along. We're just going to go back over here and see if there's been any update here in front of me on the leaderboards, and we'll see if they've come past any checkpoints. At the moment, it doesn't appear that they have. Have we an update there? There's nobody at Norra. Yeah, we can see the Team Enevid Sweden, an hour and 17 minutes by the time they passed the second checkpoint there. We have Team Milebreaker up at Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansel of Sweden there, 1:18. So you can see the times there. Guns and Dentist just clocked in there in 8th place there. So you can see the times coming in real time now. Team Head Swimming have come up one position. They were in 4th place. They're now up to 3rd place. That's last year's winners and the course record holders, Björn England and Paul Krochak of Canada. They are now just 33 seconds behind. So much of Team Enevid Sweden's lead has been eaten up on this run in towards the Red Bull Sprint Challenge gate. The lead that they did have, of course, was around about 90 seconds. It's cut to 31 seconds now from them to Team Milebreaker. Be Quick Red of Easing, we had Antti Antonov there, who was doubtful this morning with stomach flu. He's racing this morning with Marcus Hultgren. It doesn't appear to be bothering him all that much. Okay, they're 3 minutes behind, but as we've seen, that lead is probably not the most major. So it is, time could be made up there as we go along. Moving over to the women's leaderboard, we see the team surf spot are still in the lead there. Annika Eriksson and Maria Edstedt of Sweden there. But their lead is there 1 minute and 3 seconds. So Puppy TS mad in second place there. Team Sanka there 5 minutes behind there. So a little bit of a gap appearing there, but we'll see how that looks now when they turn into the Red Bull Sprint Challenge gate. If we go over to the mixed class, and we'll see how things are going there. Team Adeptic, Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner, Sweden, still in the lead there. I don't think that's been updated since the last time we saw it there. They obviously haven't made it to the latest checkpoint that we've seen there for the men's and the women's competitions. So the pace is quite good there. They will be soon passing by Åsa. We will soon see who it is that wins the Red Bull Sprint Challenge. That's one of many sprint challenges that are along the way. Again, as race director Mika Lemel was saying there in the interview, the idea is to keep the pace of the race up all along. Of course, the racers need to manage their performance here today. They need to pace themselves through the swims and the runs as they go along, but we don't want them taking their foot off the gas completely, nor would it be good for them entirely either. So you want them to keep a good steady pace all the way around the course and make the most of the beautiful conditions that we have out here today. Now, yesterday, as the racers arrived on the island, we took a chance to speak to many of them as we went along. We took some of the different teams, we took the race directors, the founders, we found out a little bit about the history of the race. And of course, this is not all about the men. We have the mixed and the women's competition underway here as well, as you've seen for the leaderboards. Some of the most dogged competitors are to be found in these classes, and they're not newcomers either. Team Pink Seals have competed in several previous swimrun races, and yesterday Åsa met them as they arrived to ask them what it is that keeps them coming back to the sport.
Pink Seal, a girls team, team 112 from Finland, Anu and JJ. How did you girls get here?
We qualified from ÖTILLÖ Swimrun earlier this year.
And you also did Engadin, is that right?
Yeah, and we would have qualified also from there, but we had a spot already. So.
And now, was this your big goal for this season?
Yeah, and we were actually like coming straight to ÖTILLÖ, but didn't have any luck in the lottery. So then we needed to go to ÖTILLÖ and Engadin, and I think it was pretty good because we have had good experiences and practice for this. So
yeah.
How did you place in those two races?
In ÖTILLÖ we were fourth, and in Engadin third, and last female team that finished.
But we had a lot of teams that actually didn't finish, so it wasn't that bad. Tomorrow, what is the goal?
Well, step by step.
Yeah.
We really want to finish.
Yeah.
But we just...
We'll do our best and have fun.
Yeah.
That's the most.
How do you do with the energy and the fluids during the day?
During the competition? Well, just
we try to eat all the time.
Yeah, as much as possible.
And any special things you put in your system?
No, everything that consists lots of energy.
Yeah, everything that goes down.
Have you raced last year?
No.
So what do you think will be the hardest part in the race?
The long run, perhaps, or the long swims.
Yeah, we were quite freezing in Switzerland, so we've been trying to increase our fat percent, so we don't get so freezed.
But that's good with body fat in this race.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, best of luck to you girls, and we will follow you along the course.
Thank you.
There you go. That was Åsa talking to the team, one of the women's teams that we have competing here today, both from Finland, of course, and qualified through one of the qualifying races there. We're going to be looking close enough now to the Red Bull Sprint Challenge gate there. We'll see the first competitors coming through there very, very soon indeed. That will enable us to update the leaderboard as well, so we'll find out exactly what the gap is between the two of them. One of the major benefits, of course, of doing this race in Sweden is that the technical coverage is very, very good. So the teams that we have who are out in the field are using the 4G network here in Sweden, and it works very, very well. There are little dark spots every now and again, so where the cars and the boats find themselves, we occasionally lose coverage. So at the moment, we're just moving around between the two and attempting to bring you some of the latest and the most up-to-date pictures that we have from the field. If we go back and look at the field again, we were going through some of the more interesting characters that we see here. Of course, one of the people that Mikael Lamell mentioned there in his interview was Swedish rapper Petter, who is one of the most popular rappers in the country. Very unusual for a guy with these mic skills to be turning up in a situation like this. But then, of course, training is something for everybody, not just for extreme athletes. We also have Annika Åström, who was part of the brother and sister team that won the mixed class in 2012. Their time placed them 10th overall in the whole competition, which is not bad for a mixed class. If you consider that the men are generally considered to be much faster than the women, it seems that when the two work together, that the women's performance seems to get that little bit quicker. The same rules apply for them, of course. There can't be a distance of more than 100 metres between them when they're on land, or more than 10 metres in the water. So it's another case of working together tactically and making sure you get the most out of both competitors in the mixed class. According to the notes we have here, there's a real hornet's nest this year, and of course there's actually more competitors. I think there's more teams in the mixed class than what there is in the women's class this year, so it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out throughout the day. We also have Lennart Modig and Magnus Olander. They were the winners of this race in 2012, and they tell us that they're very, very focused on chasing the teams behind them. They were part of the race last year when the time went below 9 hours for the first time. Of course, that was pretty much smashed by the guys from Team Head Swimming, who recorded a time of 8 hours and 35 minutes. Race director Lamell there during the week was telling us that he expected something very, very similar. There's going to be very, very similar conditions today, and he expects something very, very similar in terms of a time coming in from the course today. I'm going to go back over to the leaderboard here, and maybe we might check on the women's class there and see what we have there. No, I don't see any update there so far, so we're just a little bit behind there. We'll go to Norra Runano on the leaderboard there. That was from Vaughan's Holman there. If we can just click over one more and see, yeah, we're on the women there. If we leave it on the women and go over to Norra Runano, which is the third one from the left, there we go. Yeah, we don't seem to have any of the women who have passed that particular checkpoint yet. We might go back to the men there and just check the times that we had there. We were remarking earlier on there, as you can see, Team Enovit Sweden, they're still in the lead, but their lead has been cut by 30 seconds. In the second place there, we have Team Milebreaker, 31 seconds behind, and then just 2 seconds behind them. So it's very, very close there between second and third place in the men's competition as they came past Norra Runano. I hear that my colleague Åsa is running across the island there, somewhere near the Red Bull Sprint Challenge, to bring us the latest pictures from there. Hopefully we'll be able to go over to her soon. We'll see that there is quite a big gap. These 8 teams are still the only 8 teams to have passed that particular checkpoint as of yet. It updates there in real time, so nobody else has joined them just yet. So there is quite a gap, as Mikke was saying. There's quite a gap there. There's a sort of a group at the start there that are kind of the elite in this race, and they're very much out in front. We're going to go over and look at some pictures now from the Red Bull Sprint Challenge. There's not too much happening there. As we can see, it's also another energy station. So for the second time around, again, the tactic would be for nutrition and for hydration in this race. Take little, take often. So here, again, we would have some bananas, we'd have some water, we'd have some energy drinks on offer for the sprinters as they come through. Not too much action happening there, but we would expect the first athletes to be coming through there any second. This kind of race, it doesn't just happen of itself. There's a huge partnership that goes on between the local people who are very accommodating. Sweden is kind of unique in one way in that it has a law that's called allemansrätten, and that is kind of what makes this race possible. That means that basically, as a private person, you're entitled to go across anybody's land as long as you don't do any damage on it. In fact, you can actually camp on anybody's land as long as you stay out of sight of any dwelling. So that kind of makes it, that gives us the legal basis, so to speak, to run across and swim around these 26 islands that we see. We have an awful lot of sponsors. Hopefully we get to talk to some of them during the day. We have video production here by FKDV. We have the local Rederiet who help us with the transportation as we go along. And as we mentioned previously, there are plenty of volunteers out there in their boats this morning looking after the safety and the comfort of our athletes as they move around the course. Our teams are out in the field, as I say, they're relocating, moving the cameras around. It's quite a logistical challenge for us and for everybody taking part in the race to move everybody around here. If we go back to the sponsors there, we found the list of them. We have, for example, a company called Icebreaker who provide merino wool clothing to keep you warm when you're wet. That's something that's very, very important on the colder days out here. Although with the sun coming up behind us, you can see in the background there that hopefully that won't be something that they'll need too much. Samsung are providing us with some technical equipment, and Enovit, one of the teams that are also sponsored by Enovit, making sure that the racers have enough energy as they go along. We have Åsa back in the field with an update. I think she's somewhere near the Red Bull Sprint Challenge. Over to you, Åsa.
Look up on the road and see if we have some teams coming. We know that team head swimmers have done a little push here on, later on, or pretty close here to this energy station. So they might be in the lead already. They are the favorite of today's race. We hear some cheering on here. Let's see if the first team are coming. And it is Björn and Paul, team 1. They're actually taking some liquid and fluids. And they pulled away from the other team. The first team up from the water was number 14, Mike and Jesper, and we haven't seen them yet, so we'll see if they are second or third, maybe. And you can see how they are just taking in everything they can. They don't want to carry something with them. Yeah. Paul had time to stop and chat with Micke, and Björn is furious now. Furious! And we have the second team coming in, and that will be team Milebreaker with Lelle and Daniel. And they are also just pushing everything they can, taking it all in. And we have the third team coming in with Mike Thorén and Jesper, the first team up from the water. So we have 3 teams battling it out, sticking together. They're doing a great job.
That's great, Åsa. Thank you very much for that update. We'll be going back to Åsa very, very soon as the first women's and mixed teams come through there. But we can see there's been a big change in the leaderboard since our last checkpoint. Team Head Swimming, last year's winners and our course record holders of 8 hours and 35 minutes, have actually managed to catch up and indeed pass out Team Enovit Sweden, who've now dropped to 3rd place. Björn England and Paul Kroschak of Canada, we saw the interview with them a little bit earlier on there. Paul wasn't too nuts about the swimming, but they've certainly made it pay on the running front on the last island there. An hour and 37 minutes and 29 seconds into their race. They're 46 seconds ahead of Team Milebreaker up atop in 2nd place. We'll go back to Åsa at the Red Bull Sprint Gate. Åsa, over to you.
The other teams are. But these teams, we'll see team number 4 maybe. Ja, jag pratade ju hela tiden. Okay. So we'll see if team number 4 is still on course, or if they had to throw in the towel today during or because of bad stomach problems last night. If your stomach isn't working, you can't really race. We'll see how far back the women's team are. They shouldn't be too far back. We know that Team Surf Spot with Maria and Annika are really strong women. Really strong women, and they will be doing a really good race today. And the mixed team, we hope to see them pretty soon as well. So we just stay put here and wait for a few more minutes when the rest of the teams will just drop in.
So there we see it's an exciting change in the leaderboard there, but also the news that the fourth team, Team 4B, Quick Red of Easting, Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren, they're the guys that we're waiting to see. Part of the elite group there at the front. Antti, of course, suffering stomach flu last night, so we're not really sure if he's going to make it to the end of the course. It would be a shame if they had to drop out this early. As we wait to find out what's happening with them, to find out where we are on the course, we're going to take another interview. As we mentioned earlier, the mixed teams, they have a tough time of it, but the race organisers tell us that this year they're very, very strong, well represented, and that they expect them to be among the top 5 teams in the whole competition. Team Say No to Drugs, IDTM, is made up of the Finnish-Dutch pair of Thomas Scheven and Jasmin Glad-Scheven. And yesterday they told Anders about their background in athletics and how they hope it will help them make the organised prediction come true.
I'm here with Team 209, and it's Say No to Doping, IDTM, Thomas Scheven and Jasmin Glad-Scheven. Welcome to Sandhamn, Stockholm, Sweden.
Yeah,
Thank you.
very
Thank
much.
you. We're glad to be here. Beautiful day.
Yeah.
Why racing ÖTILLÖ?
Why do you ask us now? Well, it is one of the most challenging and toughest races in the world, and maybe one of the toughest one-day races.
Yeah, and we like the Ute Swimrun so much, we decided, okay, well, let's try the big one, the big brother. And yeah, let's see how that goes tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tell us more about Ute Swimrun. You did a incredible result, we think, here in Sweden. 4th place overall and 1st in mixed class.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shock.
It was also a shock for us because
Yeah.
we never did something like this
No.
before. But I think it was really, we're both runners and we're okay swimmers, so
We float well.
we float well, yeah. So
no, it was a teamwork. It was really
Yeah.
a teamwork. We found a really good rhythm.
yeah,
We
had
had
a
a
good day.
great day. It was good atmosphere, and that just gives us a lot of positive energy. So that was a really good day, and it really surprised
Yeah,
us as well.
And I think Finland is also a good country to train in because you got lots of lakes. So it's a very similar environment.
Yeah.
We're used to the cold water, hopefully also tomorrow. But yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
You said you were runners and a bit of swimmer.
Yeah.
I think
No,
I
okay.
think we got longer history in running than
Yeah,
swimming.
yeah.
So he comes originally from 800, and I used to be a 400 hurdler. So we come from running,
Yeah, athletics.
and then we picked up swimming, and
We went to do-
triathlon, and then we wanted to do something more unique, more closer to the nature.
Yeah, off the road,
Yeah. And
go off the
still
roads,
combine
no
these-
bikes.
No. Still combine the swimming and running. So
Yeah.
I think we're pretty even on we're not bad swimmers either, but we definitely prefer the running
Yeah,
parts.
and we're similar level, which helps.
Yeah.
So we don't have too many fights.
Only at the finish line.
Yes.
Yeah.
I asked her to take her cap off and she says, no, I don't want to take my cap off.
That's
Okay.
where we fight.
Big race coming up. What's the race plan for ÖTILLÖ?
We need to.
We need to warm up. I think we need to warm up all the way
Stay
till the end.
warm. Stay warm. I think if you asked that 2 weeks ago, we had a different race plan because then the water was about 5 degrees warmer.
Now it's colder.
And
yeah.
now it's colder, so it's gonna be cold morning. But I think we're gonna start our own pace, go easy,
Yeah.
because it's a long day. It's really a long day out there, and
Yeah, and there's a long run at the end, the 20k.
Yeah.
So there's 3 long run sections. So that's where we have to try and pick it up a little bit.
We let the swimmers go at the start, and
Yes.
then we'll try to pick it up later during the race. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what is your greatest strength as a team?
Ah.
Yeah. I think we're just good together.
Yeah,
I mean, we
pacing.
Worked, yeah.
We don't
work
have to talk.
together.
We don't have to explain anything. We
No.
train together every day, so
Yeah.
we know each other. We know our I know her strengths and weaknesses. She knows mine.
Yeah.
And we don't have to. We feel each other good on the run and on the swim for the pacing, and that's I think is important for this race. You have to have the pacing right all the way till the end. So that's
I think it's really the teamwork, and the teamwork is really important in this kind of race because it doesn't help if one is better, if the other one is not there with you, and then you
Support
have
each
to
other.
be at the same level, and you have to be able to be open and honest, and that's so I think that is our strength, really the teamwork.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the last question. What's your aim of tomorrow's race?
Well,
Well, I don't like to say any positions or placings, but I think our aim is just to go as do the best we can. Enjoy it, have a good day, and really give everything we have.
Yes.
And that's all we can do. And then we'll see.
It's
There are a lot of good teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of good teams here, so it's very difficult to say, oh, we're going to win here. No way.
No.
It's going to be very tough.
No, it's going to be a tough day, and it's good that we have a lot of good teams. So
we're
we
going to
promised
cut away
to
from the
do
interview there with Thomas and Yasmin. We have the teams coming into the Red Bull Sprint Challenge gate there. You can see they're taking slightly longer over it this time as they get some fluids on board there. It's getting a little bit tougher out there. We have some questions being asked there at the gate as well. The guys are taking a little bit more time over it, but I wouldn't say they'll take too much time now as things get a little bit tight there. We have 5 seconds between the two teams there. I think we're looking at the Baltic Sea Action Group and Strukturmark. They describe them as Sweden's quickest consultant company. That's Rasmus Reinstrand and Nils Zetterström, who are just coming through the gate there. And ahead of them in the Baltic Sea Action Group there were Juha Lindfors and Armin Hummel from Germany. Juha, of course, is from Finland there. So we have, let me see, we have 6 teams that have passed the gate for the Red Bull Sprint Challenge. Interesting there, if we have a quick look back at the interview there with Thomas and Yasmin from Say No to Doping, they mentioned that there were 400 metre and 800 metre runners. That's sprinting and middle distance, if I remember correctly. So it's interesting, people from all backgrounds, marathon runners, swimmers, etc., coming through there. The leaderboard, as we mentioned earlier on, the winners of the Red Bull Sprint Prize this time around were Team Head Swimming. Team Head Swimming coming in first there, of course, last year's winners and the course record holders. In second place, we have Team Milebreaker Uppethav. That's Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, also Sweden there. They came in 46 seconds behind Björn and Paul from Canada there. In third place, the leaders after the first point have dropped to third. That's Team Enervit Sweden. That's Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson. So they came in 1 minute and 7 seconds down. So they lost quite a lot of time there from the first to the second or to the sprint prize leaderboard there. We'll move on for the time being, I think, from the Red Bull Sprint Prize. We're going to look at the mixed here. We'll have a quick look at the mixed standings in the Norra Runarö there, if we can just go through them. In first place is Team Adeptic. That's Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner. They came into the Norra Runarö gate there at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 50 seconds. Team 2XU Mix, Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén came in there in second place. And our friends from Team Say No to Doping, IDTM, of course, Jasmina Gladschreven and Thomas Schreven came in 2 minutes and 11 seconds afterwards. That gate, minutes and 1 second. If we look at the pictures here, we can see them going through. There's a little bit of food to be had there, some bananas, some quick energy, carbohydrates necessary throughout the day to keep providing the energy for the muscles. And of course, very, very important not to get dehydrated. The dehydration has very, very little to do with the air temperature and very, very much to do with the body temperature as they go along here. We can see some of the swim caps have been taken off now as they go through some of the longer runs, but of course they will have to be put back on as they get in the water so that the race organisers can follow their progress. There he is, taken off again there now. I'm going to go back over to the Red Bull Sprint Prize and we'll see who else it is has made it through the gates. There's nobody from the mixed yet, but if we look at the men here in front of me, we can see that we have a total of 10 teams that have come here. The last 2 teams through the gate there, there's an awful lot of British athletes in there. 3 of the 4 are British, and the last is a Commonwealth member in the form of Hamish Cropper from Australia. In 9th place there, we had votwo.co.uk. That's Elliot Shalfer and Andy Blow, both of Great Britain. 12 minutes and 6 seconds behind the leaders there. And in 10th place, the Clapham Chasers, just 6 seconds behind their British counterparts there. 1 hour, 49 minutes and 41 seconds into the race when they reached the Red Bull Sprint Prize gate. We're going to see more and more athletes coming through now as the rest of the group starts to catch up on the leaders. 10 first teams through there. In total today, we've 120 teams that made it to the starting gate, 240 athletes in total. So the first 10 of those teams have made it through, which by the simplest of mathematical calculations means that there's 110 teams still to make it to the Red Bull Sprint Prize. They have until 9 o'clock to do so. That means that they have 75 minutes, 1 hour and 15 minutes to make that gate. Then that gate is closed. So if they haven't made it to that gate by 9 a.m. local time, their race is over. So there's 110 10 teams still to make it through there. 109 now. I see Team Surf Spot there are making their way through the gate there. Klas Virén and Henrik Wahlberg of Sweden there. 13 minutes and 38 seconds behind the leaders. Just grabbing a quick drink there before they hit the road again. So, as I was saying there, they have until 9 o'clock to get through that gate. We're now 74 minutes away from that cutoff. It's the first cutoff on the course. As race director Lamelo was saying, if you haven't made it there by 9 o'clock, well, you've probably planned your race wrong and you've no business taking part in the rest of the race. Beginning to stream in there now after not the longest run on the course, but certainly a challenging run as they go along there. Taking on board a little bit of fluids there. Interesting to see as well how most of them seem to have their flotation devices on the right leg. Also, we'll hand over to you at the Red Bull Sprint Prize gate. Go ahead.
So we try to get a little comment from one of the teams that are trying to fill up their the liquid fluids bladders. See, they're trying to pick everything they can. Everything going as planned?
Yeah.
You can tell that they are not very talkative right now. They're still really early in the game and they're staying really focused. Everything good?
Really good. Thank you.
They still have a long way to go. And we're waiting for the first mixed team. We have about 15 men's team passed by here already. And we're waiting for the first mixed team. And we believe that to be a team with Finland and Holland. So it's actually a mixed team within the mixed team. And we're waiting for the women's team as well, which we think will be Team Surf Spot. And then it will be really interesting to see who will be in the second and the third position in the women's and the mixed teams category. Was it very tasteful? No, not very tasteful. But you need energy, so you just press it in there. Get it into your system. And we had the first 3 teams had a pretty good time gap in between them and the 4th team. And then between the 4th team and the teams that are pouring in right now, it's a little bit closer. But early on in this race, there's already a lot of time gaps. So we have people who have fins. How are you today?
Fine. So long. So far, so good.
How is the swim?
Pretty cold. Otherwise, it's good.
You like the swimming with the fins?
I guess.
It's the first time?
Yes. No. Third.
Third time. Good job. Keep it up. So they are competing with fins, and I believe there might be 1 or 2 other teams doing with the fins. First mixed team are 2 times you, Ulrika Eriksson, and they have won, I believe, Öloppet, and Jonas Udén as teammate. So they're doing a pretty good job here, and they are using an elastic cord. So they are ahead of the mixed team as well. Or no, they're first the mixed team, but they're first woman as well, Ulrika. Good job. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, very nice.
Nice weather.
Oh, it's perfect.
Okay, good job. 2 times you, mixed team, first mixed team. And as you can see, Ulrika is actually pulling the guy, and she works as a PT at Actic in Gothenburg. We have the second mixed team, Marika Wagner and Björn Rosenthal, coming in here. They were second last year, and they are doing a really good job here. Good job. And they're staying really focused. You can see how little they took. I believe they were the team who actually didn't take a lot of energy. So we will see if how they will feel later on. We have the first women's team with Maria and Annika, Team Hotspot. And they will go stronger and stronger the further the race will be. So these ladies we have to keep track on. Maria is an old swimmer and a runner, so she's pretty much born to do this sport. And Annika has been racing in the mixed category earlier year and won that category last year. And they did a new, very nice course time. They have the course record on mixed time, and they will probably take the course record today in the women's team. And staying focused there too. So now we have the first women's team, the first and second mixed team passed by here, and several men's team have been passing through here too. I believe that we're just pouring in teams for another hour or so, and at 9 o'clock they will have the cut-off here. So if you don't make it here until 9, you are not well prepared for this race and you should not be racing, Mikael Lemon said earlier on in an interview. So I will point out again that the second team in the mixed category did not take a lot of energy. There was Marika Wagner and Björn Rosenthal, and that can be very bad later on. We have the second women's team. They won ÖTILLÖ last year, and they are Puppet TS, mother and daughter. And she is probably the youngest competitor this year, Bibben, the daughter, and they're doing a really good job here. Not too far behind the other girls. You're not too far behind the first team. Everything good? It's
trying to keep it together.
So they're really trying to focus and trying to give Maria and Annika a piece of action. There's several. So we will wait for the third women's team and third mixed team, and then we will be back. So back to you, Philip.
That's great, Åsa. Thank you very much indeed. We've actually had the third mixed team come in there. So the leaderboard for the mixed teams as it stands at the moment. Team 2 XU Mix were first through the gate there. 1 hour, 54 minutes and 52 seconds. Just 48 seconds behind them were Team Adeptic. Team Adeptic were leading at the last checkpoint before the Red Bull Sprint Prize, but came in second place there. So it's 1 minute 55, 1 minute 55, 1 hour 55 minutes and 40 seconds, excuse me. The third mixed team through the gate there, the Red Bull Sprint Prize, were Say No to Doping, IDTM. That was Jasmina Glad-Schreven from Finland and Thomas Schreven from the Netherlands. Just 58 seconds there. So 1 minute is all that separates the three top mixed teams in this race. If I go back over and look at the women who have come through the gate so far, there's just 2 women's teams through the gate so far. Team Surspot, Annika Eriksson of Sweden and Maria Ekstedt of Sweden. In fact, we've only 4 Swedish women through the gate so far. In second place, the mother and daughter team of Team Puppy TS Mad. So there's a difference there of just 2 minutes and 1 second there. As you could see, as Åsa was trying to interview the elite groups there, the ones who are really at the front and trying very, very hard to win this race, their objective here today is to win. It's not just to finish, it's not just to get a good time. Anything other than winning is going to represent failure for these guys. They're not taking the time to talk to Åsa. They're taking very, very little time to take some water, some drinks on board, and then they just go ahead and they hit the race again. So they're out there back on the track again. Those who come slightly further back, who are quite happy just to continue and to make it to the end of the race, they had time to talk to her a little bit. The participants are telling us that the conditions are very, very good out there. We can see here that they're just preparing to get into the water again. No, they're just leaving the Red Bull Sprint energy station there. So we have some of the men's teams coming in there slightly further behind. I'm just going to check to see how many men's teams have passed through there now. We had 10 the last time I looked, and now, yeah, there's a good few of them now. Now we have 26 of the men's teams have passed through there. So at the moment, the time span there is 22 minutes. So it's 22 minutes since the leaders of head swimming, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak, the reigning World Swimrun World Champions, passed through there. 46 seconds behind them were Team Milebreaker Uppethav, and after them, the early leaders in the race, Enervit Sweden, have dropped to third place, a minute and 7 seconds behind the leaders. So that's how it looks on the leaderboard now. The Red Bull Sprint Prize has been awarded, head swimming winning the men's category there. There's another sprint prize coming up, the Ad Nature Sprint Prize, a little bit later in the day, but there's plenty to keep them going, to keep them paced throughout the race here as they go along. As I say, the leaderboard is looking pretty good there. We can pretty much see who's going to be in there with a shout of winning this later on in the day. We have some tough competition there between the men. The interesting thing to see there, as I say, is the fact that they are very, very tight together there. There's only a minute or 2 minutes after almost 2 hours of racing, and there's only a minute or 2 minutes between the whole lot of them. We are going to hand back over to Åsa now, who's at the Red Bull Sprint Challenge gate. Åsa, over to you. And I'm afraid we've lost the feed there. We've lost the feed to the Red Bull Sprint Challenge gate. One of the challenges, of course, that we have here is that the 4G coverage can be a little bit up and down. There's an awful lot of people out there using the same network today as we go along. There'll be an awful lot of Instagram builders, Instagram pictures. If you'd like to send a question to us, if you're sitting watching at home this morning or this afternoon or this evening, wherever you are, you can send a question to us on Twitter using the hashtag #OTILLÖ14. That's OTILLÖ14 for this year's race. Send the question to us, and I certainly won't be able to answer it, but our experts out in the field, Anders and Åsa, will be. A little bit later on, we're going to have Anders standing here beside me, and I'll be putting your questions and indeed a few of my own to him a little bit later on. I think we could go back, we can go back to the Red Bull Sprint Prize gate. We might have Åsa to talk to us there, but we can see as we're coming through there, they're picking up the energy drinks and the water as they go along. And now we're going to try to make contact with Åsa again there and see if she can talk to us. Åsa, go ahead there. Yeah, we're having there's Åsa now. Unfortunately, Åsa can't hear us at the moment. We're hoping to get contact with her again. Now she's going to try to interview some of the participants.
How's everything going today?
Fine.
Are you feeling good? How are you feeling?
Good, thank you. Lovely.
First time?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the energy good?
Very good.
It tastes really nice?
Yeah, it does, actually.
Good job.
Thank you.
A lot of teams just running around here and a lot of camera teams too, so just trying to not be in the way. So, Petter and Joje here.
Hey.
Everything good?
Yeah, everything good.
How's the knee?
No, it's not good. It's a mental battle right now between me and my knee. But I will most definitely win.
Well, we're cheering you on.
Yeah, my knee can go to hell right now.
Okay, so we'll see if that was a smart decision or not later on.
It doesn't deserve to be on me.
Okay, so we have some peel poppings here, as well as the Red Bull and the Enervit Energy and some cinnamon buns, and later on there will be coffee too, so you have something nice to look forward to the whole time. Good luck.
Ligger vi till? Är det någon som vet det? How are we doing? In the middle?
Yeah, somewhere in the middle.
Bättre.
Yeah.
27 minuter efter
seger.
There we go. We're back again in the studio
So we
here.
are still
Interesting
waiting
to
for
see
the
Petter there
third.
and the struggle that he's having with his knee. It just goes to show that there are two parts to this race. One is the physical part of making it through a grueling 75-kilometer course, and the other is the mental aspect of it. If you're suffering from a small injury there, it's going to be very, very difficult to make a way around the course. But if you have the mental strength to do so, sometimes you can overcome these things. We might have a look at a little clip that we have from yesterday. Like many extreme sports, this race attracts all sorts, from marathon runners and cross-country skiers and sprinters to professional athletes and even some Swedish rappers. Peter Askegren, that we just saw there, is more known for his microphone skills than his athletic prowess. But that may all change today if his knee holds up, as he and his teammates Joja try to take on this course. Relatively inexperienced as an athlete, Peter is together with Joja today, who has a 6th place in the ÖTILLÖ race under his belt, and together they explain to Anders what it is that they intend to bring to the party here on ÖTILLÖ today.
Okay, I'm here with a nature runner's word, Petter Askegren and Joja Borsén. Welcome to Sandhamn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect conditions, right?
Yes, absolutely. So, why racing ÖTILLÖ?
Why not?
Why not? Great adventure, and I've been into training and running, and I think it's more fun than when you try new challenges like this. So, I mean, Joja taught me swimming, and now I can swim almost.
Yeah, we started this project 9 months ago, and then we figured that we might as well start with something that is really big. And ÖTILLÖ is one of the biggest challenges you can do. And Petter was into it, and I mean, it wasn't like very hard to convince to do this. So we train now for 9 months, and we're ready.
Great. And what do you think is your biggest strength as a team?
I don't know what the English word for it, but in Sweden it's called pannben, and I guess it's
forehead.
Forehead, yeah. We have a strong will, of course, since we're not the fastest ones, but I think our will is our biggest strength, definitely. And Petter has become a good swimmer, so we will definitely be top 30% on the first swim.
For me, it's like dropping out is not an option. So the whole thing for me is like to make it to the finish line. So that's the challenge for me. So I don't really care how fast everybody else is. The only thing I'm going to care about is that me and Joja make the finish line. So since he's been training a lot more than me, so I think he will take me to the finish line.
And Joja, you have done the race before, 6th place at 2011. What do you think is the best part and the worst part of the course?
Well, I've been racing Ironman and for quite some time. I've done Hawaii and when I was racing here, when I crossed the finish line, I said never again. But as you remind me of, I came back, and I think the best thing about this race is the adventure. Being out in the archipelago, in the Swedish archipelago for like 10, 13 hours, and just being a part of nature as you get really close to water and everything. So I don't see it as there's no such thing as the worst thing, but it's just hard times, I think, yeah.
So what does the race plan look like for you guys tomorrow?
I hope my knee works the whole race, and I have a little issue with my knee, and I did Engadin in the summer, and it was a really beautiful race, but it was long and it was cold, and I hope this is going to be not as cold as Engadin, but probably it's going to be a bit cold in the morning, I think. But like Joja said, it's going to be a beautiful race, and the Swedish archipelago is one of the most beautiful places in the world, so just enjoy the ride,
Yeah, we have the basic plan is just to make it with a good amount of distance to the cutoffs. So we will take cutoff by cutoff and not being pulled off the course. And if we do anything, extraordinary out of that, that's a bonus. But just making it to the finish line will be a big win for us.
Yes, okay. I'm sure you will make it to the finish line, and I wish you the best of luck tomorrow and see you on the course.
Thank you very much.
I see you in the bar at Ute Värdshus when I'm drinking a very, very nice Pinot Noir.
That's good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
There you go. Petter advising us to just enjoy the ride, and it's very much something that we're doing here in the Stockholm archipelago this morning. It's a beautiful morning here in Sweden, and we can tell you that Head Swimming are currently leading the men's race. They're 46 seconds ahead of Team Milebreaker Uppetov and Ennevid Sweden in third place there in the men's race here. We're over 2 hours into it now. In the women's race, Team Surspot are leading from Team Puppy TS Mad, who've come through the Red Bull Sprint Gate, the only two women's teams through there so far. And in the mixed class, we have Team 2XU Mix, Team Adeptic, and Say No to Doping. That's your 1, 2, 3 there in the mixed race at the moment. We're going to take a little brief pause now from the live pictures that we're sending you. We'll be back around about 8:30 local time here in Sweden. That's about 24 minutes away when we expect to have the latest update. They should be coming through the latest gates there at that point, so we'll be able to update the leaderboard again. We're going to leave the live stream running with just our logo in the background there, but we will cut back in if anything exciting happens on the course. So go get a cup of coffee, a bite to eat, and we'll see you back here very shortly indeed from the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championships. Good morning and welcome back to ÖTILLÖ in the Stockholm archipelago, where I'm standing at the finish line of the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship race. We started this morning just before 6 o'clock at dawn. The 240 racers took off from Sandhamn. They're now about 20 kilometres into the race. We've been broadcasting most of the morning. We've had a short pause there. We're going to come back to you now just to update you on the situation with the leaderboard, and then we'll be back live in about 10 minutes' time. Since we last spoke to you about 15 minutes ago, they passed by the Munka Energy Station, and the times there, well, it's starting to get interesting. The head swimming team continue to lead. They're 2 hours and 21 minutes and 23 seconds into their race. They're 50 seconds ahead of Team Milebreaker Uppetov, Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson from Sweden. Those two teams were ranked first and second coming in, and they're first and second in the race at the moment. An interesting thing happened because head swimming were actually leading by a bigger margin at the previous time slot. So Team Milebreaker Uppetov, they've actually made up a little bit of time in the meantime. The early leaders, Enervit Sweden, are still in third place, but they're 4 minutes and 14 seconds back. Not a huge margin this early in the race, but still considerable. So we're starting to see that maybe the two teams that are currently out in front are probably going to be staying there for the rest of the race. Team B Quick Redovisning with Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren are there in fourth place, 6 minutes and 6 seconds after the first place team. Antti, as we know, was suffering from stomach flu last night and early this morning. It was touch and go whether he would make the race at all, but he's out on the course, and himself and Marcus are doing very, very well indeed. At the moment, we estimate that they're about 19 to 20 kilometres into the race at the moment. The next checkpoint there is on Nämdö North, and that will be up in about 10 minutes' time. For those of you watching the clock for groups further down the field, there's a cut-off point coming at the Red Bull Sprint Challenge Energy Station, which is a little further back the course. The teams had 25 minutes left, only 25 minutes left to make it to that point. If they don't make it by then, the gate is closed, their race is over. And as race director Michael Lamel was telling us a little bit earlier on, if you haven't made there by 9 o'clock, maybe you haven't planned your race all that well, and maybe you shouldn't have been here to begin with. So what we're going to do now is we're going to cut away for a little while. We're going to go searching for the live pictures, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes time when we get to the next time checkpoint. So we'll see you then.
And we have the start. They're all looking really excited, just pulling through.
So basically. Good morning and welcome back to ÖTILLÖ here for the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championships race. We're just at the finish line here, but it will be a long time before any of the competitors pass by. They've gone through about 20 kilometres of the race here. I'm just going to bring you up to date with how the leaderboard looks at the moment. In the men's category, Team Head Swimming are out in front there by a margin of just 50 seconds from Team Milebreaker Uppetov. In third place, we have Enevit Sweden there in third place, a further 4 minutes back. If we look at the women at the moment, we just have the two teams that have passed the Munka Energy Station and the Time Station there. Team Surspot are in the lead, 2 hours 48 minutes and 18 seconds into their race, with Team Puppy TS Mad in second place, 2 minutes and 55 seconds behind. Quite tight at the top there. If we go to the mixed class, we will see that 3 teams have passed by. The Finnish Dutch team of Say No to Doping IDTM has gone from third place into first place. So they're leading the race now from Team Adeptic, 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind them, and a further 3 seconds behind. So it's tight between second and third. Team 2 by You Mix are in third place in the mixed class. We've had a beautiful morning start, and we're going to take a look back over the action that started just before dawn here in the Stockholm archipelago.
They're all looking really excited, just pulling through.
So basically you'll see as they make their way to the end of this first short run, they'll be hitting the water for the very first time. This is the first big shock of the day. They hit the water, it's very, very cold. They've only been up for about an hour or 2 hours or so. You warm up at the very beginning, but then when standing on the starting line, you tend to cool down a little bit as well. So we're not too far off hitting the water for the first time. It's the first big shock of the day, as I say. As you can see, it looks very, very pleasant here as they set out towards the first swim here, running through a little bit of forest now. And as we can see from the pictures from the boat here, the first swimmers are now in the water and making their way. You can see behind them there as the rest of the competitors stream down towards the water's edge. This is where it gets really tough. The first couple of strokes in the water, trying to get ready for trying to prepare and to adjust oneself now.
They have actually been a lot off course when they started swimming. That's one of the hardest things doing a long open water swim, is to actually locate where you're gonna go up. But if you spot far off in the background, you can see a Torén and Jesper Svensson. It could be them. They are very strong swimmers.
There are 9 energy stations, as they're called, throughout the course.
Coming up from the water, 1.6k close behind, so. And now when we have started the day the best way we can,
See that they're coming in land now. They're just running across the stones here. And they will be coming to the first energy station as they go along here. This is the first chance they've had.
Number 2, mile breaker öppet hav with Daniel Hansson and Lelle Moberg.
It's a great day and the weather is a bit too good in a way, but otherwise with the sun and everything it's going to be a great race.
And Paul, team 1, they're actually taking them and they pulled away from the other team. First, good job. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, very nice.
Nice weather.
Oh, perfect.
Everything good?
Yeah, everything good.
How's the knee?
No, it's not good. It's a mental battle right now between me and my knee. But I will most definitely win.
Well, we're cheering you on.
Yeah, my knee can go to hell right now.
Okay, so we'll see if that was a smart decision or not later on.
It doesn't deserve to
Swedish
be.
rapper Petter there at the end of that report saying that he's struggling not just with the course and the length of it and the grueling nature of it, but also with a knee injury. We hope to see him here at the finish line in a few hours' time. It's a bit tough going, but I think maybe he'll make it. At the moment, as we say, Team Head Swimming are in the lead. They've passed the Red Bull sprint gate a long time ago. The rest of the teams have 10 minutes to get to that gate. If they don't get to that gate in 10 minutes, their race is over. It's closed. That's it. So we hope that all the teams, or certainly as many as possible, will make it through that gate and make sure that they make it through the race for the rest of the day. Our reporters out in the field are on Nämndö North at the moment, where the next time gate or time measurement is about to happen. Anders, over to you.
Anders.
Welcome back. We're right now at Nämndö North and we are waiting for the first teams to arrive. And here you see first team. It's Team Head Swimming with Björn and Paul, the current world champions. And right after them it's milebreaker.com öppet hav with Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson. And Daniel really wants to win this year. He said to me yesterday, because he has been chasing the first place for so many years. And this year he has teamed up with Lelle, who is the winner of 2012 and a really good swimmer. And after them it's the third team in the water, and I think it's Team Enervit with Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson. And at the latest checkpoint they were around 4 minutes after the leading team. And at the latest checkpoint at Munkö, Daniel Hansson and Lelle Moberg was around 50 seconds after Björn and Paul. So maybe they have gained some seconds. And the races has been running 19 Ks before they get up here at Nämndö North, and been swimming 5 Ks. So they have done half the swimming of the race, but only 1/3 of the running. They have still 45 Ks left of hard running over the islands of the Swedish archipelago. And to get here they have done 8 runs and 8 swims, and they have 15 runs and 14 swims left. So you can say this is 1/3 of the race, and I think right now starting to see the bigger picture of the race, and this is the top teams that will chase each other down to ÖTILLÖ. And you see the hand paddles that Björn and Paul wear, and they also have pool buoys to give their legs a little bit of floating to get faster in the water. And if you compare to last year's world record, 8 hours and 35 minutes, Björn and Paul is around 6 minutes behind schedule, so they go faster this year. And I think it's almost perfect conditions. You see Björn and Paul. Björn is first and Paul goes after. And Björn and Paul has taken Swimrun to another dimension, I think, because they really work as a team. Now you can look how fast they are up. There's a little bit confusion of the right way. Paul chasing Björn. And you won't see it, but the fourth team is in the water. And I think it's Be Quick with Ante Antonov and Marcus Hultgren. Because at the latest checkpoint they were the fourth team and they were 6 minutes after Björn and Paul. And what's waiting for the runners when they get up here is 8.3 Ks of running. First they will run on some trails and then they have a lot of gravel roads to run on. So I think Björn and Paul will go very fast because they're quick on the flat terrain. And Lellen and Daniel, you see them in the picture right now, going up. They're very good on technical running. And going up on the cliffs, it's very wet, but these guys has done this before. Lelle Moberg won ÖTILLÖ 2012, and I think he wants another victory. And as I said, Daniel Hansson has never won ÖTILLÖ. He has been second as his best, and that was 2010 when he and his friend Johan Hasselmark was 3 minutes after Jonas Kolting and Gordon Byrne. Here you see the third team, and I think it's Team Enervit Sweden with Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson. They were second team at Engadin Swimrun. They are very, very good swimmers, but they're not as strong runners as Björn and Paul and Lelle and Daniel. And the last island before Nämndö here, Käckskär, very technical running, almost climbing, and also the 2 islands before that was very, very technical running. So I think there can be a bigger spread between the teams right now, because the teams that are more weak in the terrain will lose some time. Yes, it's Team Enervit Sweden, number 14, Jesper Svensson, Mike Thorén. And these guys are quite new to swimrun, and they're going very, very well today. Maybe we have them on the podium if they can keep up the running. You see how wet it is, very hard to get up. And the more teams arriving, the more wet will the stones get. So the last teams will have some problems getting up. And you see they have these short legs on the wetsuit, so the running will be easier. And also they have cut the arms off, so they don't get so hot when they run. So 8.3 Ks of running are waiting for them right now. And if nothing special has happened, this should be team number 4, Be Quick redovisning with Ante Antonov, who is racing ÖTILLÖ for the 6th time in a row, and he goes together with Marcus Hultgren, who has done ÖTILLÖ I think 3 or 4 times. Last year this team finished up just beside the podium on the 4th place, and I know that especially Marcus, who hasn't been on the podium before, Ante has won ÖTILLÖ. Marcus really wants to get on the podium this year.
Back with the sound from the studio here. We're now coming into the strong part for the leaders. Team head swimming, Björn Englund from Sweden and Paul Krochak of Canada. Of course, they set the course record last year of 8 hours and 35 minutes. They're 6 minutes inside the split times that they need to do the world record. So we could be looking at another world record here today in the Stockholm archipelago. As Paul was telling us a little bit earlier on in an interview, he doesn't really like the long swims. So the swimming part is not his strength, and yet they've now done pretty much half of the swimming in the race, and they're 6 minutes ahead of world record time, and of course they're leading the field by 1 minute and 5 seconds. They have an 8.3 kilometer run here now on Nämndö, which basically is appealing to their strengths. So Paul will be hoping now to stretch out that lead somewhat ahead of the strong swimmers Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson of Team Milebreaker Öppet Hav in second place. Öppet Hav means open sea in Swedish, and I think that's a sign, if nothing else, that they do really enjoy the swimming part more than the running. But they're now into the strong suit of team head swimming. So Björn Englund and Paul Krochak will be hoping to extend their lead a little bit more than that. Again, we'd like to extend a welcome to our viewers from around the world who are following the race here this morning online. It could be the evening, it could be the afternoon where you are. Don't touch that dial. We will be here with you from now until the end of the race. As I say, at the moment it looks like it'll be in 8 hours and 29 minutes total time, but we'll see how that pans out. There's still an awful long distance to go. The men's leaders are now about a third of the way through their race. As Anders was telling us there live, there's a man on crutches standing on the stones there. It's going to get very slippery quite close to where he is. So he might want to watch himself, or else he might be in a wheelchair rather than crutches reasonably soon. You can see it's tough to get out of the water there for the swimmers. The more people that come up there, as you see another slip there, the more people that come up there, the wetter it gets. So the teams that are coming behind them, the women's teams, mixed teams, that kind of thing, it's a big benefit to get there early if you want to get out quickly and safely. You can see as they take off through the 8.3 kilometers there. The time in Sweden is now 1 minute past 9. So the Red Bull Energy Station gate is now closed. If the teams haven't made it to the gate at this point, their race is over. There's a cut-off there. So if they haven't made it there, we will bring you news as soon as we can of which teams haven't made it to the gate in time, and we'll try to talk to some of the people there. In the meantime, I think Åsa out in the field is ready to speak to us. My apologies, we don't have Åsa out in the field at the moment. We're going back to pictures here now of the swimmers coming in towards Nämndö North. A total of 4 men's teams have made it in there so far. The leaders head swimming, Team Milebreaker Öppet Hav in second place. Enervit Sweden came 3 minutes and 19 seconds behind the leaders. Interestingly, team number 4, Be Quick Redovisning, have come in 6 minutes and 35 seconds after the leaders head. Antti Antonov has had some stomach problems last night. He's swimming together with Marcus Hultgren, and they've now made it onto dry land, and they started the 8.3 kilometer run. If we go back to the Munkö Energy Station, we can have a look and see which of the women's teams have passed by there. There are now 4 teams on dry land there at Munkö. Team Surf Spot leading the women's race. That's Annika Eriksson and Maria Edstedt of Sweden. Another pair of Swedes in second place. Puppy TS Mad, that's the mother and daughter team of Bibben Nordblom and Charlotta Nilsson. Team 2QTRI are making their first appearance on the leaderboard today. They've made a big jump there. We can see that Jenny Nilsson and Magdalena Trumstedt of Sweden are there, but they're 14 minutes behind. So they're on a podium position now, but they're going to have to struggle if they're going to make up the space to second place. Team Sankan there in second place, Sanna Duvebrandt and Annika Åström of Sweden. So of the top 8 athletes in the top 4 teams, we have only one non-Swede, and Sanna Duvebrandt of Finland there, close neighbour of course to Sweden, almost 20 minutes there behind the leaders. If we go from the same timing point and we look at the mixed category, we can see that our Finnish Dutch friends from Say No to Doping, of course, we saw an interview with them there earlier on. Jasmina Glad Schreven and Thomas Schreven are leading that race there. They told us earlier on that they have a background in athletics, not the kind of athletics you might expect. They weren't long distance runners, marathon runners. They actually have a background in the 400 and 800 meters. We see our participants climbing out of the waters here. You can see that flotation devices are very, very helpful, usually to lift the legs. The legs are what provide most of the weight in the water, and that's what keeps most of the effort going, is to keep the legs pumping. So you'll see many with something attached to one or both legs just to help them through on the longer swims today. Again, on the leaderboard, just for the mixed, to keep you up to date with that, Team Adeptic are in second place, 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind Say No to Doping, and Team 2XU Mix, the Swedes of Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén, just 3 seconds behind them. But the pictures we're seeing of at the moment are the men arriving on Nämndö North. We have a total of, I think it's about 5 or 6 teams that have arrived there now. We have 5 teams indeed. That was Team Actich that we were watching coming out of the water there. Rasmus Enlund and Fredrik Haglund, the latest to make it on. The gap from them to the leaders at the moment is 9 minutes and 33 seconds. The race has been underway now for a total of 3 hours and about 10-11 minutes here. So they're quite a ways into the race, about a third of the way into the race for the men's leaders. We're going to have a look at the map now and have a look at where Nämndö is in relation to all of the other islands. You can see the beginning there, the very top of the picture, the very north of the picture there would be at Sandhamn. So they've come across Sandhamn there, heading west, moving on to the islands there. The Red Bull gate you can see there, just sort of at the top of the picture before they head south. That was where the first prize was handed out. The early part of the race there was being led by Team Enervit Sweden, but they fell away quite drastically there, and Team Head Swimming were able to take the men's prize in the Red Bull sprint competition, just ahead of Team Milebreaker Uppetov. Since then, they've been heading south. There was a bit of trail running to be done there across very, very difficult terrain. Anders described it for us earlier on as being more like climbing than running before the team hit the water again on the swim to Nämndö. So we have our 2 teams out in the field. We're just trying to make contact with them now to see whereabouts they are. We're going to go back to Nämndö North, where we have more participants in the water there. I think we're looking at one of the men's teams there. Can't quite see who we have there in the water, but they're making their way forward. 5 of the men's teams, as I said, no mixed teams, no women's teams have made it to Nämndö yet, but 5 of the men's teams. As Mikael Lemmel, race director, described to us earlier on, and a man who's taken part in this competition on several occasions, told us he expected that the stronger teams in the race would make an early burst, so to speak, and then not only that, but they would continue to increase the distance as time went on there, and that's very, very much what's happened here. The top 3 teams, Head Swimming, Team Milebreaker Uppetov and Enervit Sweden, have very much gone out on their own there. We mentioned there earlier on that the course record holders, Björn Englund, Paul Kroshak, we're looking forward to talking to them a little bit later on to find out exactly why they seem to be able to put a distance between themselves all throughout the day. From the very beginning, they started off, Enervit took the lead, but they soon caught up, they won the sprint prize, and now they're on the 8.3 kilometre run across Nämndö North now, so they'll be hoping to increase that gap even further. They set the world record last year of 8 hours and 35 minutes for the entire course, 6 minutes inside that time, so we could be seeing another world record on the run here. The conditions are very, very good this morning. We were told earlier on that the temperature in the water is around about 16 degrees, quite warm for this time of the year. The organisers were expecting it to be 10 to 15. I'm sure the athletes will be very, very pleased that it's at the higher end of that scale. The air temperature getting warmer all the day. You can see behind me that the sun is shining. The waters here behind me on ÖTILLÖ, where the race will finish later on, are very, very calm, slightly more choppy a little bit further north where the races are at the moment, so there's a little bit of turbulence there. They also have to deal with turbulence from the 20 to 30 boats that follow the race for their safety. We have camera crews out there watching them, and we also have medical and first aid teams there looking after them. We're now going to go over to Åsa, who has an update from out in the field. Over to you, Åsa.
The swish one. Hey! Welcome to Nämndö. And the time just flies by on this beautiful day out here in the Stockholm's archipelago, and we are waiting for Ed Nature's sprint prize. The racers are racing to get the sprint prize from Ed Nature, and we believe that head swimmer has pushed away from Team Milebreaker. We'll see soon. We know they're already entered Nämndö North, and I hope you have seen it as well. And they are now running down here towards us to Ed Nature's Sprint Prize. Everything is calm here right now. People are just getting ready, set up for some energy to boost everyone who's coming in here. And hopefully we'll see the teams coming running down here on these beautiful trails here. I believe the run here on Nämndö will be not the hardest one of the day. It will be pretty good. They've been out about 3.5 hours when they reach us. And of course the slower teams will have been out for almost 4.5 hours. We have a cutoff here as well at 12 at noon. So we hope that all the teams will pass us by here before that, so we don't have to say goodbye to anyone this soon. But they will be reaching us in maybe 10 minutes or so, the fastest team. And then the slower team, they will just be dropping in a little later. So we'll see you back soon.
And we're back here in the studio on ÖTILLÖ. As I say, this line just in front of me here is the goal that everybody has today. Everybody wants to make it across this line. We have yet to hear if anybody has been cut off at the Red Bull gate at the moment. The cut-off there was 9 o'clock about 10 minutes ago. So we're just waiting to hear from the race organisers if anybody has been dispatched at this early stage. Now, yesterday, we took the time to talk to some of the participants and some of the organisers that we have on here. We talked earlier on to some of the mixed teams, some of the women's teams, and indeed the race leaders, Björn and Paul, who also won last year and set the world record. But a race covering 26 islands and 75 kilometres doesn't just happen by itself. There's actually months of planning that go into organising every aspect of the race, and a huge team is involved behind the scenes in everything from ensuring the safety of the athletes to enabling you to watch the race from the comfort of your home. Our ÖTILLÖ expert Anders Svärd spoke to race organiser Matt Scott yesterday about the logistical challenges, which are almost as tough as the 75-kilometre race itself.
I'm here with Matt Scott, race director of ÖTILLÖ. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
ÖTILLÖ is a big logistic operation, and can you tell us more about the preparations for the race?
It's a very nice challenge to organize the race with the logistics. We have about 30 boats in the organization. We have 40 people on land that are manning the energy station and the timing stations. And it's all boat transport, and we have a big logistic schedule for that to get everyone on the right spot in the right time and with the right gear. And so it's I love it. I think it's really, really nice challenge.
Okay, and all those people, where do you find them?
It's volunteers that contact us and ask if they can help, and then we work with a university up in Åre, in north of Sweden, the students of outdoor events, so they come and help us as well.
And what's your biggest challenge as a race director tomorrow?
I think to make as many people, to make all the races very, very happy with the race, and so the volunteers are sharing on, and it's a good feeling along the course. Because I know they will be super, super tired, but I want to have a good feeling throughout the race, throughout the day.
Okay, and I know that you and Micke always want to develop the race, and is there anything new for this year's race?
Yeah, we have a few more volunteers, so we were a bit tight last year with the placing out of the timings, so and just arriving with the timing stations 1 minute ahead of the first races. So now we will have plenty more time to be able to organize that.
And what is your biggest fear of tomorrow's race?
Of course, it's an accident. That's my biggest fear.
Okay, and what do you expect from tomorrow's race, the 9th edition of ÖTILLÖ?
The conditions looks perfect. It's an easterly wind, and and not that much wind, so they will help the races to. And it's partly cloudy and 14 degrees in the air and about between 10 to 15 degrees in the water. So I think it's perfect conditions, and I hope we will get more than 100 teams to finish the race.
Will we see a new time record?
I think we will have a new record.
Oh, that's great.
And I think, and I hope, that we will have a mixed team amongst the top 5.
Oh, okay, I see. And last question, what's your advice to the race tomorrow, to the racers?
Keep on moving all the time, never stop. And fill up your energy throughout the day in a regularly, so you never drop in energy.
Okay, thank you very much, and see you tomorrow at the race.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Keep moving all the time is the advice from race organiser Matt Scott. One man out on the course who's been keeping moving all morning is Björn Englund, and I'm joined now by Björn's mother Anita, who's here to support him. Anita's a little bit nervous, so we're going to talk in Swedish maybe, and I'll just translate what Anita says. Anita, hur känns det?
Det känns bra eftersom de leder.
Anita's very happy that they're leading at the moment. Hur har Björn förberett för det här loppet?
Ja, han har ju gjort en del tävlingar och han var där i Schweiz och vann. Och ja, han tränar hela tiden.
Okay, so Björn has been taking part in several races so far this year. They were at the qualifying race in Switzerland, and which they won, of course, and he trains all the time. Blir du nervös när han tävlar sen?
Ja, lite nervös blir jag. Men vi är ju vana, vi var ju ofta och tittade på honom i Kalmar när han gjorde triathlon där. Mm. Det var årets happening då. Mm. Och nu är jag glad att kunna vara här.
Anita is delighted to be here, but of course she's not as nervous as she usually is because sometimes she's been to see his triathlon races in the past. We're going to have to leave it there, Anita. Thanks very much for speaking to us. Now we're going over to Åsa where we have some more pictures.
Team number 1 going down, taking the sprint prize. They didn't look as happy as they did on the last sprint prize. So I'm sure they're really getting into the focus, getting into the zone. I believe they had 50 seconds or even more when they got up on this island to do the Nämndö North. And they will now just go down, take some energy, beep the time chip, and then actually come right back up this way. So we will get to see Björn and Paul twice before we see the second team, I would guess, if they haven't put in a sprint here. I believe that team mile breaker will be in second position, and that would be Lelle and Daniel. And I'm sure that they will look just as focused as Björn and Paul as well. So now it's all about putting some time behind, and they're already coming back here now. So we will actually see Paul and Björn passing us by here, and they are putting a lot of time between them and Team Milebreaker, and maybe they get to see each other, meet each other here, and they can see that they have everything under control. Maybe the race is already over. We hope not. We hope that the other team can put up a fight. Paul and Björn won last year too.
An interesting concept there at the Nature Sport Prize has been taken by Team Head Swimming. Of course, they took the first sprint prize that we had this morning as well. They took the Red Bull sprint prize there. Interesting that they come back down the same road because they're going to be probably meeting the second team coming up. So this is the first time that they kind of come eye to eye with anybody since very, very early in the race. They'll have some idea themselves now of the gap that is between the two of them. We see Åsa standing there watching the second place team coming past. We see everything updated here in real time on our website, which is ÖTILLÖ.se. You can follow the whole thing. I'm just looking now. The Ad Nature Sprint Prize timing station. Head Swimming arrived there 3 hours, 21 minutes and 24 seconds into their race. Any second now, the second place team are going to show up there as well. And we'll see what the lead is for Björn Englund of Sweden and Paul Krochak of Canada. Of course, we had Björn's mother, Anita, who was just here telling us about Björn's preparation for the race. She was saying that he's very much into triathlon competition in the Swedish city of Kalmar, where he's competed for many years. He was there and won the Swiss qualifying competition that was held earlier on this year as well. Team Milebreaker have clocked in at the Ad Nature Sprint Prize time station. They are 2 minutes and 22 seconds. 2 minutes and 22 seconds behind the leaders of Team Head Swimming. So that's a minute and 17 seconds. The leading team, Team Head Swimming, have opened a lead of an extra 1 minute and 17 seconds. So they lead in total by 2 minutes and 22 seconds now from Team Milebreaker up at top. So they've increased their lead considerably. Perhaps not surprising, because that was the strong suit, as Paul Krochak from Canada was telling us early on. He likes the running, not a big fan of the long swims, likes the running. He got out there on that 8.3 kilometre run and really made it count, extending the lead by another 1.17 seconds. We're going to leave it over to Anders now, who's out in the field. Anders.
We have 11 teams on the ground, and now the 12th team has passed the time checkpoint, and there's a lot of teams here in the water, and it's a beautiful weather, as you see. And we're waiting for the first mixed team, and I think you can see them over there. I think it's the first mixed team, and I know there has been some changes. Before it was team 2XU that was in the lead, and runners up in the mixed class was Adeptic, and third place was IDTM from Finland and Netherlands. And now at the latest checkpoint at Munkö, I know that IDTM was the first team, and they were also very, very fast at Ute Swimrun and won the mixed class and was fourth overall. So very, very exciting to see if it's still them in the lead. And a couple of minutes ago, Björn and Paul passed here as the first team, and they're still in the lead down at Nämndö, a nature sprint prize. And you see all the swimmers coming here. They have the usual equipment, hand paddles, and some of the teams also wear cordon between the team partners, and that's because the strongest swimmer can drag the weaker one. And that's also a very common thing to do on the long runs, that if you're weak for the time, your partner can take the lead with the cord and give you some extra help. Now you see green swim caps, and that's the first mixed team. And there are also green caps behind them and behind them. So here you see the top three mixed teams, and this will be very exciting to see which team is first up here at Nämndö North. And when they up here, they have 8.3 Ks of running before next swim. And here at Nämndö, it's mostly running on gravel roads, so if you're a good flat runner, you can gain some time here. And out from this, I think the mixed class will be very, very exciting to follow today. There can't be more than 1 minute from the first team to the third one. We try to see which number it is on the race bib. And the first team it's 209, and that's Say No to Doping IDTM with Jasmina Glad-Schreven and Thomas Schreven, and they're from Finland and Netherlands. No, first team is 210. It's team 2xU mixed team, Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén. And this year they won Öloppet, the biggest swim run on the Swedish west coast. And they're very strong triathletes. And this is the first time I think they do ÖTILLÖ. And after them is 209 IDTM, the winners of Ute Swimrun mixed class, Jasmina and Thomas. And these guys are very, very strong runners, so I think they can gain some time here on Nämndö, because it's a lot of gravel road racing. So the first mixed team has to look at their back. And third mixed team, 200, Team Adeptic, last year's runners-up in mixed class, Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner. Okay, right now we're going back to Philip.
So they're amazing scenes that we're seeing there from Nämndö North, just as they were arriving there where Anders is. It appears that Team 2xU Mix is after making up a gap of 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Not just that, but they've taken the lead. So they've actually gone out in front there. Team Say No to Doping haven't come to land yet. They haven't landed yet on Nämndö North, as far as I can see there. Team 2xU Mix came in 14 seconds ahead of Say No to Doping. So they made up about almost 3 minutes there. We have a team coming into the Ad Nature Sprint Prize there. I think we have the first four men's teams have passed by there. We're just looking to see for the update there. Yeah, the first 4 teams have passed by there. And of course it is the 4 strongest teams, as we expected again. The leaders, Head Swimming, passed by there a little while ago. Next up came Team Milebreaker up at Tov, 2 minutes and 22 seconds after them. Team Enervit Sweden, the early leaders from Sandhamn today, back in a stable 3rd place ever since. 6 minutes and 51 seconds behind the leaders. And the 4th team, Team Be Quick Redovisning, with Antti Antonov of Sweden and Marcus Hultgren, 7 minutes and 59 seconds after the leaders. So the 4 main teams, if you like, have passed by down the road to Nämndö, turned around and come back again, passing each other as they go along there. So back on Nämndö North, I think we have the first of the mixed teams have just come in there. It's been a real turnaround from the Munkö Energy Station to Nämndö North, and it's gone really, really tight in the mixed situation. We're looking at the ladies, the first of the ladies competitors swimming across there. Certainly some of the ladies competitors coming in towards Nämndö North. We're just going to check to see here if any of the ladies that have come in land. So far we haven't seen any of them come in land, or certainly they haven't passed by the timing station just yet. The mixed teams, all 3 of them are now in land. Team 2xU Mix leading by 14 seconds. Very, very narrow when you think that we're a third of the way through the race. A 14-second lead from Say No to Doping. So there's a real battle going on there between the top 3 mixed teams. 1 minute and 7 seconds after the leaders, we have Team Adeptic, who came in there in 3rd place onto Nämndö North. Ahead of them now is the 8.3 kilometre run over Nämndö. Pretty good surface, that has to be said. Very much gravel road all the way through, if not all the way through, was certainly the largest part of it. That means that the strong runners are going to be very, very well served over this 8.3 kilometres, and that's where they will be able to make up the time. How this is going to turn out at the end of the mixed is going to be very, very interesting, because it seems that the lion's share of the swimming, if you like, is now over. About 5 kilometres of the total of 10 kilometres open water swimming has already happened for these teams. So now it's down to the runners to make their advantage count over the remainder of the race. There is still a long way to go, but this 8.3 kilometre stretch of running over Nämndö North here is certainly going to sort out the sprinters from the joggers, so to speak. We're going to go back to, we see them there running on Nemdö. That's Ad Nature, coming towards the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. The actual time station is just at the end of that, I wouldn't exactly call it a street, but the end of that trail there, you'll find them. No mixed team has made it yet. We don't have any women's teams, of course, that have made it yet. We have the 4 men's teams. This is the 5th men's team that we're watching coming in at the moment. We'll see who that is exactly. We're going to go back and see if any of the women have made it ashore at Nemdö North. Not yet, not just as yet. The 3 mixed teams are the only ones to have come to have landed there on Nemdö North. The Ad Nature Sprint Prize, of course, the second sprint prize of the day, was won by the leaders, Team Head Swimming. They started out at the first checkpoint we had this morning. I think they were in 4th place, but ever since then, they've turned on the gas burners and they're flying past everybody. They've been increasing their lead as they go along. Very interesting mix on that particular team there. The world record holders, Paul Krochak, the man who prefers the running, he's now out in his element across the grass trail of Nemdö North. They've done very, very well in that, and they had a 14th. Yes, yeah, we have pictures of from in the water now. They had a quite considerable lead when they got into the Ad Nature Prize. It was 1 minute and 5 seconds they were ahead of Team Milebreaker Uppatov, and 3 minutes and 19 seconds over Enervid Sweden. So I would imagine that they're probably going to make that over the rest of the running distances. Of course, the longest run of almost 20 kilometres is still to come, and I imagine that hopefully if Paul can pace it for Björn, that they will put even more distance there. We have Team 15 on the mixed side there. We're looking at them in the water, just about to come ashore there at Nemdö North. We'll find out who that is now in 1 second. There's many windows open here as we try to keep track of the 240 athletes that made it to the starting gate this morning. 120 teams representing 22 countries, and you can see now almost a third of the way into the race that the almost sprint-like front crawl swimming that took place on the first swim from Sandhamn, that has kind of disappeared, and now what we're getting is survival swimming as they try to make the long distances between the islands. They're not as quick out of the water, it has to be said. They're taking their time there. There's some tired legs there already, about 25 kilometres into the race there. We can see they're struggling to get up out of the water. This is the time when the lactic acid starts to kick in, the muscles start to stiffen up. Of course, they're coming out of the cold water, and they'll be expected to run for 8.3 kilometres now, which means this temperature switch from cold to warm is not going to help them. It's going to warm up the muscles lightly, maybe rightly. It may not be too stiff now, but of course they'll be hitting the water again in about 40 minutes' time. We can see they're stumbling over the rocks to get up there. We shall go back and have a look and see who has made it onto Nemdö North of the mixed teams now. We were watching one of the teams come in there. They haven't made it to the gate just yet. We'll see if we have any of the women's teams. Yeah, Team Surf Spot have made it in. Team Surf Spot have made it on to land at Nemdö North. They're 3 hours, 34 minutes and 14 seconds into their race there, and they're currently leading the women's race. We're looking at the second team there coming across there. That is Nemdö South. So we have our leaders have already reached the second checkpoint there on Nemdö South. So the 8.3 kilometres run is over. And the boys of Head Swimming there, that's Björn Englund and Paul Krochak of Canada, they have made it there. 3 hours, 36 minutes and 12 seconds into the race. If we take their time from last year, which was 8 hours and 35 minutes, they'll soon be halfway through the race. We were told earlier on that they were about 6 minutes ahead of world record time, that we could expect another record to be broken. And indeed, Matt Scott, one of the race organisers, said that when he saw the conditions, the weather conditions and the water temperature that were prepared for today, he thought that they could probably do it again. It's a very, very fast time. We're going to go over to Åsa now, who's out in the field. Åsa, over to you.
Okay, back here at Nemdö, and the teams are coming down here now. We've seen 5 teams, men's team already passing us by, and they are looking more focused now than earlier on in the race. And well, right now they feel, I would say that these teams would feel just fine. They just keep energy in their system. But the teams that will come later on, maybe in 4 hours, 4.5 hours, or right before the cutoff, they will feel a little more pain. A lot of things going on now in their systems when they've been doing maybe 1/3 or or so of the race. Of course, if you're feeling pain already this early on in the race, I hope it won't get worse, because it's a long ways left to the finish line. We are waiting for the mixed team, and we have another men's team. I was hoping for a mixed team or a women's team, but it's team number 6 coming down here, or number 3, but they're on 6th position. And you can see that they are not in pain right now, because if you were in pain, you wouldn't do that. So skipping around, jumping, having way too much energy, maybe you should tell them to to pace themselves a little harder if they have that much energy. But of course, they're enjoying the weather, they're enjoying the day, a lot of work. It's a long day. So you have to keep motivated, you have to keep yourself happy, and maybe talk to each other, even if you're tired, even if you're staying focused, you have to try to find all the positive things and just keep the energy coming into your body. If someone is empty on energy right now, when they come here to Ad Nature Sprint Prize, they will struggle, I would say, and maybe they won't even finish the race, even if they will pass us before noon or 12 o'clock, which is the cutoff time. They're just down now, taking some energy, and then it will come running right up, and we'll see if they would do some skipping and jumping as well when they do that. We can also see that the time between the teams are increasing a lot. Teams that work close together now are far apart. A lot of energy. They're putting in some more skipping and jumping the whole day long. And they're good swimmers. They have number 3 bib on because they were number 3 last year in ÖTILLÖ. So of course they are a little bit behind, but as I keep telling you, there's a lot of racing time left of the day. So of course things can happen, especially on the long run. That will be in the last third of the race. So if they're looking like this right now, I would say that they're doing a pretty good job. And I'm sure we will find other teams that have a harder time with the day.
Thank you, Åsa. Great to hear that competitive spirit coming out there. It's always nice to see that the athletes are still full of energy as they make their way around the course. But Åsa, a little bit critical there, thinking maybe they might have been wasting it a little bit. Great to see that eye of the tiger thing. I can tell you now that on Nämdö South, after the 8.3 kilometre run, we've had 2 men's teams that have passed through the time checkpoint there. Head swimming are still in the lead, 3 hours, 36 minutes and 12 seconds into their race. But Team Milebreaker Uppethav, that's Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson of Sweden, 4 minutes and 6 seconds behind. So those guys are way out in front now. I think Åsa mentioned there that the cut-off time there in Nämdö is 12 o'clock. It's now 9:36 a.m. in Sweden. So the other teams have 2 hours and 24 minutes to make it there. Now that sounds like an awful lot of time, but you have to remember that some of them haven't even made it to Nämdö North yet. So the guys who are out in front, they are so far out in front that the rest of the, even if they had jetpacks, some of the rest of the teams that are behind them wouldn't be able to catch them. That's how fast the real elite athletes are going here in this competition. Björn and Paul, of course, set the world record last year. They'll be looking to do the same this year, and they're flying ahead with it. I'm just going to check to see now if we have no women's teams have made it to the Ad Nature Sprint Prize yet, so that hasn't been decided yet. In the mixed class, we're not getting any information that any mixed team has passed the Ad Nature Sprint Prize yet. That said, I can tell you that there are 3 mixed teams on Nämdö North towards it. They're battling it out for that Sprint Prize, and it's going to be very, very interesting. Leading when they came to Nämdö North was Team 2 by You mix, Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén, but there was only 14 seconds from between them and Say No to Doping IDTM. That was Jasmine Glad Schreven and Thomas Schreven. 14 seconds of a gap. So anybody could make it there to the Ad Nature Sprint Prize and win that. 2,500 crowns was the first prize at the Red Bull Sprint Prize. I'd imagine it'd be something similar here as well. After them, 1 minute and 7 seconds back was Adeptic. Now, one of the things that a lot of the athletes have mentioned is the 8.3 kilometre race along, it's a foot race along Nämdö. They're out there they're on a good gravel track, so the runners are really at an advantage here. I see the fourth mixed team has finally made it onto the island there. It's going to be far too late for them to make the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. It's team SAF Marine Femkamp, so it's Gustav Wahlberg and Edith Blomqvist, both of Sweden there, but they came on to land 13 minutes after the three teams that are leading there. So it's going to be interesting to see who makes it to the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. 8.3 kilometers, as you could see from the map there, it's quite long. What you can't see from the map is the surface underfoot. We've seen earlier on this morning that we had runners running along rocks. Indeed, Anders described part of the race to us as being more like climbing than running. Now we have gravel tracks that are very much more suited to trail running, and the stronger runners will go well here. We're going to go back over to Anders in the field to receive an update from him. Over to you, Anders.
Okay, back at Nämnden North. 34 teams has passed, and now we're watching some teams coming up here. See if we can get some words. Team number 7. How do you feel?
Good.
Great.
Yes, it's good. It's good.
Where's your partner?
He's over there.
Okay.
Just waiting for him. Olle, come here.
Well, here we see 201. I think it's Miss Milebreaker, Erika Rosenbaum. How do you feel?
Great, thank you.
How's the water?
Quite cold, but it's okay.
Oh, great. See you. Erika has done a lot of ÖTILLÖ and is also working for Milebreaker. That's one of the energy sponsors here at ÖTILLÖ. And I know she's aiming for 11 hours today, and it's perfect conditions, so I think she and Thomas Ogander can make it. Here you see team number 17, team Pappe TS with Henrik Roström and Mattias Sebey. And Henrik Roström is, you see the cordon they have between them? How do you feel?
Mighty. Pretty good. Yeah.
How's the water?
It's Cold. pretty okay. I think it's okay. Yeah.
Good.
Cold.
Yeah. Short arms.
Short arms.
Yes.
So it's cold.
Okay,
Oh.
see you on the course.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That was Team Pappe TS. They were on spot number 20 last year. And I think they will go also them under sub 11 hours. So a lot of teams are arriving right now. And you should know that the teams that we see right now, these athletes are very good amateur athletes. It takes a lot to have this pace here.
Ja, du kan gå.
A lone runner, number 76. See if we can have some words from the teams. So 8.3 Ks of running from here down to Nämndö South. And at the middle of Nämndö they will pass Ad Nature Sprint Prize, and that's a big energy station with a lot of things to eat and drink. I know last year there were some sausage. And I know that right now we're waiting for Ad Nature Runner's Word with Joy Borsén and Petter Askegren. And Petter, for you outside Scandinavia who doesn't know him, it's one of Scandinavia's best rappers and artists, and he has done a swimrun year this year. Very good amateur athlete, and has done several swimrun races this year. And now is the final race, ÖTILLÖ. Looking good.
Huh?
Looking good.
Oh, looking good.
Looking good. How do you?
Top
40.
Top 40?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Petter wants Joje to run. Run, guys.
There you go. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen Petter in the top 40 here in Sweden, but most of the time it's on the hit list rather than in the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship. Having a great run out there today despite a very, very sore knee. He was saying yesterday that he wasn't even sure if he could take part. Now he's about a third of the way through the race. But of course, as we've always described in this race, the later it gets, the tough get tougher and the weak get weaker. So we're hoping that Petter's knee holds up. There's a man on a mission today, and we really hope that he makes it to the finish line here on ÖTILLÖ a little bit later on. An update from the men's competition. There's been a change in the top 4 placings. Head swimming are still leading the race. Team mile break are still in second place, but Be Quick Redovisning with Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren of Sweden, they are now in third place. They've pulled up back one place, and Enovit Sweden have dropped to fourth. There's not a whole lot in it. There's less than a minute between third and fourth place there. But again, it's interesting to note that Antti Antonov was another doubtful starter this morning. Suffered stomach flu last night, and again, like Petter, it was doubtful that he was going to make it to the start line at all. I'm going to have a quick look now, and we go to the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. Of course, Head Swimming won that, as they did the Red Bull Sprint Prize earlier this morning. We're going to see if any of the mixed teams have passed there yet. We haven't seen any pictures so far, and indeed the leaderboard shows that no mixed team has passed it just yet. And of course, the women's team usually come in behind the mixed teams, so none of them has passed it yet. That just goes to show for the viewers back home how well the elite men's teams are doing. There's 4 of them now who are so far on the course that there's a huge gap occurring between them. I don't know how many kilometers it is. I'm going to try to ask Anders and Åsa the next time we go back to them how big the distance is between the guys who are very much out in front and those who are bringing up the rear, so to speak. We're looking at pictures now of the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. This is the next timing station where that's decided, waiting on the mixed teams and the women's teams there to see who takes those prizes. As yet, nobody has come in there to claim them. Head swimming, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak, a very, very strong performance so far today. 2 sprint prizes, and now they are into the part of it they love most, which is the running. The swimming, or the worst part of the swimming, certainly is now over. No women or mixed teams in there just yet. So we're just waiting. We have some more images on the way now. They're coming out of the water here. As I mentioned earlier on, you can see this tiredness starting to kick in now. This is where the mental strength rather than the physical strength really comes into it. We've also seen several teams coming out of the water, and you get to see the teamwork at play here. You'll see the first person out of the water often encouraging the second person, going, come on, we have to get running. It's very, very cold when you get out of the water, of course, as anybody who's swum in the Stockholm archipelago will tell you. It's quite cold when you get up there, and the first thing you want to do is you want to get warm and dry. Nobody here is carrying a towel, of course, so all they have to do, the only way they can get dry, ladies and gentlemen, is to run. Let the wind do its work. They have 8.3 kilometers ahead of themselves when they get out of this particular stretch of water here. An 8.3 collection. As an 8.3 kilometer run, over a gravel track there, so it's pretty good, but the body should heat up again in that time there. It certainly hasn't proved to be a problem for our male athletes who are doing pretty well there. We have 8 of them out in front at the moment, and they're actually already leaving Nämdö, as some of the mixed and women's teams are still arriving, and indeed men's teams are further back the field. 240 athletes made it to the start today. We haven't heard of any injuries or of anybody breaking off the race because of that. We haven't heard of anybody being forced out because they missed the cut-off at the Red Bull gate. We have an interview coming up from North Nämdö. I think Anders is there. Or no, we're going to go to the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. We're going to go to North Nemda. Sorry, I was right first time round there. We have Anders there with an interview. Over to you.
Sure. One of the big sponsors of this race. How do you feel?
All good. It's perfect weather, nice conditions, and awesome competition.
Great. Tell us more. Why do you sponsor ÖTILLÖ?
Because it's the coolest race in the world. It's local. It's a really, really good event. It's Swimrun is growing really big in Sweden, so it's a nice business for us as well.
Great. If you compare this race this year to other races you have watched here at ÖTILLÖ, what do you think of this year's race so far?
It's really good conditions this year, so I reckon the winner team will be really fast. I think we can see it already that they're moving really fast.
And what do you think, which team will be first at the Ute Värdshus?
I think Team Head Swimming or Daniel Hansson and Lelle Moberg. They are really strong as well, so I reckon one of them.
Last question. When we'll see you in the Nature sponsor team racing ÖTILLÖ?
Perhaps Ute Swimrun next year.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you, Kalle.
Thank you.
See you. And now we're
have a winner in the Ad Nature Sprint Prize in the mixed division. We said when they arrived on Nemdo North, the lead was only 14 seconds for Team 2XU Mix. They have been overtaken by Say No to Doping. Say No to Doping have come in ahead of them to take the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. I think we see the second team coming in there. I don't know what the gap is. We'll very soon see what the gap is between Say No to Doping and Team 2XU Mix. Adeptic were slightly further behind there. 1 minute and 7 seconds was the gap there when they arrived on Nemdo North. We'll see now. Yeah, the gap is now 1 minute and 8 seconds. So Say No to Doping have made up the 14 seconds and taken a lead of 1 minute and 8 seconds over the 8.3 kilometre run down to the Ad Nature Sprint Prize gate. So that's a huge lead that they've taken altogether. It just goes to show again that we have specialists taking part here today. Some of them are runners, some of them are swimmers, and the Say No to Doping pair both have a background in athletics in 400 and 800 metres, and they have really made that count today on Nemdo to take the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. We're just looking to see now where they come back out again. Yeah, they're coming back out again now. The third team shouldn't be too far behind. We have some lovely pictures of them coming back out now again. We have the third ladies team is coming on to Nemdo North now, so the field is very much spread out over the islands of Stockholm archipelago. As you probably already know, we're covering 26 islands today, starting on Sandhamn and finishing here on Utö with me in a few hours' time. So they're very much spread out across the islands now. We have some of the ladies coming out at Nemdo North now. We can see them just coming out of the water there. We have to remember that some of the men are already leaving. They've already been all the way through the sprints and across the island there. We have Anders now over at Nemdo North. We had Anders there for a second. I think we've lost him again there. So we're just having a look now at the mixed teams. We have a good few mixed teams now. We have 7 in total who've made it onto Nemdo North. We're going to look and see which of the women's teams are on Nemdo North so far. We have 3 of them that have made it into so far. You see Team Surf Spot there. Now we have, if we go to the ladies team there, yeah, that would be great. We can see Team Surf Spot are still leading the race there. They have a lead of 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes to Team Puppy TS Mad. That's the mother and daughter team of Bibben Nordblom and Charlotta Nilsson, who've done very, very well here previously. Team 2QTRI, Jenny Nielsen and Magdalena Trumstedt in third place, 22 minutes behind. It looks to me that barring serious injury or somebody having to break off the race, it will be between Team Surf Spot and Team Puppy TS Mad for the women's title here today. They're way out in front at the moment, so we'll see where they get to. Of course, the women's Ad Nature Sprint Prize has yet to be decided. It's between those two teams, but certainly Team Surf Spot in the pole position to take that at the moment. We'll have a look at the mixed leaderboard now as well. If we take the Ad Nature Sport Prize there, if we move over one more to the Ad Nature Sport Prize, and if we have a look at the mixed category there, we can see that we have 3 teams in there. Adeptic have now come in there as well. Still very, very tight in the mixed class. If you remember, the women's class is about 4 minutes of a difference there, but here there's only 2 minutes and 31 seconds that is separating first place from third place. Say No to Doping in the lead there, winning the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. 3 hours, 53 minutes and 44 seconds into their race. Team 2 by You Mixed were 1 minute and 8 seconds behind them, with Adeptic 2 minutes and 31 seconds behind the leaders as they came to the Ad Nature Sprint Prize timing station. So it's all getting very exciting. The mixed class is definitely the one to watch. Matt Scott, the race organizer, told us that earlier on today, and that he expected maybe one of the mixed teams to make it into the top 5. Certainly if they keep going at this pace, they may very well do it. We have a freeze frame shot there from Ad Nature. We can see where the mixed teams came in there. I'm going to go ahead whilst we're bringing that picture to you and have a quick look at the men who are on Nemdo South at the moment. We have 7 men's teams ahead of the mixed teams at the moment. 7 men's teams. So it's going to take a lot now for one of the mixed teams to catch up and break into the top 5, as Matt Scott told us earlier on. It's very, very good conditions for them, but it may not be this year. It may take another year before they actually do make that breakthrough into the top 5 of the at the Swimrun World Championships here on Utö. Beautiful weather here today. It's very, very calm in the part of the archipelago where we are at the moment. The temperature is rising, expected to get to between 15 and 20 degrees. We heard earlier on that the temperature in the water is 16 degrees. It was very, very pleasant in the beginning. Half of the swimming is now over for the leaders. Half of the swimming now over. We've had about 5 kilometers of that. Now we're into the running phase, and now is where the marathon runners, the triathletes, will really start to shine. We're going to go back now and see how the women are getting along here on Nemdo North. Yeah, the first 4 teams are are on land now. The first 4 teams. Team Surfspot, Team Puppy, TS Mad, both on land there. Behind them, Team TQTRI have made it on land at Nemdo North there. If we take one step to the left on the picture you're seeing at the moment, we'll be able to see the women's teams there that we want to have a look at. We'll just select the women there. They're the mixed teams we're looking at now. We'll take the women. 4 teams on land there, which is very, very good for this stage of the day. Even as the field is spreading out, it's working out very, very well here for the elite teams in the women's section. You can see there between 3rd and 4th, there is a brilliant battle going on between 3rd and 4th there. There's less than a minute between Team 2QTRI, try saying that in a hurry, and Team Sankan in 4th place. So there's going to be an interesting battle both between 1st and 2nd and between 3rd and 4th as the day goes on. Those split times are taken from about 25-30 kilometers into the race now, so they're kind of reaching the 1/3 mark in the race. As they say, as the tough get tougher and the weak get weaker, but it's a little bit early in the day for that just yet. There are refueling stations along the way. I think we've covered maybe 3 to 4 of them at this point in time. So they're getting plenty of nutrition, they're getting plenty of hydration as they go along. They have a choice, of course, between just drinking regular water, which is preferred by some of the athletes. There are also energy drinks on offer for those who feel the need. I believe they're going to be served coffee a little bit later on, and indeed I think we'll hope for the same thing in the studio here a little bit later on as well. Things are going very, very well out there. We have no reports of any injuries, no reports of any incidents. The local residents, basically every boat that was available from Sandhamn to Utö is out there looking after the athletes in the water. We have, what have we got here? We have nobody. Oh yes, of course, we have a mile breaker interview now to bring you. We took the chance yesterday as the athletes and the organisers arrived in Sandhamn to interview some of them in the hotels, and here we're going to hear a little bit more about Team Mile Breaker. That's Lenny Moberg and Daniel Hansson. The longer this race goes on, the more viewers will be asking, why on earth would you put yourself through this physical challenge? For many, it's a bridge too far, but for others, it's the ultimate test of man or woman against nature. And there are 500 teams on the waiting list that would love to be here to take part, but only 120 have made it to the start line. Our expert Anders caught up with Team Milebreaker, Lenny Moberg and Daniel Hansson, currently in 2nd place. He caught up with them yesterday to ask them about the mental challenge and how teamwork is absolutely essential when it comes to pacing each other to get over the line after 75 long kilometers.
I'm here with Team Milebreaker Öppet Hav, Lenny Moberg and Daniel Hansson. Welcome to Sandhamn.
Thank you. Thanks.
First question, why racing ÖTILLÖ?
Well, that would be, it's an ultimate race. It's man with nature from point A to point B, and it's very simple.
tell us more about your previous races here at ÖTILLÖ?
Well, we've done. This is the fourth race for both of us in separate teams. So I have won first place 2012 and second place last year.
And I have fifth and third and second place.
So this time it's time for first place.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, big race coming up, and what's your race plan?
Well, I think we're really eager to win this race. So the first 2 hours we will have the focus to just hold our horses and not stress. And after 2 hours, I think we will make a push just to go up to in the front, put some stress there for the other teams. And everybody will be very tired after 6 hours and reach Une, and there we will unleash hell.
Yeah.
Great. And what do you think is the best part of the race and the worst part of the race? You have done it several times before, so what do you think?
The best part is when you have been racing for a while and you're in it. But then the worst is probably the 1400 meter swim and Une, the run on Une.
Yeah, I agree. The Une run after 6 hours of fighting in the water and the terrain, you have a half marathon you will do on flat road. We will feel it in our legs.
Yeah.
And you're both very experienced athletes, but as you said, first time in this team. And what do you think is your biggest strengths as a team?
I'm really good at running in the terrain and running. And Lele is a really strong swimmer. So when we teamed up and put these two things together, we got a team that are really fast swimmer and really fast running.
Yeah, and we have been training a lot together.
Yeah, so I think we know how to cooperate on the course.
Yeah.
Okay, and the final question once again, what's your aim of tomorrow's race?
Win.
Great. Okay, best of luck tomorrow. See you on the course.
Thanks.
There you go. That was Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson of Team Milebreaker up at top. They're currently in second place. The last split time that we have, they're 4 minutes and 6 seconds behind the leaders of Team Head Swimming, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak. I believe that we have the first women's team has arrived into the Ad Nature Sprint Prize gate there. We're just going to check to see who they were. We have the first two teams have arrived in there. Whilst we were watching that interview, the first two women's teams have arrived, and again, it's very, very close. Team Surf Spot made it first to the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. They'll take that prize. Annika Eriksson and Maria Edstedt of Sweden, they came in there 4 hours, 1 minute and 59 seconds into their race. They made it to the Ad Nature Sprint Prize time station. And straight after them came Puppy T.S. Mad. That's Bibben Nordblom and her daughter Charlotta Nielsen. They came in there 2 minutes and 36 seconds afterwards. So pretty much as we started to talk to the two boys from Team Milebreaker, we had the winners of the Ad Nature Sprint Prize, followed then by Team Puppy T.S. Mad, who are in second place there. We're going to wait a little. There'll be a little bit of a gap from them to Team 3 and Team 4, who are also very, very tight together there. But they're reasonably close together there. A lot can still happen there as the open road races start up. Of course, we have a long final road race there of around about 20 kilometres, approximately a half marathon after 6 hours of swimming and running to come. And a lot can happen between now and then. So even if they are out and even if they have a considerable lead, that could well waste away as time goes on. If we look at the men's competition, they haven't made it off Nämdö South yet. I don't think they haven't made it. They've certainly made it off, but they haven't made it to the next time station after that. So the leaders are still head swimming. They were about 24 minutes faster than the women. So at this point in the race, a little over a third of the race is gone. The men made it in 3 hours, 36 minutes and 12 seconds. And as we just heard, the leading women's team came in at about 4 hours there. So it's about a third of the way into the race there now. We might have a quick look at the map to see where we are there. We're on Nämdö North there. If we can just see what we've got there. Yeah, we had the That's the Red Bull Energy Station. That wouldn't be the same thing now as the Red Bull Sprint Challenge, which we had earlier on there. We're going to move it down a little bit there. Actually, if we could move it so that we can see the top of it a little bit there, we can see where Nemdo South is there. Now, in the opposite direction, please. We'll just have a look and see just a little bit north of there now. We can see where the athletes are at the moment. If you see where the various different stations are, you can see that South Murta, I think we're a little bit north of that again at the moment. So that's where the men's athletes are approximately at the moment. You can see that there's still an awful long way to go. Urna is the real killer here. That's going to be where the approximately 20 minutes, the 20-kilometer run that is facing into them. There are a lot of people, surprisingly enough, looking forward to that. Having gone through the toughest swims, there's a 1.4-kilometer swim in there that many athletes aren't looking forward to, and most of them would have backgrounds as either marathon runners or triathletes. A 1.5, 2-kilometer swim is not too bad, but you have to remember that they've already been through a lot. Most of those who've made it to Nemdö, the northern part of it so far, they've already swam 5 kilometers today. We're looking now, I think, at is that the Ad Nature Sport Prize, or we are looking at the Ad Nature Sport Prize there. We're just seeing them coming in now. The Ad Nature Sport Prize, the Ad Nature Sprint Prize is what we're looking at there. There's a hydration station there. I actually see a dustbin there in the background, which is advertising Swedish ice cream. I don't think too many people will be eating ice cream at this point in time, but certainly they will be taking liquids on board. It's very, very important. Also mentioned it earlier on today, to be hydrating and to be getting your energy. A lot of the energy will come in the form of bananas. There's different types of food available to the athletes throughout the day, and indeed she was somewhat critical of some of the athletes who pass by without taking anything to eat or drink. You've got to keep topping up your reserves all the time. There in the picture we can see race director Mickey Lemmel is standing there with Åsa, and they're just watching the people coming through there. Mickey looks very, very happy with himself. I wonder if maybe we can go over and talk to Åsa and see what Mickey has to say about the race so far. He looks very, very pleased with himself,
We're
Åsa.
going to talk some about the energy that you need to get into your system during this race. What would you tell the viewers?
Well, you know, I think it's so important that you eat and drink throughout the course, and I mean, you're using up heaps of energy because of the cold water, and also running with your wetsuit. It depletes your liquid, so it's easy to dehydrate. So you can't cheat with your eating and drinking, and we try to get everybody to eat as much as they can, so that they don't start getting a nutrition minus. And so what do they drink? They drink sports drinks, they drink water, they drink some coffee if they want to, they eat bananas, they eat cinnamon buns, they eat hot dogs here, sandwiches here, but also energy gels and bars from Enervit, and just, you know, they just got to go for it. And we have Red Bull for them as well. Yeah.
How many aid stations throughout the course is there?
Now you're putting me to a test. I think we have 9 aid stations throughout the course. And we have 9 aid stations, and they're spaced out so that they can really do it, which is good.
I heard some that lives on the islands actually have their private small station, liquid stations. Is that true?
No, the islanders are putting up liquid stations for everyone. It's not for some. They have to be for everyone. But it's great. It's really fun that we're getting people, the local communities making space, you know, which is great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Åsa and Mikael. They were talking about nutrition. Of course, Mikael was saying that it's very, very important to avoid what he called an energy minus, and it's very, very easy to run over it. If you find yourself in the middle of an 8.3 kilometer run, having swam for 5 kilometers already this morning and done your fair share of running, it's very, very easy to be tipped over that edge and for the blood sugar levels to drop. The foods that they're serving there would mostly be bananas, this kind of thing, energy bars, the kind of quick carbohydrates that will give you a boost. But of course, then you risk the peak and trough thing. Now, the peak is where you get the sugar, you get the quick carbohydrates in there. But of course, there's a price to be paid. As anybody who has children will know, if you give them sugar and they go up, they got to come back down again. So it takes very, very careful management. Hence, over the 75 kilometers, there are 9 stations out there. And indeed, the residents as well, have set up hydration stations there where they'll provide drinks for people as well. So it's very, very important to keep it consistent as they go throughout the day. 75 kilometres, 9 stations. Simple mathematics will tell you that that's not even every 10 kilometres that they have somewhere that they can stop, have a quick bite to eat and get a quick drink. One of those stations we can see in the background there, we have, as Mikael was saying, the sponsors from Enervit, they have energy bars there. We also have drinks from Red Bull there as well. Some Swedish classics in there as well. Pretty much every sporting event you go to here, you will see hot dogs and cinnamon buns, and of course they are on offer today. There's a reason for that too, because cinnamon buns will be pretty much bread, hot dogs, bread and sausage. That's going to keep you fueled up for the day, so that's going to keep them going there. If we look at Nämndö South, I'm just looking at the leaderboard at the moment. We don't have any of the mixed teams there, but the men's teams are starting to stream in there. We have quite a few of them have passed by there now. Of course, the leaders head swimming passed there a long time ago. Team Milebreaker Uppatov came in 4 minutes after that. In total, 13 teams have made it to Nämndö South so far. So not only are the leaders setting a very, very fast pace for this race, but the rest of the group coming behind them are also doing very, very well indeed as well. If we go back to the Ad Nature Sport Prize, we were able to tell you recently that the first women's team had passed by. That was Team Surfspot who won the Ad Nature Sprint Prize this time around. They have started to come in their droves past that. We're looking at the wrong one there. It was head swimming that won the men's category there. It was Team Surfspot that won the women's sprint prize, as we were saying, and Puppy TS Mad came in there in second place. They are still the only two women's teams to have passed by the Ad Nature Sprint Prize timing station. So you can see there the gap there is between first and second and the rest of the field in the women's. It's even more pronounced than what it is in the men's competition, which seems to be a whole lot tougher this year. If we look at the mixed section for the same for the same section of the course, the Ad Nature Sprint Prize, we could see that 7 teams have passed in total. And it's interesting to see that it doesn't seem to be the fact that there are women running, or women taking part, that is slowing it down. It seems that when they run in the mixed class, that the pacing seems to be a little bit better. When they're running with a male partner, maybe he's forcing them to run that little bit harder. But we'll certainly ask our experts a little bit later on if it's easier to run with a person of the same sex or if it's easier to run in a mixed team. But certainly the fact that we have 7 teams that have gone through there and only 2 women's teams says that it must be just that little bit easier today. As we were mentioning with the mixed prize, Say No to Doping took the Ad Nature Sprint Prize there. They went up into first place. Team 2 by You Mix in second place, with Adeptic then in third. They were all within 2 minutes and 31 seconds of each other. Then the next in fourth place there was Team Brasserie Godot came in there, another Swedish team made up of Thomas Ogander and Erika Rosenbaum. They were 16 minutes behind. Now again, it sounds like a lot, but the course is quite spread out now, so they're doing very, very well still. After them was a team called in Swedish Då meriterna inte räcker, when the merits aren't enough, which basically means that, you know, they're kind of expected to be a little bit behind the leaders, but they're in there, thereabouts. Janne Blomqvist and Henrika Malmström from Finland. And after that, we have the Adidas Triathlaks, Lucier Croissant and Jean-Christophe Kunz from France there. 4 minutes and 13 seconds it took them to reach that point, 20 minutes after the leaders in the mixed race. There are nobody at Nämndö South just yet, so they haven't made it that far. So we're assuming that we're still on Nämndö South. Let me see there. So the men's competition is going quite well there. More and more starting to stream in there. From 26 minutes and 26 seconds behind the leaders, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams there. So the group that is coming up behind the leaders is very, very tight. We have an elite group that's out in front there. They're the ones who are going to be winning, or we'll certainly pick the winners of the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship together. But there is a very, very tight group behind it there, so it's very, very competitive. Of course, this race is not all about the winning. There can only be one winner here today. People have their own personal goals. They have set times that they would like to reach. They have set split times that they would like to reach. Some people will be happy, such as Petter with the knee injury that we spoke to earlier on. They'll be happy just to make it across the finish line here in front of me. It'll still be a few hours before we see them here, maybe 4 to 5 hours before the first team crosses the line. But when they do so, they'll have a very calm swim here. They'll come up the hill behind me here, through the flags, and then they'll cross the line just behind the camera position from where I'm talking to you now. And that was where we will greet the winners a little bit later on. As soon as we do greet the winners, we'll be bringing them in here to talk to us, to tell them how they feel about the whole thing. This is the target here. This is what everybody is thinking about. At the moment, this is the place that they want to be more than anywhere else in the world. 75 kilometers, they've probably come about 30 of those now, and this is what they're aiming for, is to cross that line. This is the official timing post as well. Whatever second they cross, that's what they're going to have to live with for the rest of their lives. If it's inside or outside their goal, well, they'll just have to decide if that's enough for them or if they'll have to come back again next year. Two teams who will be coming back again next year. It looks like Team Head Swimming are about to successfully defend their title. It's Björn Englund of Sweden and Paul Krochak, the runner from Canada. The two of them doing very well. 4 minutes and 6 seconds of a lead the last we looked. Team Milebreaker up Batov did very, very well on the swimming there. Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson in the early part of the race. But now, of course, we're into the speciality of the leaders, which is the running part of the race. So we'll see how that works out. But they are certainly two teams who will be back again next year. There's plenty of winners in that lot. And it wouldn't surprise me if they went on to dominate the sport for the next couple of years. Swimrun as a sport has been growing in Sweden ever since this race first took place 10 years ago as a friendly challenge between 4 drinking buddies who actually started here from Utö, and their goal was Sandhamn, where we started just at dawn this morning. Since then, races have popped up all over Sweden. Indeed, there is an Utö race here which is used as a qualifier for the World Championship race that is taking place today. I've heard of about 6 or 7 races around Sweden that are taking place. There was a qualifying race that was held in Switzerland this year. So swimrun as an endurance sport, as an extreme sport, is growing all the time. 120 teams took their place on the starting line this morning. The waiting list this year was 500 teams. There were 1,000 athletes out there prepared to come to Stockholm's archipelago to take part in this race, and we didn't have space for them. That's how big this sport is getting. If you want to contrast that with the first year that the commercial race was held, when Matt Scott and Mickey Lemel put this race together, there were only 11 teams, 22 athletes that set out from Sandhamn this morning. So this is growing up as this is growing and growing and growing as we go. We are going to have a look at our rapper friend Petter, who's suffering from a knee injury there. He's just arrived at the Ad Nature Sport Prize timing station. You can see strapped to his leg there, that has nothing to do with his knee injury. They're the flotation devices that are to help him with his swimming. He's just taking a little break there to get hydrated there before he sets out on the road again. Of course, Swedish media will be very interested in the progress of one of its most famous artists. Huge there for the last 10 or 15 years on the rap scene. There's only about 2 or 3 others who could measure themselves with him. He seems to have taken one of the Enervit energy bars there, and he's heading back out on the course. You can see that he and his partner Joje, the two of them are tied together. They have an elastic rope between them. The rules state that when they're in the water, there can never be a distance of more than 10 meters between them. And when they're on land, the distance can go up to 100 meters. But I don't think that elastic rope, how elastic it ever is not going to stretch that far between the two of them. We see Petter leaving there. Again, he had a knee injury when he came to the start line this morning. Was doubtful whether he was going to start or not. But now he seems to be going pretty good. We have the first people in the water of what we call the pig swim. We can update you now with the leaderboard from Murto South. The pig swim is the hardest part of the race in terms of swimming. It's almost 2 kilometers long, and believe you me, nobody, not even the swimmers, are looking forward to this. We'll take the leaderboard, and it seems to have tightened up considerably there on Murto South. If we have a look, Head Swimming are still in the lead, but their lead has been cut from a little over 4 minutes. It's now down to 3 minutes and 19 seconds. That's surprising for some, considering that for Björn and Paul Krochak of Canada, they were considered to be very, very strong runners. But Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson of Team Milebreaker up Batov have caught up on them a little bit. And as they hit the water for what they call the pig swim, they're only 3 minutes and 19 seconds behind. 8 minutes and 49 seconds behind the leaders. We have Be Quick, Redovisning, Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren of Sweden there in 4th place for much of the morning, but they've taken a step up now and put some daylight between themselves and the early leaders, Team Enervit Sweden, Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson. Mike and Jesper led after the first split time this morning. Very, very strong swimmers, both of them, but the rest of the field has caught up and passed them out a little by there. Team Actic, Rasmus Erlund and Fredrik Haglund of Sweden there are in 5th place, 15 minutes behind the leaders, with Strukturmark, that's Sweden's quickest consult firm, Rasmus Reinstrand and Nils Zetterström of Sweden 20 minutes behind. And then almost the first non-Swedes, apart from Paul, the Canadian runner there in the leading team, the first non-Swedes, Hamish Cropper of Australia and Alan Scott of Great Britain, 22 minutes and 35 minutes behind the leaders in a very, very creditable 7th place there. They are into the hardest part of it. I think Paul told us in an interview earlier that this is the part that he is least looking forward to in the race. But once that is over, then we're into probably what is his strongest suit then, which is the 20-kilometer run across Örno, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. We'll just have a quick look at the map here and see where they are. Yeah, they're in the water now, so hopefully we'll have pictures live from the water any second now to see how they're going. It's going to be interesting because of the fact that Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansen are such strong swimmers that they may even be able to cut back that lead even further. It's now at just 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Our camera team is on the way there. We hope they won't disturb the teams that are leading there, but we want to get them close enough to see what's actually happening in the water there, to see if Lelle and Daniel are catching up on Björn and Paul, who've been leading the race for a good 2 hours now since the earlier part of it. As yet, we don't have any of the women's or mixed teams. It's going to take a little bit of time before they get in the water there for the pig swim, but it's all ahead of them now. We are now into the toughest part of the race. This is what we'll sort out. We have the next men's team, the Baltic Sea Action Group, have been joined very, very close after votvo.co.uk. So we're starting to see the non-Swedish teams start to turn up here in 8th and 9th position. Elliot Chalior of Great Britain and Andy Bowe, his British compatriot there, 28 minutes and 17 seconds after the leaders. They're into the water, as are the Baltic Sea Action Group, Juha Lindfors of Finland and Armin Hummel of Germany there. They were very, very close to the top earlier. They've slipped back a little bit ever since, but now they're making their way up the field again. We're going to have a look back to the Ad Nature Sprint Prize and see who's coming through there. Most, or many, certainly not all, but many of the men's teams have made it there. 39 of the men's teams have made it there. Which is quite a lot there. We'll just have a look at the women's class of the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. Still only the 3 women's teams have passed by there. Team Surfspot, the winners, Team Puppy TS, 2QTRI have come in there 21 minutes and 7 seconds after the leaders there at the Ad Nature Sprint Prize. The mixed class seems to have gone quite well there. Many of those teams, or certainly 7 of those teams, we haven't had any additions to the 7 teams that have made it there already. So we can see the elite groups are starting to stretch out their leads a little bit, but it's certainly the elite men's group that is furthest out on the course at the moment. The longer the day goes on, the longer the field gets stretched out across the islands of Stockholm's archipelago. We see some more of the men's teams coming in there, looking to hydrate. Some lovely images there as people come in. We have our first pictures coming in from the pig swim, for the 1.9 kilometer swing. Yeah, there we go. We can see our teams in the water there. Hard to see from this distance. We can't actually see the bib numbers from here, but we can see the teams in the water. What we can tell you is that they seem to be very, very close. Let me see. We have 2 swimmers there in the front, and the gap seems to be closing. The gap seems to be closing. Do we have our correspondent Anders? Maybe he might be able to tell us a little bit more about it. For the moment, until we have confirmation that he's there, we could say that the distance doesn't seem to be a whole lot. If we have Anders there, maybe he might let us know. We have 10 teams in the water now on the pig swim. Anders, if you're there, maybe you could tell us what's happening in the water at the pig swim.
Han är redo. Micken är på position. Börja prata nu.
Welcome to the legendary pig swim. 1400 meters of cold swimming, and we see the first team soon arriving here at Kvinnholmen. And as I said, this swim is legendary in ÖTILLÖ history. It's called the pig swim because it's used to be very cold and very, very windy here with big waves. And as you see this year, it's looking quite calm, so the races can swim fast. We also have a second team in the water. If you look right to the first team, maybe 150 meters, you see the second team. And to get here, the races has been running over Nämdö and some small islands. And when they get up here, they will have approximately 3.5 k's more of swimming and 22 k's more of running. To get here, they have been running 33 k's and swimming 6.6 k's. So this is very, very good. They, I think Paul and Björn is 10 minutes faster than last year when they did their course record, 8 hours, 35 minutes. So I think this year we will see a final time at ÖTILLÖ sub 8:30. And you also see the security boats watching the racers. And together with the long running on Onö, this is one of the legendary stages on ÖTILLÖ. And here you can really gain time if you're fast swimmers, the team. And of course lose a lot of time if you're tired and not a so good swimmer. Last year, Björn and Paul was up here at Kvinnholmen 4 hours, 39 minutes. And I think they will be here maybe in 4 minutes or something. And you can see the second team also, as I said, it's Team Milebreaker with Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson chasing the first team. And at Mörte South, Björn and Paul was first team, second Team Milebreaker Öppet Hav, and third team at Mörte South was Antona Marcus Hultgren, the quick redovisning. Fourth team Enervit Sweden, Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson. So there has been a change. The quick redovisning has done a good run on Nämndö, as we thought, and passed Enervit Sweden with the swimmers Mike Thorén, Jesper Svensson. And after this, it's a very technical running here at Kvinnholmen. And they will go down for a very, very short swim where you almost can walk over. And then they have 2.5 km of running down to Red Bull energy station. Now you can see Björn and Paul. Big hand paddles. And when they get up, we can see if the pig swim has been piggy this year. I think it's quite cold. You see Björn Englund at the right and Paul Kroschak on the left side. So first team up at Kvinnholmen is Team Head Swimming, current world champions Björn Englund and Paul Kroschak. Welcome to Kvinnholmen, Björn.
Oh, tack.
How was the pig swim?
Cold.
Okay.
Ja, stängen i den.
Absolut.
Är du med, Paul? Vad kan det där vara? 4 minuter kanske?
And Team Head Swimming has 4 minutes. It has a 4-minute lead from Team Milebreaker Öppet Hav. Go Paul, good.
Vår spadmössa gick sönder.
Okay.
Om ni kan fixa en vit till någon.
Yes, and Team Head Swimming is heading up for the run until the next swim. Looking very good. And Björn said it was cold in the water. And we will look at the time, see what the computer says. Last year, Team Head Swimming passed Kvinnholmen at 4 hours, 39 minutes. And this year, this year, 4 hours, 31 minutes. So they are 8 minutes faster than last year. That's quite good. There will be one more long swim after this for the racers. It's a swim of 970 meters. So after this legendary pig swim, they have done most of the long swims. And now you see second team entering Kvinnholmen. It's milebreaker öppet hav, Daniel Hansson, Lelle Moberg. And Daniel really wants to get up on the first place in ÖTILLÖ. Lelle won 2012 and was runners-up last year. So I think they have a good chance to catch Paul and Björn, because Lelle and Daniel is very good technical runners. And you see the cord between them. Lelle is a very strong swimmer, and he has helped Daniel a bit. How do you feel, guys? Was it cold? Yeah. 4 minutes. 4 minutes up to Björn and Paul. And you see that the athletes were cold. The pig swim is hard. And soon we will have the official time here at Kvinnholmen for team number 2.
Vi rundar lite här.
Okay, back to the studio. Philip.
Thank you very much indeed for that update, Anders. So the first two men's teams have done the pig swim now. They've made it to Kvinnholmen. Team Head Swimming have they were first onto land there. Björn England and Paul Krochak of Canada. They made it in 4 hours, 31 minutes and 36 seconds. But again, their lead has been cut. Their lead was over 3 minutes when they started the swim. But Team Milebreaker öppet hav, Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson of Sweden have cut that lead to 2 minutes and 34 seconds. We heard Anders telling them that it was 4 minutes up. It's actually not. It's only just over 2.5 minutes there. We also heard, or at least we thought we heard, as Björn was passing by Anders there, and Anders was asking him how things were going, that one of Björn's hand paddles may be broken. Now, that may not sound like a big thing, but there's a swim of pretty much 1 kilometre still to come in this race. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for Björn. If one of his hand paddles is broken, he has to throw it away. Of course, they give better purchase as the swimmers make their way through the water. And any assistance you can get in this race, the longer it goes on, the more welcome it's going to be. So the first two men's teams are in there. On Kvinnholmen, and they have started running there. Let me see, we're just looking at the rest of the teams there. There's some more teams in the water making their way across that 1.4 kilometre stretch. It's tough going there, but they seem to make it across quite quickly. The two leaders there, Björn and Paul, are 8 minutes faster according to the split times. 8 minutes faster than what they were when they set the world record in 2013. And if they manage to keep up this pace, and if Björn's paddle is not broken, they could come in under 8.5 hours. 8 hours and 27 minutes is the time that they are looking at the moment, which would be absolutely incredible. Perfect conditions maybe, but absolutely incredible to cover the 75 kilometres from Sandhamn to the finish line here at ÖTILLÖ in that time. Now, we don't want to be just talking about the Swedish athletes or indeed the Canadians such as Paul, who's in the leading team along with Björn there. There's a very international flavour to the sport of swim run, despite its youth. And in the field today, there are 22 countries represented. One of them is Team Reese's Pieces. Named after an American candy bar, Katlin Thorne and Hayley Reese have taken part in several other extreme sports, and they're here in Sweden to try their hand at the Swimrun World Championships.
We're standing here with Team 106 in the women's team. It's Reese's Pieces, Caitlin Thorne and Hayley Reese. How are you girls?
We're doing great. We're good. Happy to be here.
How did you hear about the race?
I think my sister picked it out. Yeah, I actually got one of those books that was like the 25 best races to do, and I was getting inspired reading through it, and ÖTILLÖ was actually one of them, and I said, Haley, I think this would be really awesome to try and do, and so we applied and we actually got in.
Did you have to do a qualifier or did you just enter?
Well, we just entered, but we did do the Switzerland qualifier, which was amazing. So we're happy to be back to do it again for the World Championship.
What else do you do in your free time? Do you do any triathlon or other extreme sports?
This past year I did a 100-mile run, and we both did a half Ironman together last September. So this is a step up for us, but kind of in the same category.
Okay, so I love Reese's Pieces. It's the greatest candy. So why did you choose that name?
Our last name is Reese's, so we just decided, well, if we're going to be a team, we should be the Reese's Pieces.
Did you bring any along the course?
Oh, I wish. That would have been a good idea.
Well, good luck to you girls.
Thank you. We're hoping for a good race.
Yeah, thanks.
And we're back again. The leaderboard as it stands at the moment, as we said, we just showed you the pictures of the two leading teams arriving at Kvinnoholmen. Head swimming, Björn England, Paul Krochak still in the lead there, but their lead has been cut to 2 minutes and 34 seconds ahead of Team Milebreaker up at Hov there. So that's how we are with the men's competition at the moment. If we go back to Nämndö South now, the women's and mixed classes are slightly behind there. If we look at the women, we can see that only 2 women's teams have made there, but they're the 2 leaders, and it's pretty much from there that we will probably see the winner come today. Surf Spot, Annika Eriksson and Maria Edstedt, 4 hours 22 minutes and 4 seconds into their race there, the last time station that they passed, and Puppy T.S. Mad were just 55 seconds behind them, just 55 seconds with a mother and daughter team of Bibben Nordblom and Charlotta Nielsen. If we switch over to the mixed team, we can see that a few more mixed teams have come through that particular station. That's on Nämndö South there. Yeah, we can have a look, and we see Say No to Doping are leading the race there, 3 minutes and 13 seconds there. So we can see that the running has really paid off for the Finnish Dutch pair of Jasmina Glad-Schreven and Thomas Schreven. After them is Team 2 by You Mix, 3 minutes and 13 behind the Swedes of Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén. And then Team Adeptic, Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner there, 4 minutes and 17 seconds behind the leaders. Now, if my producer is telling me correctly, we're going to take a little bit of a break here from ÖTILLÖ. You can see behind me the beautiful calm waters of the Stockholm archipelago. It's going to take a little while now before these guys get here. The leaders are on the pig swim at the moment. The pig swim is the 1.4 kilometre long, the longest swim on the course. It also marks the beginning of the end of the swimming portion of the course. By the time they've done that, they've pretty much 3.5 kilometres of swimming of the 10 left to go. So this is by far the hardest. There is one more tough swim left after this, which is just over 900 metres long, but this is by far the toughest. The athletes who've made it so far have told us that it's quite cold in the water, despite reports we had that it's 16 degrees, but 16 degrees in the water is still pretty cold. They're coming out now. We can see some of them surfacing there, trying to find somewhere to climb up the rocks. I think we're just down behind that rock there. Not the best place to be getting out of the water. There is a trail there behind them which leads to the station. We'll just see if we can see who that particular team is that's coming out there now. I would imagine who do we have? We had Enverit of Sweden were in there. Be Quick Redovisning have gone through there as well. Be Quick Redovisning in 3rd place now in the men's race, and this looks like Team Enverit who are coming out of the water now. in fourth place. They're doing very, very well there to keep it tight there in fourth place between themselves and Be Quick Redovisning. Again, a great performance there from Antti Antonov, the Swede who was part of Be Quick Redovisning, suffered stomach flu last night and was doubtful to even make it to the start line this morning. But apparently he's taken some medication and he is on the course now in third place along with Marcus Hultgren. So we'll see now as they make their way up there onto another long run now. A bit of a tough climb to begin with. Again, trail running is not the simplest thing in the world. There's no cinder track out there. You don't have any spikes. You got to make your way over whatever's put in front of you. Anders described it earlier on as in parts it's like climbing. It's not like running at all. So we can see that as they come up on Kvinnoholmen there. We can see them coming up there and having to climb up the rocks before they get to where it is that they're supposed to run. There is a bit of a run there on Kvinnoholmen before they get to the next swim there. So I don't know if we can have a quick look at the map just to see where they are, whereabouts they are now. I think we should be about a little bit more than 30 kilometres into the race for the leading groups of the men there. Yeah, we can see there, if we can have a quick look at Kvinnoholmen, yeah, we can see just to the right there. Yeah, there's a Red Bull energy station coming up and a cut-off there at 2:30 in the afternoon. So there's a lot of teams now. The field is quite spread out over the islands to the north of where we are looking at there. So they have to make there by 2:30. Otherwise, the gate is closed and their race is over. But that won't be a problem for the men's leaders at the moment, who are pretty much there already. As you can see there, they're going to come on then they're on Schimendö then. There's going to be another swim there, and then we're into Ornö, which is the longest race. It's basically a half marathon across Ornö there, which is a tough way to be finishing one of the toughest races in the world. We're going to take a little break from our live broadcast here, where we're going to, just in case anything does happen, we're going to leave our stream running here, and if anything happens on the course in the meantime, we'll let you know. But we'll be back very, very shortly with more live broadcasts, more live images, and all the excitement from the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship race. Welcome back to ÖTILLÖ and the Stockholm archipelago and the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun race, the World Championship race of Swimrun, which is happening here today in Sweden. We're back with you live from ÖTILLÖ from the finish line here, which is the goal for the 240 athletes that left this morning and are well on their way to seeing us here, 75 kilometres from their starting place in Sandhamn. If we can bring up the leaderboard there, we can bring you the latest news from the course. We can see that team head swimming are still in the lead. Björn Englund and Paul Kroschak from Canada have arrived at the Red Bull Energy Station there on near Shimendå. They lead from Team Milebreaker up at Hav. That's Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansen. But again, their lead has been cut. Their lead was a little over, sort of 2.5, 3 minutes the last time we spoke to you, and now it's down to just 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So their lead has been cut again. If we look back, it was 2 minutes 34 seconds, so they've gained another 20 seconds as they went along. We were speaking to our expert Anders earlier on there, and he was saying that not only is Lelle Moberg of Team Milebreaker up at Hav a very strong swimmer, he's also a very, very strong runner, and he's obviously making that count as he goes along there. If we go back maybe to Mörtö South, maybe we can have a look and see if any of the women's teams have made it to that far yet. Yes, they have. We can bring you the first 3 women's teams across their Team Surf Spot, still in the lead, as they have been pretty much since we began at dawn this morning. Anna Eriksson and Maria Edstedt are still leading the race there. 4 hours, 43 minutes and 13 seconds it touched them to reach that time station. Following them, the mother and daughter team of Puppy TS Mad, Bibben Nordblom and Charlotte Nilsson. And after that, 2 QTRI, Jenny Nilsson and Magdalena Trumstedt there, but they're 20 minutes and 33 seconds behind. We can see again, it's very, very tight at the top. The lead of Team Surf Spot is now down to less than a minute, so starting to tighten up there. And with a 20-kilometre run still to go on no, it's all still to play for there in the women's competition. We'll switch now to the mixed class, and we'll see that there's 7 teams have already come in on the mixed class. Say No to Doping, the team of Jasmina Glad-Schreven and Thomas Schreven from Finland and the Netherlands, respectively. Just under 4.5 hours there. 4 hours, 28 minutes and 36 seconds it took them to make it to Mörtö. Just behind them, 4 minutes and 15 seconds behind, is Team 2XU Mixed. That's Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén of Sweden. Another Swedish team very close behind them, a little over a minute behind them in third place, is Adeptic. Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner, also Sweden there, took them 4 hours, 33 minutes and 53 seconds. If you're just joining us here to watch the progress today, it's a wonderful, wonderful day in the Stockholm archipelago. The sun is shining, the water's quite warm for this time of the year. The 1st of September, 16 degrees in the water. I wouldn't be putting on my armbands and jumping in there, but for the athletes who are taking part in this competition today, it's almost perfect temperatures. Between the 10 kilometres of swimming today, they also have 65 kilometres of trail running. More than half of the swimming is out of the way for the elite groups now. Some of them are already on to what we call the pig swim. The pig swim is 1.4 kilometres. We're looking at Nämdö South here in the water. We can see them coming up out of the water here on Nämdö South. It's a little bit difficult there. The pictures we have it coming from the boat. You can see how slippery it is. You have to choose your spot carefully as to where you come out here. And this competitor is a little bit out to sea there. So he's just making his way around there. A little bit difficult to get up onto dry land. If you've been watching Swimrun before in the past, you will know that the teams run in their wetsuits and they swim in their shoes. So you can see as this gentleman gets out of the water there, he still has his jogging shoes on. Looks a little bit tired there after that particular swim there. Going up the little cliff there, we can see more of the green swim caps tell us that it's a mixed team that's coming in there. Just coming into land out of the water there, we can't see the bib number. The competitors have to stay as close together as possible. The maximum distance that there can be between them is 10 metres in the water and 100 metres on land. And our 2 friends coming up here, Team 224, they obviously haven't seen the problems that the previous competitor had. If you're busy crawling across the water there, you're not going to see that. So they're just making their way around there and coming up. We have some tired limbs out there in the field, ladies and gentlemen. We have the pig swim, the 1.4 kilometre swim there. So some of them are making it out of the water there. Yeah, we have the pig swim coming out there. We're just seeing who is coming out of it now. The last Myrta onto Kvinnoholmen is what we're looking for there. Nobody has made it officially there yet, but we'll bring that to you as soon as we have it there. The green swimming caps you see in the water, as I said earlier on there, the mixed teams coming in there. We can see a nice distance between the two there. There has to be, that's Say No to Doping there, who've come in first. From the pig swim on Kvinnoholmen there. 1.4 kilometres. It's probably the part of the race that most competitors were least looking forward to. We spoke to competitor Paul Krochak, a winner last year with Björn Englund, and he told us that was the part that he was least looking forward to. 1.4 kilometres, chilly in the water now, and they get up and they have to go straight into a run again. We have two teams out in the field this year. They're driving and indeed sailing around the archipelago to bring you the best pictures such as these here of the team coming up to Kvinnoholmen now. Some very, very tired limbs out there. There are 9 stations throughout the course where our competitors can get food and drink. So throughout the day, they've pretty much been refueling as they went along. Everything from bananas and energy bars to hot dogs and the famous Swedish cinnamon buns is what's fueling the muscles on this grueling 75-kilometre race. The course record is 8 hours and 35 minutes. It was set by Björn Englund and Paul Krochak in 2013. The last we heard, their split time was 8 minutes ahead of what they were last year. That was before even the halfway point of the race. So we may very well see a new world record set on this course today. We have the first, they're still in the water, but they're on the way out there. That looks like the team Say No to Drugs. They're coming out of the pig swim, 1.4 kilometres, and they're coming out of the water together. It looks like we have a few problems there coming out of the water. Who are we looking at? That is Jasmina Glad-Scheven, looks to be struggling to get up there. Again, it's very, very slippery on that rock, Jasmina. You might want to go around the side there. We saw a very ironic comment on Twitter earlier on there. Apparently, Jasmina was looking for painkillers. Ironic when you think that Say No to Doping is the name of the team there. So she'll have to be very, very careful there climbing up the rocks. Otherwise, she might need even more painkillers at the next energy station. Doing very, very well there. We'll see the official time come up now soon enough. The official timing stations are a little bit further along there. You can see it's a little bit windy there. One of the ÖTILLÖ flags had to be way down with a rock there, so it wasn't going to blow away. The flags are there to help the competitors to find their way along the course. The course, the whole 75 kilometres of the course is very, very carefully marked, more so on land than in water, it must be said. But the competitors are not allowed to deviate from the course at all to make it fair for everybody. We don't want anybody taking any shortcuts. There we see Jasmina making her way up and being handed a little bit of sustenance there. There we have an energy bar probably from Enavita that's going to keep her going for a little while. And we'll see the time very, very soon. And the interesting thing is not the time that they have. The interesting thing is the split time to the next set of competitors, the next mixed team that comes out of the water there. At the last timing station on Myrto, it was Team 2 by You mixed. They were 4 minutes and 15 seconds behind. 4 minutes and 15 seconds behind. The last leaderboard that we have there was from Myrto South, and we're just waiting on the one for Kvinnoholmen now to be updated. Going to be a little while before it gets exciting there, 4 or 5 minutes there until we can compare the times there. Can we see who's coming through the water now? Yeah, that looks like being Team 2 by You coming through the water there. They're still a minute or two away from coming to land there. So we shall see what we've got on the leaderboard very, very soon indeed. The Red Bull Energy Station a little bit further along. We have the men have come there. We still only the two teams there with only 2 minutes and 15 seconds between them. The leaderboard for mix on, is that Kvinnoholmen there, the leaderboard for mix that we're looking at? No, that would be the leaderboard from Shimondos. Is that Shimondos? Yeah, that's the absolute latest that we have now. And we can see that once again in the men's competition, the lead has been cut. Team Milebreaker have cut the lead of Team Head Swimming down to just 29 seconds. It's neck and neck now in the men's competition. We've seen this over the last 3 or 4 stations. The gap was about 4 minutes, about 4 time stations ago, and it's successively been cut there as Lille Moberg leads Daniel Hansson around this course. Very, very strong running, very, very strong swimming from the two Swedes there, catching up on Björn Englund and Paul Krochak there. There was many who thought that Björn and Paul were going to be able to walk away with this race. They were setting the pace early on. Team Enavit were ahead at the first station, but after that, Team Head Swimming took off. They were out in front. They had a good lead of 3 or 4 minutes at one point, but they've been pegged back now by Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson. We have 2 more mixed teams coming up to the shore now on after the pig swim there. 1.4 kilometers of a crawl swim across there. You can see the hand paddles being used, but I don't know how much help they're going to be on such a long swim in such cold water. It's looking quite choppy there as well. So not only do you have to contend with the cold, you also have to contend with the current. And the two teams, of course, very, very close together. It's the only way you can make sure that your teammate is close enough there. It's 5 hours and 9 minutes and 39 seconds, 40 seconds since the race started. So we are well into the race now, well over maybe around about the halfway point or a little bit more for the elite men's team. The field is very, very spread out. Some of the men's teams will be much further back than what the elite are at the moment. And the same goes, of course, for the mixed and the women's team. We can just see them coming out of the water now. They're in no hurry. It's quite slippery trying to get up there. So they're going to take their time, I would hope. Yeah. Struggling out. You can see how tired the legs are now as they get out of the water. We're going to Nemdö South now, where we have some teams getting up out of the water there. It's tight enough as time goes on. We have a few of them. Again, that slippery rock there seems to be a little bit treacherous for some of the competitors. They think that they have a sort of an easy way there. But so many previous competitors have gone up there. They've wet the rock. They've made it very, very slippery, which means that everybody else has to go round. So we'll see how difficult it is to get up here now. Of course, it's very, very famous in the Stockholm archipelago. We've had quite a warm summer over the last 6 to 7 weeks. That usually leads to algae blooming in the water, and the algae in turn, when it's dragged out of the water and up onto the rocks, it makes them very, very slippery indeed. We see one enterprising climber there, or two enterprising climbers making it up there. So those with a bit of strength left in the legs seem to be prospering a little bit on that rock, whereas the slightly more tired competitors earlier weren't really making it out of there at all. We'll go back and look at the Shimendö Bursa. No, there's still only two men's teams out of the waters there. The Red Bull Energy Station, 6 teams have passed that now. So we do have a small little group out in front in the men's competition there. We don't have any of the women's teams who have made it to the Red Bull Energy Station yet, and none of the mixed teams either. So if we go back to Kvinnoholmen, we will see that there are now 3 mixed teams who've made it as far as Kvinnoholmen. And we have, there we go, you can be very, very victorious. Climbing up a small slippery rock is one of the small victories that will get you through this huge challenge. There we see the elastic rope keeping the men's team together, and that gentleman appears to have something on his back there. Of course, competitors are allowed to bring whatever they like with them. If you want to bring a washing machine with you, you can. The only problem is that you have to bring it along the finish line here behind our camera position as well. So you can bring along anything to aid you, but you got to bring it all the way with you. So that also means the competitors don't bring food with them either, because they just pick up what they have along the way. Anything brought with you from the starting gate must make it to the finish line. It's going to be a few hours. We see preparations are beginning here around the finishing line now. There's a massage bench being set up over here to my left out of shot. I think that guy's going to be pretty busy a little bit later on. There's going to be some very, very tired muscles later on. We have some people with a few injuries out there who are struggling away there through the course. Antti Antonov, one of the favourites for the team Be Quick Red of Easing, almost didn't start this morning, suffered a bout of stomach flu. And one of the more high-profile participants, Swedish rapper Petter, he was also doubtful to start this morning, but he strapped up, he had a problem with his knee, he strapped that up, he's now out on the course, and he's doing pretty well, he's hanging in there. So far, we have no reports of any injuries on the course, we have no reports of anybody breaking off the race, and indeed at the various cut-off points, we haven't heard of the gates being closed and teams not being allowed through. So far in the perfect conditions, most people seem to be having very much the perfect race. We have 2 teams, as I mentioned, who are out in the field at the moment, bringing us these pictures that you see here from Stockholm's Skärgård, Stockholm's archipelago. We're going to be seeing if we can go to them at any point in the near future. In the meantime, I'm just keeping one eye on the leaderboard as we go along here. We're going to check to see how the women are getting along there on Kvinnoholmen. No, there's still no women's team there on Kvinnoholmen. There are 4 teams. If the 6 teams at the height of the men's competition, there are 4 in the women's. Team Surspot, Team Puppy TS Mad, Team TQTRI and Team Sankan are bringing up the rear there, all within about half an hour of one another. But of course the big interest is at the top of that group, where Team Surfspot and Team Puppy TS Mad are celebrated by less than a minute, 55 seconds. The pictures you are watching now is what has become world famous in endurance sports, what's called the pig swim. 1.4 kilometers of open water swimming. It's cold, you got to stay within 10 meters of your teammate. I can see there they're swimming very much in pairs there. They're swimming very, very close together. What you can't see in picture there is some of the 30 boats that we have out and around the Stockholm archipelago this morning, who are guaranteeing the safety of our athletes as they take on this enormous, enormous challenge. The race started this morning just around about 6 o'clock as the sun was rising here in Sweden. We had 240 competitors on the line to start off there. They ran a little bit around Sandhamn there, out of the village, out through the forest, and then down into the water for the first time. Very, very cold in the beginning, the first shock that the body was hit with this morning. Into the water there for a short swim and then a run, and then we were pretty much into proceedings. The athletes should be well warmed up now, apart of course from those who are currently in the water swimming. But we're going from extremes of temperatures here. You're going from 16 degrees in the water to maybe, I'd say it's probably 17, 18 degrees outside now. A very, very pleasant late summer, early autumn day here in Sweden. We're looking a little bit closer here at these pictures, and we're trying to see if we can see any of the swimming caps. If we can zoom in there, maybe we can see the colour of the swimming caps. Green, of course, is for the mixed teams. I think we had orange for the men, and what was it, a pink colour that we had for the women's teams. But it's kind of hard to see from distance. Of course, they're still quite a distance from the shore there. But needless to say, we'll be able to look up close when they get in closer to our camera position there. There we go. We're just zooming in a little bit. And you can see, even after over 5 hours of racing, that they're still going strong. There's still some very, very strong swimmers out there, and they're giving all they can. The discs attached to each hand, they're hand paddles. One of our sponsors, Head, is one of the major providers of swimming equipment to those taking part here. And a lot of our swimmers are choosing to use the hand paddles today. We've also seen some competitors choosing to use flippers, which is a little bit odd. Most competitors choose not to use them because you tend to use a lot of time putting them on and taking them off after each swim. They have to get in and out of the water here on these islands. There are 26 islands in total, which means entering and exiting the water 50 times in total. So that means that you've got to take your flippers on and off 50 times in total during the day. Now, for some people who are such strong leg swimmers, it's going to be a big bonus, but for others, it's not. I'm seeing here that at Swimrun Bunse, we have our third men's team in there. Be Quick Red of Easting are now up into third place. Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren are now in third place. If we go and look at the leaderboard in total, then we can look at Swimrun Bunse first, and we'll have a look at the men's category there. We can see the head swimming have a very, very slender lead. 29 seconds over 75 kilometres is absolutely zero. And that is the lead that head swimming have over Team Milebreaker Uppatov. Lelle Mulberg and Daniel Hansen, they're two very, very experienced swimrun athletes. Be Quick Red of Easting have just come in there. Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren, 12 minutes and 19 seconds behind. But again, over a 75 kilometre race, that's not actually that much. We've seen a 4-minute lead eaten up there over the last 4 time stations. So there's still a very, very good chance that they can be there and challenging for second place a little bit later on in the day. We've a long run coming later on, almost a half marathon on Orno, and that usually has a serious effect on the placings there. If we go back to, shall we go to Morta South? Maybe even Kvinnoholmen. Kvinnoholmen there, we want to see if we have any women on Kvinnoholmen. None of the women's teams have made it to Kvinnoholmen yet, but maybe we might see if a mixed team, we have a couple of mixed teams there. Indeed, we have 3 mixed women's teams on Kvinnoholmen there. You can see Say No to Doping, IDTM. That's Jasmina Glasreven and Thomas Reven. They were the first of the mixed teams there. 5 hours, 12 minutes and 55 seconds after they left Sandhamn, they made it to the timing station at Kvinnoholmen. Team 2 by You Mix, Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén of Sweden were 3 minutes and 10 seconds behind them. And then in third place, Team Adeptic, Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner were there in third place, 3 minutes and 11 seconds behind. Now, what that says to us on the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, second and third place there's only 1 second between them. It's very, very tight in that category also. And that's also the only category which is not being led by a team with a Swedish member. At the moment, we have a Finnish-Dutch team there. There we have the pig swim. We can see the first women's team, or certainly one of the women's team, making its way across the 1.4 kilometre sound there towards Kvinnoholmen. You can see there's a lovely rhythm there to the swimming, and maybe not as fast as what we've seen in some of the elite groups, but they're making up ground there. If we look at where they were when they left, so to speak, we'll see that the time gap between the leaders there is Team Surspot were there in first place. They were 55 seconds ahead of Team Puppy TS Mad. And then there's a huge gap then of, well, a comparatively huge gap of 20 minutes to Team 2QTRI. We haven't had anybody there at Team Kvinnoholmen yet, so I'd imagine it's still the two teams, Team Surspot and Team Puppy TS Mad, who are fighting it out there for the women's team. Again, we can't really see the bib numbers here in the water, and I don't recognise the faces. It does look to me like that's Team Puppy TS Mad there coming through the water. But that's, yeah, it is Team Puppy TS Mad that we've got confirmed. They're just getting out of the water there. And they, in that case, they could be arriving to Kvinnoholmen in the lead. They could be arriving to Kvinnoholmen in the lead. That would mean that they've made up the 55 seconds that they were behind Team Surspot at the last positional check there, the last time station as we went along. We're just going to get that confirmed now. They'll be going past the official timing station very, very soon indeed. So we're going to go and have a look at the leaderboard. There is a tactic here to deal with the various different currents that you come across in this water. Some choose to swim straight and pit their strength against the strength of the current. Some choose to swim in an arc and allow the current to sort of bring them in towards the end and save a little bit of energy as they go along. That may be what happened here. We'll see if this is a tactical triumph or if it was just a case of they were faster across the open water. 55 seconds was the lead that Team Surspot were leading by. It's just 55 seconds, but of course over the course of 1.4 kilometers a lot can change in the water. We're just waiting on them. They're just grabbing a quick bite to eat there as they pass by. Again, we can see the elastic rope between the two team members. That's Bibben Nordblom and her daughter Charlotta Nielsen. They'll soon be coming past the official timing station and we'll be able to bring you the official time there as they come onto Kvinnoholmen. Making their way up there. You can see the course is marked out there now, so it should be easy for them to find their way up. Just making their way through. Again, you can see that trail running is not exactly the same as running the Stockholm Marathon or the Reykjavik Marathon or the London Marathon. It's very, very unsure underfoot. You're not guaranteed. There can be gravel. We have the second team coming into land now, so it looks very much like Team Puppy TS Mad has taken the lead from Team Surspot. They've passed them out on the way. So they've certainly passed them out on the way. There must be a gap of maybe 30 seconds, a minute or more. So they've made up at least the 55 seconds they were behind and then some. And we see some of the men's teams coming in there as well. So starting to get a little bit tight around there now. We'll go back and see what the official times are. Yes, indeed, Puppy TS Mad are officially now in the lead. Bibben Nordblom and her daughter Charlotta Nielsen. 5 hours, 26 minutes and 1 second after they left Sandhamn, and they take the lead for what I believe is the first time today. So they've overtaken second place and gone up into the lead. Yeah, we have plenty coming up there now. Again, you can see a pair of flippers in the hand of that particular competitor. Two competitors using flippers, of course. It would be very, very difficult to race with a teammate who wasn't using flippers. Just one person using them is not going to work. It's very much about the play between the two, the cooperation between the two teammates. Do we have, I believe we have Anders there on Kvinnoholmen who might be able to bring us up to speed with what's happening there. Anders, are you there?
Okay, we're at Kvinnoholmen and you see Team Surspot.se. Second ladies team here. Puppy TS Mad has just departed from here 2 minutes ago. So I think Maria and Annika will run quite hard now to chase them. And here you see, I think, the only team that use fins. But these guys have done several ÖTILLÖs before, so I think they have tried to test different equipment, and maybe they have found out that fins are the best for them. You have to be a very good fin swimmer to gain the time that you lose to put them on and off. So several teams has done the legendary pig swim, and now they can look forward to the next big challenge on the course. That's the running on Ornö 19.7 Ks. But first they have some technical trail running and one more big swim, 907 meters. But it's not as hard as the pig swim. Okay, that's it from Pig Swim today. Back to the studio.
There you have it. The official times are in from the women's race there. Puppy TS Mad in the lead there, 5 hours, 26 minutes and 1 second into their race. And amazingly, they were 55 seconds behind going into the pig swim, and they're now 1 minute and 55 seconds ahead. So they made up a total of 2 minutes and 50 seconds there over Team Surfspot. It's tough there coming out of the pig swim. You can see some of the competitors there having serious problems even taking themselves out of the water. It's very, very difficult to get themselves out there. That's team number 16 we see coming out of the water there. So yeah, going back to the women's race, 2 minutes and 50 seconds made up on the pig swim. It's going to be interesting to see if that was in fact a tactical maneuver there, if they decided to swim against and then with the current on the way in, or if they just took the shortest distance between 2 points and swam a straight line right over. You can see it's very, very slippery there coming out of the water as well. So there's going to be a big gap in the women's race now. There was a bit of a gap before to the third place team. 2QTRI were about 20 minutes behind them, but that actually marks the first time Team Surfspot left Sandhamn and they were in the lead until this point. So until they hit the pig swim, Team Surfspot were in the lead. So that just goes to show what a decisive factor in this race the pig swim actually is. It's going to be very, very difficult. It's going to sort out a few things in the placings further down as well, and depending on the personal goals of those who are taking part there, it's going to have a huge effect on whether they have a good day or a bad day at the office here in the Stockholm archipelago. If we look again, we are going to have a quick look over here at Shimodono. There's not a whole lot happening there. We have a couple of interviews here that we did yesterday with some of the participants here. So we've heard from some of the race organisers. We've heard from Petter, who's there with the knee injury, doing his best to make his way around the course. We've heard from last year's winners as well, the world record holders. But last year's winners in the women's category, these are the people who've just taken the lead now. It was Bibben Nordblom and Charlotta Nilsson. They're back again this year to defend their title. As I said, they've just taken the lead. And yesterday they explained to Åsa how they got involved in Swimrun and about the strong season that they've had so far as they prepared to retain their crown.
So, last year's winners in the women's category, Team 100, Puppy TS, mother and daughter, Bibben Nordblom and Charlotte Nilsson. How are you today?
It feels good to be here. Well, today you never know. It feels kind of a little bit weird, but we have to see tomorrow after a couple of swims, and then you see what your body will be like that day.
And it's great that you're a mother and daughter, but Bibben, we know that you're racing for the third time. You're only 22. Tell us about the first time it was in a mixed team.
I didn't know what to expect, so Johan was in my team, and he was telling me everything about the race. I was like, oh yeah, okay. But when I come here for the first time, I was like, oh shit. It was really tough, but after the race I like, oh yeah, I will do this again.
And what year was that?
2010.
You were only 18, is that right?
Yeah.
And last year you were going to Hawaii. Are you going to Hawaii on the Ironman this year as well?
Yes.
Are you going?
As a spectator.
To cheer on, yeah. So what do you expect of the race tomorrow? What is your goal with tomorrow's race?
Finish the race and then we will see what happens. Yeah, try to pushing the pace as hard as we can, and then we'll have to see. Just focus on ourselves. You can't do anything about the others, so it's a very, very long day. Oh, this is harder than the Ironman race, I think. That's our experience.
And weather conditions, what would you like if you could choose any weather you like?
Oh, I really don't care about if it's choppy water or not. So you can't do anything about it. So I really, yeah.
I'm hoping for rain on the runs.
You don't think it will be slippery?
Yeah, on the rocks, but not on the long run.
And did you race any other swim runs this season together?
Yes, ÖTILLÖ Swimrun in the end of May, Amfibiemannen and Ångaloppet.
And how did those races go?
Oh, ÖTILLÖ we got on the second place, Amfibiemannen first place, Ångaloppet second place.
That's pretty impressive. Well, good luck to you, and we are really looking forward to see you out on the course.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There you go. That's the current race leaders in the women's category, Puppy TS Mad. They're currently leading by 1 minute and 55 seconds from Team Surfspot. Interesting to listen to that interview there. Charlotta Nielsen, a 22-year-old daughter, saying that her objective was just to finish the race. And you find it hard to believe that when her mother is standing beside her saying, yeah, we're going to push the pace and that kind of thing. They're now leading the race, as I say. They put in an incredible performance there in the pig swim. The pig swim is a legendary and very, very difficult part of this race. 1.4 kilometres, and that was where they made up 2 minutes and 50 seconds over leaders Team Surfspot, who'd led for the entire race until we got to this very, very difficult swim, and then all of a sudden Team Puppy TS Mad took over completely. So at the moment they're running across Kvinnoholmen. We don't have any pictures of them at the moment running across Kvinnoholmen, but there's a battle royale going there for supremacy in the women's competition. Let me see here. We're just looking at the map here, of course. Team Shimano, the cut-off time there is going to be 4 o'clock. That's for all the athletes, but the elite athletes have passed that already, as far as I'm aware. They've made it across. No, that's where they're on their way to. So they're going to come to Southern Shimano there. Is it Bunso? And then we're going to go across there. So we have a team there waiting for the first athletes to pass there, and we'll be going over to them as soon as we have any pictures whatsoever. If we take a time out and have a quick look at the leaderboard again, maybe we're going to just see if we can have a look at the men's competition. We had a group of about 6 men there at Shimano. Yeah, we have 6 teams entirely that have passed by there. Head swimming still leading, but only 29 seconds ahead of Team Milebreaker Upatov. They've made up an awful lot of time there over the last few timing stations. After that, we have Be Quick Redovisning, Antti Antonov and Markus Hultgren there, 12 minutes and 19 seconds behind there. So basically the top 2, we're looking at probably palming a winner from one of the top 2 there. Enevit Sweden, Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson early leaders today, but now 20 minutes and 35 seconds behind, still doing very, very well. 5 hours, 28 minutes and 7 seconds into the race. Team Actic, after that, Rasmus Enlund from Sweden and Fredrik Haglund also from Sweden. So a very strong Swedish representation there in the top table. Struktermark, Sweden's fastest consultant bureau, they're there 24 minutes after the leaders. We might have a quick look here and see if I wouldn't imagine anybody's made it to the Red Bull Energy Station of the mixed teams yet, but if we go back, the results, no, they haven't. The results of the mixed teams so far: Say No to Doping, the Finnish Dutch pair of Jasmina Glad-Schreven and Thomas Schreven are there 5 hours, 12 minutes and 55 seconds into their race. Team 2 by You Mix, 3 minutes and 10 seconds behind, and then 1 second after them, just 1 second after them, Team Adeptic, Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner were there 1 second after them. So it's very, very tight at the top between the top 3 there. The podium pretty much decided already in the mixed category, but that's barring injury or anything happening there. But it's going to be very, very interesting to see who makes it to first, second and third position there. We might go forward there and see if any of them, they are on their way to the Red Bull Energy Station at the moment, but there doesn't appear to be. We are at the Red Bull Energy Station there. The latest update that we have, Say No to Doping, their lead has been cut. Adeptic are now into second place, and the lead is only 15 seconds. So say no to doping. If we want to talk about a battle royale, here's one happening right here. Team 2xU mix are further back, so only 2 minutes separates the top three in the mix section this year. We spoke to Matt Scott, the race organizer, yesterday, and he told us there was a very, very strong mixed field out there, and in fact that he expected them to be among the first 5 finishers. It may not turn out that way, but it's certainly very, very tight at the top in that particular competition. As I say, we have our teams out in the field. We're looking forward to getting some pictures of them in the near future to see where they're at. But a very, very exciting race happening there at the moment. The pig swim, for those who've already done it, I'm sure it's going to be a relief to be getting onto dry land and to be getting onto a couple of shorter runs to warm up the body again. For those who have it still ahead of them, it's going to be quite difficult. The elite are quite far out in front now. The field is very, very spread out over the islands here in the Stockholm archipelago. So for those who still have it ahead of them, such as our rapper friend Petter with a knee injury, he's not going to be looking forward to hitting the water for that 1.4 kilometre swim there. As you can see, the weather is beautiful here today. There was fears that we had a week or two ago that we might be hit by rain today, but so far it's been fantastic. Ever since the sun came up at 6 o'clock this morning, the conditions have been absolutely perfect for swim run racing. It's actually ideal that it's not too warm in the air either. The air temperature here somewhere between maybe 16 and 20 degrees where we are in the archipelago, and it's actually perfect. You don't want it to be too warm because the athletes have to run in the wetsuits that they are wearing. Remember, there's no time in the 50 changes from water to land. There is no time for some people are taking off flippers, but there's no time to change from wetsuits into jogging clothes and then back again. So they have to run in their wetsuits, which can get very, very warm. The wetsuits are designed for a temperature of 10 degrees in the water, which is quite cold relative to anything else though. So if they're going to run along in that, it's going to get very, very sweaty very, very quickly. And of course there is that 20-kilometre run along Orn there, which can be very, very sweaty indeed if you're running in a wetsuit. So that will be coming up for some of the men's elite runners. That's going to be coming up within the next half an hour or an hour or so. Then it's pretty much going to take them 2 hours to run those 20 kilometres, and then we're pretty much into the home straight for them. About 5.5 hours, what are we, maybe 5.5, coming up to 6 hours into the race now, and it's very much formed as it was expected. The favourites are out in front, the top seeds are out in front, very, very tight in some situations there. I'm just wondering if we have any pictures to show there apart from the beautiful scenery behind us here. You can see the very beautiful traditional red Swedish timber house behind me there. We're going to take a little break from the live broadcast here, and we'll be back to you in about 10 or 15 minutes time as soon as we have an update from the timing stations around the Stockholm archipelago on the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship race. We're back with you live already. That was probably the quickest break we've ever had in this particular competition. We're back with you live because the contenders are flying ahead. They're up much quicker out of the water than what we expected, and they're coming onto Ornö now and into, you can see them getting through, flying through the water here, despite the fact that they've plenty of miles and kilometres of both swimming and running in their legs and arms already, but they are tearing through the water now towards the 20-kilometre run that will probably be where this race is decided. We can't see which team that is. I'm guessing it is the leaders there. I'm guessing it's Team Head Swimming, but they have a very, very short... we have Team Milebreaker in the lead. Team Milebreaker are in the lead, and Team Head Swimming are coming behind them. So Team Milebreaker are in the lead there, and they'll be up on land very, very soon indeed. Of course, they had a lead of 56 seconds at ÖTILLÖ by the time they left, and they're now coming up into the long 20-kilometre run that they're going to be on for quite some time. The images here show we can't see the second place team, Team Head Swimming, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak. We can't see them in the picture at all. So there appears to be the lead. They went into this part of the race was 56 seconds. And we can't see them anywhere in shot at the moment. It could very well be them to the left of your picture there as you look. Again, the tactical choice. Do you go with the current or do you swim against it or try to swim against it there? So it's very, very hard to see what particular tactic we've chosen here and who is who. But it looks very, very close indeed. There can't be that many seconds between the two leading teams in the men's competition at the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship race. We have a boat coming across now. We hope he doesn't get too close to our competitors, causing a bit of a swell there. Well, as you can see, there are plenty of pleasure boats around. They're pretty much there for the safety of that. We have Åsa, our expert Åsa, is on site there, as you may do. Over to you, Åsa.
So we were parked right before the long run, the dreadful long run on Ornö, and we have the two leading teams. They actually switched position during the pig swim, I assume, because now Team Milebreaker are ahead of head swimmers. But we know that head swimming, Team Head Swimming are better runners. So we will see what will happen here on Ornö when they will put the almost 20k behind them. I believe it would be like 30-40 seconds between them, maybe 1 minute when they go up on Ornö. So it's pretty exciting at this moment in the race, and there are no other teams in sight behind them, and they probably have about 4 minutes maybe before anyone else, or even more before anyone else will show up. So it will be a battle. It's almost like a running competition now. We can see in the far end that Lelle and Daniel soon will get up from the water, and the yellow paddles that you can see in the water are Björn and Paul. The hard part with the swimming is that you can't really see any facial expressions. But when we last saw them, they were both teams were extremely focused, and they weren't looking too happy. It was hard to get a smile out of them. So I believe that they are really going head to head on this one.
Again, what we're seeing here is a battle royale. The two teams very, very close together as they come out of the water and into the 20-kilometre run here. As Åsa was saying, this has pretty much now become a foot race, and you have to wonder if it is actually advantage to Björn Englund and Paul Krochak. Paul said yesterday he was looking forward more to the running than the swimming. Of course, the pig swim for him was something to be endured more than enjoyed, and he gave us the impression that he was very much looking forward to the longer run. But Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, when they started to ease into the lead of Team Head Swimming, it wasn't actually in the water, it was on land, and that was something that very, very few of our experts would have expected at the time. So it's not a foregone conclusion that they're going to come up on land and all of a sudden Head Swimming are going to take off. The other thing is that we have a very, very, very fast pace in this race. A little bit earlier on today, we heard that Team Head Swimming, who were leading for pretty much the early part of the race, that they were 8 minutes inside the split time from their world record of 8 hours and 35 minutes last year. So that means that both these teams are probably well ahead of the clock. We know certainly from our own perspective, we were hoping for a little break there, but we found that they were coming out of the water far quicker than we in the production studio here knew. So we had to get back into our positions to bring these fantastic pictures to you now. Both teams appear to be coming out of the water there now. We're just going to see what the gap is between them. They haven't reached the latest timing station. The nearest timing station there at what's called the milebreaker.com final 15. We haven't seen the times come in for that yet, but it's certainly going to be a very, very fast time indeed. 56 seconds was the gap between the two of them. 56 seconds with Team Milebreaker starting off and Team Head Swimming in second place at that point. Soon enough they will be at the second time station and we'll get to find out exactly what the gap is. We also have a team that's going to be following them along the 20-kilometre run a little bit later on, so we'll be able to bring you all the drama of the foot race that is about to take place here in the Stockholm archipelago as we wait to find out who wins the Swimrun World Championship for 2014. Two very, very, very competitive teams in there. As Åsa was saying, it's hard to get a smile out of these guys. That is because they are focused on one thing and one thing only, and that is the black finish line about 15 metres here in front of me on ÖTILLÖ. That is the only thing that is on their minds at the moment. Working very, very well in the teams. They're keeping very, very close together both in the water and on the land. And we can see now from the other side, we're actually waiting for any evidence whatsoever of any of the other teams making it into the water. But these two teams are so far out in front that we haven't seen any of that evidence so far. We're just looking to see if anybody shows up, but there doesn't seem to be much action over there just yet. I'm going to check on the computer here in front of me. They still haven't made that particular timing that I was looking for. Yeah, 56 seconds is the last one that we have. 56 seconds is the gap. 5 hours 42 minutes and 41 seconds was Team Milebreaker.com. That's what it took them to get to Swimrun, to the time station there. And Head Swimming were just 56 seconds behind them. So it's going to be very, very tight indeed. The question is now, how much comes down to technique and how much it comes down to character? 56 seconds is very, very little over 20 kilometres. 20 kilometres, you're talking about the guts of a 2-hour run, basically, under the circumstances they find themselves. They've already run quite far in this particular day. We've already done about 7 to 7.5 kilometres, if not a little bit more of swimming. There's one more 900-kilometre swim to come, so that's a pretty long one. They're going to have to keep something in reserve for that. But really, if Björn Englund and Paul Krochak are going to make their move, they're going to have to do it at some point on Örnö. They're going to have to do it at some point under the 20-kilometre race that is coming up in front of them now. Both teams are on the land now, and we're just waiting to see if we can get pictures of them in the very near future so we can see how it looks, see how close they are together on land as well, because of course valuable seconds can be lost just getting in and out of the water. One little slip, one little take too long over a drink or whatever, and your rivals could be right up behind you. They would not be aware. They don't have access to the same pictures. They don't have access to the same technology as we do, so they wouldn't exactly be aware, having come off a long swim, of the time gap that exists between the two of them. They'll hear it along the course, but it's going to be very, very difficult for them to put that in any kind of perspective whilst they're out in the field. No pictures so far of the two teams battling it out there, but we'll take a look back over the leaderboard and we'll see where the rest of the competition is at there. It seems to be most of the men's team have made it to as far as the Red Bull Energy Station. As you know, there are cut-off points along the road there. If you don't get there in good time, the road is closed, so to speak. The gates are closed and the race is over for your part. If I look at the Red Bull Energy Station here, and if we go through that, we are currently looking at the Red Bull Energy Station for the men. There's over 20 teams. I think there's maybe 25, 26 teams that have come through there so far. We might look and see if any of the women's team have any of the women's teams made it there at all. Yes, the two women's team have made it there. Yeah, we have Team Puppy TS Mad has taken a huge lead. 4 minutes and 38 seconds is now their lead over Team Surfspot. Team Surfspot, of course, they led pretty much from leaving Sandhamn this morning. They were overtaken on the pig swim, where Team Puppy TS Mad made up 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and now they have stretched out a lead to 4 minutes and 38 seconds. 4 minutes and 38 seconds. So that is going to be an awful lot to make up by the time they get to Örnö for the long long run. We might have a quick look at the mixed section as well, where it's very tight between the top 3 teams there. We'll see where they are. Yeah, it's still very, very tight. 15 seconds between first place and second place, with Team 2XU mix just behind them. 1 minute and 54 seconds after the leaders say no to doping. I'm not sure, maybe we might be able to check to see if they've come slightly longer along the path. If we have a look at Shimandö maybe there for the mixed section and see if they came up there. We'll get that up to you in a second. No, they haven't made it that far just yet. But again, it's very, very tight, very exciting in the men's, the women's, and in the mixed sections there so far. The elite are really putting on a show for us out here today in Stockholm Archipelago, as is Mother Nature. Beautiful conditions here behind us. Beautiful sunshine all morning. We can see the spectators are beginning to arrive now. We have family, fans, and friends starting to show up to cheer them on. It's going to be a couple of hours before we have anybody coming across the finish line here, but the preparations are well underway for a fantastic climax to the ÖTILLÖ race. Are we going to go over to some pictures from one of the boats now, am I hearing? No, we don't have anything coming from one of the boats now at the moment. We're just going to go back then. I'll just have a quick look at the computer here and see what we have in. The men are so far out in front now. The field is very, very much spread out over the entire Stockholm archipelago. Of course, this race covers 26 islands, starting at Sandhamn and finishing here at ÖTILLÖ. There are 25 islands in between. That means getting in and out of the water 50 times in total. So it's a tough day's work for the athletes who are out on the course. 240 of them left at dawn this morning from Sandhamn. They took off down the trail there through the forest and into the water. And it was a very, very chilly enough start. 16 degrees in the water. It was probably a little bit more than most of them expected, but I don't think it was very much comfort at about 6 o'clock this morning when they did hit the water for the first time. Since then, as I say, the field has kind of gone out like an accordion there, where the stronger elite athletes have taken a lead and they've increased it as the morning went on. So there's a couple of groups that are way out in front here, but much of the field is still stretched out across the back. So they would have, the leaders would have crossed islands that the others still haven't even landed on yet. So there's still plenty to play for. For many, the course will take maybe 11, 12 hours to complete. The cut-offs, that's if they make the cut-offs along the way. And the problem, of course, with the cut-offs is if you make a cut-off by a minute, you're not done there, because there's another cut-off coming and another cut-off coming and another cut-off coming. So if you raise the pace to make one, you have to keep that pace up to make the next one all the time. Again, that's to encourage them to plan their training properly, to plan their race properly, to plan their diet properly, and to plan their tactics properly. So the race organisers are very, very interested in not having any lame ducks out in the field whatsoever. If you're at the finals of the Swimrun World Championships, you have to earn the right to be there, and you have to earn the right to come back next year. I'm wondering if we have anything from our teams out in the field there. If we have any pictures. We saw some pictures there. These pictures appear to be coming to us from Shimandö, just on the way into the long run there at ÖTILLÖ. We see a man out in his canoe there this morning. I don't know if he's a supporter of one of the teams or if he's part of the support staff. I'm sure he's out there just to ensure the safety of the athletes who are making their way around the course this morning. The Swimrun World Championships, the ÖTILLÖ race, part of folklore here in the Stockholm archipelago, started 10 years ago, late night in a bar where 4 friends decided to challenge to go the opposite direction, to go from ÖTILLÖ to Sandhamn. It has grown since then. The first commercial race, it was just 11 two-man teams that took place, 22 athletes in total. There are over 10 times that number that stood on the starting line this morning. But the local people have very much taken it to their hearts here. Basically all the boats that are available on the islands of the Stockholm archipelago between ÖTILLÖ and Sandhamn are out in the water today just to help out if they can be. Those who stay at home, they tend to be outside with some cookies and some water and some milk and juice and drinks for the competitors, just in case they need a little energy boost as they pass by. We've had many people who live here on the island passing by this morning to ask us how things are going, to ask us who's in the lead. And of course, many of the athletes are returning here for the 5th, the 6th, the 7th time. Indeed, one of the Anderson brothers, who was one of the original guys who took the challenge, has been taking part in every race ever since the original challenge was laid down in a bar here, and there were just 4 people in that particular race. So it's something that is very much a part of folklore here and very much supported by the local community. As I say, we're looking at the beautiful pictures of Mother Nature here, but the only thing that this is really illustrating is the gap in class between the 2 teams that are leading. I see now that Be Quick Redovisning, that's Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren of Sweden, 15 minutes and 30 seconds. 15 minutes and 30 seconds behind the leaders, Team Mile Breaker Uppetov. Lele Moberg and Daniel Hansel. And that just pretty much shows that, first and second place, it's all to play for there. Provided none of the team members get injured, provided there's no reason to disqualify them whatsoever, it's going to be Team Milebreaker and Team Head Swimming. One of those two is going to be on the top step of the podium when we close out this race in a few hours' time. Be Quick Red of Easting, of course, Antti suffered from stomach flu last night and was suffering a little bit with that this morning. It was doubtful whether he would actually make it to the starting line to begin with, but make it he did, and now he's made his way all the way up to third place alongside Marcus Hultgren. It's a fantastic achievement just to make it to the starting line at all. So to be where he is in this position, I think he'd be delighted. We just hope that he won't have to break off the race a little bit later on. We have a fourth team coming in there now. Team number 4. That would be Quick Red of Easting. Yeah, that's is that Antti Antonov? Is there the pictures we can see there? Yeah, you can see the two of them hit the water, just getting into their stride now. And we can see, as I said, the local boats are out in force. Still quite powerful swimming, it has to be said. They've come a long way through this race now. I'm not exactly sure of how many kilometres it is. I'm sure it's around 35-40 kilometre mark there. There's a lot of hard swimming to be done, but there's still quite powerful strokes there. A lot of it, of course, comes down to technique, as many people who live in the islands outside of Stockholm will tell you. You don't struggle against the water, you go with it. So the more muscle effort you put into it, the less you get out of it. You have to have a very good, clean, sort of sweeping technique. That's also the reason for the hand paddles. It gives them a little bit more purchase in the water, and every little advantage you can get is very, very welcome when you're trying to make a distance of 75 kilometres before sundown here in Stockholm tonight. As you can see in the couple of minutes we've been watching these pictures now, they've flown out into the water there and they're just headed for the other side where a 20-kilometre run awaits them. Already on that 20-kilometre run, of course, Team Milebreaker and Team Head Swimming will soon have pictures from there of that particular clash of the Titans as they make their way through that 20-kilometre run. It's incredible the amount of speed that these guys can generate, despite the fact that they started off at 6 o'clock this morning. There are energy stations along the way, of course. They don't leave. The athletes don't carry a whole lot with them, if they carry anything at all. So they pick up water, they pick up food along the way, and that's there to keep them going. 9 different stations that they pass through. They can pick up water, energy drinks, and everything from hot dogs to energy bars provided by a company called Enervito, one of the sponsors that we have here today. For those of you watching at home and considering maybe giving this a go, I suggest you get in training as soon as you possibly can. Not only do we have 120 teams here today, we had 500 teams on the waiting list. So that's 1,000 athletes who are sitting watching this and wishing they were here. So if you do want to get involved in this, I would suggest getting out and getting into training as soon as you possibly can. Open water swimming, not the easiest in the world, because it's not just the water you're contending with the temperature, contending with algae, and also contending with the currents here. Not only the currents, I'm just looking at the boats there, the swells from some of the boats this morning. Most of the boats are here, of course, to help everybody. But sometimes in their eagerness to get the best video pictures or the best photographs, they come a little bit close, and the swells from the boats can cause a few problems along the way for the participants. As we can see now, this swim is almost done for our third place team, Team Be Quick Red of Easting. You can see it doesn't feel like a whole long time, but I can assure you when you're swimming in water of 16 degrees, having gone through what they've already gone through this morning, every stroke is taking it out of them. The lactic acid is building up in the muscles. Race director Mikael Lemel and Matt Scott, they were recommending that constant movement, constant motion, never stop. Don't sit down, don't take a break. If you're going to take a drink from somewhere, if you're going to take something to eat from somewhere, do it in passing. Don't stop, because if you stop, then all of a sudden the muscles relax and it's very, very hard to kickstart them again. And the challenges that wait on the other side of your stop are no easier than what you've already gone through. So you're actually better, or the more experienced people would say that you're actually better just to keep going all the way through it, because stopping means it gets very, very hard to start again. We can see they're just coming up to the jetty there where they'll be climbing out of the water. A 20-kilometre run ahead of them. Hopefully, we will have our expert Anders should be here now within the next hour or so, and we'll get to ask him a little bit more about the equipment that the athletes use as they go along. Some of them use flotation devices just to help them keep the weight of their legs. Of course, the thigh muscles and that kind of thing will be among the heaviest in the body. So the flotation devices help them keep them up in the water, so you don't have to struggle with that. But also simple things like, what kind of running shoes do you wear? There's very, very little time for changing. So they tend to wear the running shoes in the water and their wetsuits when they're running on land. So it's very, very difficult to actually choose anything as you go along. You have to choose a pair of shoes that aren't going to retain very much water, that obviously aren't very heavy to begin with. You'll see most of the wetsuits that you'll see on display here today, they don't tend to be one-piece wetsuit that go all the way from the ankle to the neck. Most seem to prefer them to be cut off around the top of the knee, and then they tend to wear socks, long socks to cover the calf muscles and keep them warm whilst they're in the water. Of course, we'll be asking Anders, who has plenty of experience from taking part in this race, about that as soon as he gets here in about the next hour or so. He's out on the road at the moment. We can see, I think our competitors are just coming up out of the water there now. It can be a little bit difficult to see. While you're watching these pictures, I'm going to have a quick look and see how things are going on the leaderboard over at Swimrun. None of the women's competitors have made it there yet. And the information I have is that none of the the two mixed teams that are in the lead they have made it to Swimrun Bunse. Adeptic are in the lead, Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner, and they are leading by 30 seconds from Team 2XU Mixed. That's Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén there. So if we go to Swimrun Bunse and choose the mixed class, we'll be able to see that. If we take the mixed class there, we'll be able to show the two teams there very, very close together still. That means that we're going to be having drama in this race all the way up to the very, very end. Nothing is decided yet in any of the classes. There's nobody who has a lead that can't be eaten up on the 20-kilometre run, or indeed on the 1-kilometre swim that's coming up a little bit later on before the race ends. When it does end, the racers will arrive here at ÖTILLÖ. There's a very, very short run up the hill here. There's some steps, and then they will eventually finish up just in front of our camera position here on ÖTILLÖ at ÖTILLÖ Vadshus, where the idea was created about 10 years ago in 2004, very late one night in the bar here. I'm wondering if maybe we have some pictures from the runners on Ornö at the moment. I wonder if can we go to our correspondents over there, our reporters out in the field? We have nobody out there just yet. We're waiting for them to get into place now. There's some pictures from one of the running trails, but we don't actually have any current pictures now. The run on Ornö is one of the easiest when it comes to the actual surface that they'll be running on. It's quite good. Previously today, they've had to run over rocks, they've had to run over shale, they've had to run over gravel, they've had to be crawling up and down slippery rocks. Very early in the race, we saw some of the racers take the tactic of going over rocks rather than trying to swim through the water there. Didn't work out all that well for them. But on Ornö, I'm led to believe that the surface is very, very good indeed, which is going to benefit the more experienced distance runners and triathletes out there. We're back in the studio here now, and we're just going to have a look at the leaderboards again. There's no more mixed teams coming through there. We're looking at Ornö, sad they haven't turned up there yet at all. There are no more men's teams either arrived yet, so the men are pretty much there's just the three teams that are out in front there on Swimrun. Actually, the fourth team has now made it onto Swimrun as well. Team Actic, Rasmus Eklund and Fredrik Haglund have also made it onto Swimrun. Now, they were 23 minutes and 49 seconds behind the leaders, Team Milebreaker. So they're the four teams that are pretty much going to be deciding the podium places a little bit later on. Team Actic, it's going to be difficult for them. They're about 8 minutes behind the third place team, Be Quick Red of Easting. But of course, Antti Antonov was suffering last night with stomach flu, so we're not really sure if he's going to be able to make it all the way to the end of the race. That will probably be the only hope that Team Actic have of making the podium at any point later on today. Let me see if there's... We're looking to see if we have any more teams to report on coming in there. The two women's teams are still very much out in front there. Puppy TS Mad are leading from Team Surspot. The last we heard, they had a 4-minute 38 lead there. Team Surspot had led for pretty much the whole race from Sandhamn, and then they were overtaken on the pig swim. Now they've managed to increase their gap to 4 minutes and 38 seconds. So it's quite a considerable gap there now. Whether they'll be able to keep that ahead now, seeing as they took most of their lead was built up over the pig swim, but now we're back on dry land and running. It's going to be interesting to see if they can keep that gap up for the rest of the race. I think we have some more swimmers coming along, or some more coming into the swim there from ÖTILLÖ to ÖTILLÖ. One of our teams is out in the boat there, just waiting to bring us pictures of the participants as they hit the water there. And you can see, of course, it's a major attraction for the locals, for the people who live here year round. They're out in force this morning. It's kind of reminiscent in one way of the Tour de France, where the residents come out and support the athletes as they pass by here. We can see the fans there just keeping an eye out and seeing the race as it passes by. We have some swimmers hitting the water there as well, on their way towards Ornö now. That's Team Enevitt Sweden, I think, that are hitting the water there. Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson, two very, very strong swimmers. They took a very, very quick lead this morning when they set off from Sandhamn. They hit the water they were among the first athletes to hit the water, and they were the first pair up on the other side at Vansholmen. So they did very, very well in the first swim. Is that team number 8 in the water now? That's actually team number 8. We have Team Actic in the water now. So that they would be the 4th place team, and now team number 14. So Actic have caught up on Team Actic seem to have caught up on Team Enevitt Sweden. Oh, of course, yeah. Team Actic were in 3rd place. Team Enevitt Sweden just behind them now, but closing the gap, it seems. We have no diving in there, just a bit of a cannonball into the water there. Now we have our reporter Åsa. She is on her way to the scene there. And we have runners on Ornö, so we'll be able to join the action now on Ornö as the two teams leading the men's race, head swimming and Team Milebreaker, fight it out. We'll go over to you there, Åsa. We don't have Åsa, but we will certainly have pictures coming up any second now. Here we go. Here's the foot race from Ornö. You can see from the quality of the picture, we have a 4G connection out there. It's a little bit unstable at the moment, but we can certainly see. We have, that's team head swimming that we can see. That's, I think they were our 2nd place team when we got there, so they could be. Oh, sorry, that could be Team Milebreaker, actually, the leaders there that we're watching there. So you can see the surface is pretty good. It's a little bit dodgy underfoot, but it's a good solid surface. Thankfully for the competitors, it didn't rain today, which means the race is going to be an awful lot quicker. There's just a slight downhill run going on here. Both in the same, it's amazing the discipline actually between the team, both very, very close together, both running in the same track. So very, very well paced, very, very stable. You can see the head's bobbing just a little bit, usually a sign of tiredness, but that's hardly surprising when you're this far into an endurance race. But we'll see now when they get out into the sunlight how they're doing. As Åsa was mentioning earlier on, they looked very, very focused when she tried to speak to them earlier on. They pretty much blanked her completely. There was no smiles, no nothing. You can see, yeah, there is a little bit of tiredness there, but that said, they're looking very much physically in control of themselves. The arms aren't swinging by the sides, the heads aren't bobbing too much, so it's a very, very good sign there for team head swimming. That's, Team Milebreaker, Lele Moberg and Daniel Hansson it is, I think we're looking at here as they come down the track. It's 20 kilometres on this particular run. You can see that they've opened the jacket part of their wetsuits, otherwise it would be very, very, very warm indeed as they run down there. They have to keep their race numbers on at all times. That's essential, of course, for the tracking of timings, etc. as they go around, and so that the course stewards can identify them and make sure that they are running across the right part of the track, that they don't get lost on the course. The course is well mapped out, well signposted, and each team has to bring a compass and a map, so there's a little bit of orienteering in there as well, that they have to be able to find their way around the course as they go along. Okay, we're going to stay with these pictures now. This is probably the most dramatic part of the race now. We can't see the 2nd place team anywhere in sight at the moment. Now the gap between the two of them when they arrived at this point was, let me see, 56 seconds between Team Mile Breaker and Team Head Swimming. So there was a gap of 56 seconds, so it's probably no wonder that we can't see them. We can see it's one of them carrying his flotation device there in his right arm as they go along, but looking very, very stable, it has to be said. Concentration and focus, of course, if you started to think about how much this hurt, you'd probably just pack it in and stop in the nearest bar, the nearest hotel, and climb into bed for an hour and have a decent lunch. That's not what these chaps are doing. They're hitting the trail, not as fast as they can, but certainly they're eating up the kilometres as they go along here. A little bit of a blackout there, but we're still with the pictures now from the middle of Ornö, from the 20-kilometre run across it. Of course, it doesn't matter if you're first or last, you still have to make this run if you're going to complete the World Championship ÖTILLÖ Swimrun. We're going to go over to Åsa now, who I believe is at the water's edge.
Getting ready to jump in. Let's see if they have as much energy as they had last time. Let's see a nice dive. Yeah, I will put an 8 on that one maybe. Let's see here. A 5. And they're pretty far off, so I think one of their swim caps is broken too, but let's just hope that it stays together. After this swim, they have about 5 short swims left. One is 350 meters, so it's not that bad. And now they have Ornö run that is 2 or 20 Ks. So he might not need a swim cap that much more. We saw on the other side where the two teams got up from Ornö, Mike and his friend Jesper had caught up to Team Arctic. So they will probably start to run together on the island. And this team is a little too far off. Well, anything can happen on that long run. If you don't have any energy, you can break down and need a nap maybe. And then anyone can pass you. We'll see if there's any other teams close to this team. We're still in top 10 men, top 10 that are entering Ornö. It looks like Mike and Jesper are walking, so maybe they're a little tired now from all the running, and they still have the longest run left, so that is a little bit. They can actually drop in the scoreboard. So it will be very, very interesting to see what happened after this long run. After this short swim where we are located.
And we're back on Ornö, the 20-kilometre run. We're watching the race leaders. That's the race leaders. Just having a little drink, some energy gels, a little bit of food as they go by to keep the energy levels up. We can see, I wouldn't exactly say they're flagging a little because that would kind of be insulting to men who've run and swam as far as they already have today, including the pig swim of 1.4 kilometres, which is now behind them. I'm sure they'll be very, very glad of that. We can see there the elastic rope between the two of them to keep the two of them together. Great thing for the discipline, great thing for keeping the team together. There's no sense, even though they're allowed to spread out 100 metres between them over the island, there's probably no sense in doing that because you just lose complete touch with your team member as you're going along there. So this is the make or break part of the race. Now we can't see their nearest rivals from head swimming anywhere in the picture. That's not to say that they're not there. We've chosen to follow the leaders, but the second place team could be very, very, very close behind. They were 56 seconds apart when they came into this part of the race. We'll see both teams are very, very, very strong runners. We thought maybe in the beginning that Björn Englund and Paul Krochak of Team Head Swimming might be slightly stronger. But it's almost unfair to say that about Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson of Team Milebreaker at this point in time. They put an excellent performance both in the water and on dry land. The land looks very, very dry now. The sun is out. You can see the wetsuits are open, so they're probably very, very warm at the moment, I'd imagine. So the next swim, short enough as it is, will probably come as a welcome chance for them to cool down. There are some contestants, we heard Åsa mention that they're slightly further back along the trail, who've not exactly given up, but they're certainly walking in certain parts of the course now. It's very, very tough to keep in constant motion the whole day through. They will be running for 65 kilometres, swimming for 10 kilometres, and the blistering pace that's set up. And of course these guys have set a blistering pace. At one point they were 8 minutes inside the split time that they had last year when Björn and Paul Krochak of Team Head Swimming set the world record. So we'll say if they set a course record, if they set a world record here today, we're hoping that they do it. In these conditions there's no reason why they shouldn't do it, but of course and even with the pressure being put on, with two teams being so close together at the front of the field, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they did manage to do it. Whilst we're looking at these pictures, I'm going to go and see if we can find any updates from the women's or the mixed teams. There isn't a whole lot going on there. Puppy TS Mad have made it to Shimundö. They're still in the lead there. They're 6 hours, 15 minutes and 9 seconds into their race. There was very, very little gap from them to the second place team, but so far they haven't made it to the same timing station. So we'll see now very, very soon what the lead in the women's race was. I think it was up to about 4 minutes at one point. Puppy TS Mad had stretched ahead there by a good bit after Team Surspot had led for pretty much the whole race from the very beginning. If we look at the mixed section here, whilst you're looking at these pictures, I'll just keep you up to date. Team Adeptic, Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner, team number 200. They're currently in first place, and the team 2xU mix, Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén, they're now in second place. They slipped down to fourth there temporarily, but the last couple of timing stations they've managed to catch up again, and they're in second place, 3 minutes and 30 seconds behind the leaders. But again, with the long run that we're watching in these pictures now coming up, anything could happen there. A bit of cramp, maybe somebody might step on a stone, something like that. Any little injury whatsoever, a foot injury or an ankle injury, is going to slow you down, and over the course of 20 kilometres that's going to cost you valuable seconds, maybe even minutes as they go along. As you can see, the Stockholm archipelago is doing its bit for Swedish tourism today. It's looking beautiful in the sunshine, both in the water and on dry land here. Very, very quiet. A lot of the islands out here in this part of Sweden you're not allowed to drive on, or certainly non-residents aren't allowed to drive on. Motorised scooters of a sort that are usually used for transporting goods around the island, and an awful lot of people use bicycles. And of course boats then for transport between the islands. There are regular ferry services that go into the centre of Stockholm every day. There's also one that delivers passengers slightly to the south of Stockholm. So many of those who came here today would have parked their cars there and gotten the boat over. It's a very, very quiet part of the world. Of course, there's not a whole lot of traffic, so there's not a whole lot of ambient noise around the place. So it's no wonder it's so popular with Swedes who are looking for summer homes and somewhere to relax during the warm summer months. About 50,000 Swedish people come to the archipelago every year to spend some part of their summer holidays. About 14,000 live here year round. And I've never been here in the winter, but I can only imagine that it gets even quieter still once the snow falls and all the tourists go home. But it looks pretty quiet where these guys are running to. They're going on the trail through Ornö at the moment. A 20-kilometre run, a half marathon, after what was pretty much 5.5 hours of running and swimming all morning. They'd already swum about 7.5 to 8 kilometres before they even set off on this, plus all the running that they had to do in between on the islands. But they're still looking pretty strong there. The two very, very close together. I wouldn't say there's a whole lot of verbal communication between the two. The man out in front is leading them through there. And our team is going to follow them all the way. Amazing to think that we've had a change of the lead in the dramatic fashion that we had it. We did very much expect Björn Englund and Paul Krochak to, once they took the lead and they increased it and they increased it and they increased it, but all of a sudden they kind of fell back a little bit, and that enabled Team Milebreaker to catch up on them. Lele Mobay and Daniel Hansel, of course, very, very experienced. Both of them have taken part in this race before, and you can see there's a very sort of calm demeanour out there, sort of a zen-like focus that Åsa was talking about. She tried to speak to them, and it wasn't like they were being rude to her, but she got no reaction whatsoever, and that's very much a sign that these two guys are very much into what they are doing. I think as far as they can see, the only thing that exists in their world right now is their teammate and this course of 75 kilometres that they're trying to beat. We're going to go back to pictures now from the water. We have more people getting into the water there. I can't see what team it is now, but we're back towards Schimendö now, and pretty much I think it's a 300 metre swim across there. Oh, that's the Clapham Chasers from Great Britain. The Clapham Chasers from Great Britain are in the water there, bubbling under a little bit. A lot of the teams, perhaps unsurprisingly, seeing as Sweden was the birthplace of swimrun as a sport, perhaps unsurprisingly the Swedes are still strongest in it. But we're seeing many teams arrive now from the likes of Great Britain. There are several teams from Great Britain, a team from Italy, a team from Belgium. We have in the team next stroke, team number 27, Nicholas Marshall from South Africa is paired with another Brit, Rupert Nicholson from Great Britain. There's another full-on try team, James Dean and Ewan Lees. James is from South Africa. Ewan is from Great Britain as well. Just looking at that red boat there, I think they do appear to be an awful lot closer than what they actually are there. We're going back to Ornö so we can keep up with our two intrepid runners who are leading the field at the moment. Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson out in front there. It would be interesting to see. Unfortunately, this run across Ornö, there's no timing. There's no timing station here, so there's no split we can get, so we can see what distance is between the two teams. We'll just check to see when the next one is coming up. Now, still the last statistic that we have is the 56 seconds of a gap between Team Milebreaker in the lead and Head Swimming. And of course we can see the Team Milebreaker there are out in front as our camera team follows them across the 20-kilometre run of Ornö. It really is a beautiful day, perfect conditions, not too warm, a little bit of sunshine there, plenty of shadows for them to run through too. Plenty of fans starting to arrive here as well to witness the end of the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship run. Again, it will be a little while before the competitors end up here. We're a little over 6 hours into the competition here, 6 hours and 20 minutes approximately since they left Sandhamn this morning, just as the sun was rising in the Stockholm archipelago. The athletes would have been up to make their preparations at about 4 o'clock this morning. That's about 2 hours before the start time. Again, nutrition is something that you have to be very, very careful of, because you can't just eat as much as you like and then set off on a run like this. So they would have been very, very careful to eat slow release carbohydrates, things that they would have had use of in the early stages of the race. Over the 75 kilometres, there are 9 different energy stations where they can pick up drinks, bananas, hot dogs, Swedish cinnamon buns, energy drinks, that kind of thing, and that's what they're going to use to keep them going. There's no risk, of course, of anybody eating 2 or 3 cinnamon buns and getting fat today. Anything they eat today will immediately be burned off on this grueling course as they make their way around it. If you have any questions, we're hoping that our expert Anders will be here in the next hour or so. Anders has taken part in this race and has been commentator here for the last couple of years, and we're hoping that he will be here in the next hour or so to answer any questions you may have. You can feel free to pose your questions on Twitter using the hashtag ÖTILLÖ14. That's OTILLO14. So if you post the questions there, we'll bring up the old Twitter machine a little bit later on and put your questions to Anders as we wait for the winners to come across the finish line. Here we are back in the studio again. As you can see, the weather is fantastic here. I'm just going to look outside here. There's very, very few clouds in the sky. I don't think there's much chance of rain here later on in the day. We were told that it was going to be a little bit cloudy this morning and then perfect weather all afternoon. We have our teams, as we say, out in the field. One of them at the moment is following the drama on Ornö over the 20-kilometre foot race. There are more and more people starting to arrive here to the finish gate. We're looking forward to seeing the first of the competitors arrive, but of course that's not going to be for a little while yet. We are just checking to see who. We're going to go to the mixed competition and see if they have made it anywhere. They haven't made it as far as Shimandor yet. So there's quite a distance between the leading 2 men's teams or 3 men's teams and the mixed and women's teams that are coming behind them. Shimandor, the 2 mixed teams, Adeptic and Team 2 by You Mix, are 3 minutes and 30 seconds apart as they got to Shimandor Bunso. They haven't made it to Shimandor yet, which is where, and then straight on from that we're going to Orna for the 20-kilometre run after that. So it's a lot of people would like to say maybe that the hardest part, once they got over the pig swim, the 1.4 kilometre swim there, they'd like to think that maybe the worst of it is over. But of course, with 20 kilometres of running, a half marathon, if you will, ahead of them, is going to be very, very difficult indeed. Our 2 camera teams out on the field, I think one of them is still on a boat out there. We're just watching as the competitors hit the water there. We're just watching as they hit the water there for the swim over to start the run on Orna. So that's one of the more grueling parts of this particular race. We know that there have been 1 or 2 small injuries out on the course, nothing major. Nobody has left the race just yet, but it's going to make it very, very difficult. The longer they go on, it's going to make it more and more difficult. And of course, 20 kilometres running on top of that is not going to be easy before we get into the final spurt here. Mika Lemel, race director, the man who started this as a commercial race together with Matt Scott, he described it as this being the point where the tough get tougher and the weak get weaker. And it's hard to argue with that, even though it may sound like a cliche when you see these tough guys, even the guys who are out in front, not exactly struggling, but I'd say they won't be doing too many sprints up the hill now when we're here behind us. We're going to go to one of our teams in the field now. There we go. We can see one of our teams there. I think that may very well be the lead team. We have a camera team there which is following them. So the lead team, Team Milebreaker, Uppetov, Lele Mubai and Daniel Hansson. They've gone over there. We're hearing that one team has given up the race. Unfortunately, I think it may be Reese's Pieces if the information I'm receiving is correct. Yeah, that's unfortunate for those of you watching in the USA who got up early this morning. I'm sorry to say the team Reese's Pieces has decided to leave the race. It's not confirmed just yet. We don't know whether it was an injury or what's after happening there, but we will bring you more news as we get it from the organisers. They'll pass that on to us. That's a shame. We interviewed those 2 tremendous girls yesterday, and they were very, very pleasant. We were really looking forward to seeing them here at the finish line. Who knows? We hope that they'll make it along here and maybe tell us exactly what it was that happened. That is the risk you take, of course, in an endurance race of this nature. 75 kilometres, there are going to be injuries, there's going to be energy problems, there's going to be problems with blood sugar and that kind of thing. As we see 2 more of our competitors make it into the water, we're going to see if they seem to be taking their time now. If it was me, I don't think I'd be wasting too much time there. Of course, if you're wearing hand paddles as these 2 competitors were, you kind of wonder about the wisdom of diving in there. It might cause more trouble than it's worth. But we have another team in the water there. Reese's Pieces, interesting news there. If they have decided to end their race, it's interesting that it's 6 hours and 26 minutes since the race started. So their ending of the race comes a long, long time after they started. It's probably around about the halfway point for most of the competitors. I'm seeing here on a monitor in front of me that the mixed competition is going very well. Shimandor Bunso. The 2 teams in 3rd and 4th place are still battling it out very, very close together. The 3rd place team is Domeritene Interrecker when the merits aren't enough. That's Janne Blomqvist of Finland and Henrika Malmström, also of Finland. And Team Brasserie Godot there. That's Thomas Ogando of Sweden and Erika Rosenbaum, also of Sweden. You can see there, they're very, very tight at the top. There is a space of 30 seconds between 3rd and 4th and 3 minutes 30 seconds between 1st and 2nd there. So it's very, very tight at the top. It's 2 minutes, about a minute and a half there. There's a little bit of light shining on the monitor here, so I couldn't exactly see that. But it's very, very tight either way between 3rd and 4th place, and indeed between 1st and 2nd place in the mixed there. They will soon be making their way onto Orna, where they will start the 20-kilometre run there. We can see them swimming over there. That may be the mixed team that's making it across there. We'll soon know when they make it back to dry land, because we have 2 teams on dry land there now, keeping an eye on the runners as they go along. Team Head Swimming. Where have Team Head Swimming? They have. They seem to pop. They seem to pop up there. The runners of Team Head Sweden. Now they have disappeared again. As we can see, there's plenty of people along the jetty there wanting to see what's happening and taking pictures as they go along. We are back with the leaders now. You can see the run is still going on. The wind is picking up a little bit here in the archipelago. That is Team Milebreaker that we're looking at. Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, the two Swedes out in front there. There seems to be a little bit of construction work going on where they're running now across Ornö. 20 kilometers across land as they go. Very, very tough part of it. You can see it's not entirely flat either. Most of the islands would be quite flat, quite rocky in places, but there are pathways through them, not all of which they spend their time running on here. There's been an awful lot of running through forest and running through rock and running on slightly more dodgy surfaces than what they are enjoying at the moment, if enjoying is the right word to use. I'm looking at the signs there in the background saying a maximum speed of 20 kilometers an hour. I'm sure the guys would be delighted if they could get up to 20 kilometers an hour at the moment. And this is probably the first time we've seen any of the leaders take a little break there. They're just walking a few steps there now. It's conserving a little bit of energy. It's a long, long way. It's basically a half marathon across the island at that point. I'm sure they won't thank me for pointing it out now. And yeah, it is. It seems to be an uphill part of it there. So they're probably doing the sensible thing there and taking it at a quick walking pace rather than actually running up there. Energy has to be conserved as they go. Now they're coming out onto a little bit of asphalt there. As you can see, when they started out, it was very much a sort of a rutted track that they were running on, and now they come out onto what is very much a proper Tarmacadam road. So it should make it. Now we are back at the jetty here. We can see there's a change of shoes happening here. Or if they're, yeah, you can see them putting the shoes into the backs of their wetsuits. An interesting tactic there, all right. The wetter the shoes get, of course, if you put them at the extremities, if they're left on your feet, they're going to drag you down a little bit, which is why most of the swimmers choose to bring flotation devices with them. I don't see any hand paddles here. These guys seem to have dispensed with the hand paddles. A very tired dive there from the second team member as they make it into the water ahead of the swim to Ornö. We're going to have a look back whilst we're looking at these pictures and see what we're looking at. Some of the men's teams catching up there. We're looking at the Clapham Chasers are currently in 7th position. Hamish Cropper of Australia and Alan Scott of Great Britain there. 38 minutes 21 seconds behind the leaders, Team Milebreaker. After them comes the Baltic Sea Action Group, Juha Lindfors of Finland and Armin Hummel of Germany. 44 minutes and 54 seconds. So the gap really starting to widen to the leaders there. Team Maxim, another Swedish team, Tobias Höglin and Roger Sjösten there from Sweden, 46 minutes 43 seconds behind the leaders. And Votwo.co.uk, Elliot Shalafor and Andy Blow of Great Britain, 47 minutes and 45 seconds behind the leaders in 10th place there. We are back on Ornö. They've gotten up that little hill that caused them to walk there. And now they seem to be going at quite the pace now. Looks to be pretty good pace now as they come. Hard to know exactly with the GPS coordinates exactly how far into the run they are. It seems that they've been out there for quite a long time. I'm sure it seems to them like they've been out there for an awful lot longer than it does for me. You can see the concentration in the two faces there, the elastic rope keeping the two of them tied very much together there. Doesn't give them very much distance or much room to play with once they get back into the water and start swimming again. But these are two guys who are very much focused on what they're doing here. Team 2, Team Milebreaker, Petov, Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson. We are going to go over to Åsa, who is out in the field and can give us an update from out on the course. Åsa, over to you.
Okay, so we can see the rear of 3 teams going over to Ornö and do the fabulous run of 20K. And we have the team in the middle, which we almost don't see, are from the military, the Swedish Air Force. No, not the Air Force, but the armed forces. And they are being hunted by guns and dentists, which the half the team is in the Swedish Armed Force, and the other one is a dentist. So it's exciting. I think they are battling for a top 10 position, and we will see who will do the best run here. I know Per looked really stiff before he went into the water, so we will see. I know that running in the wetsuit can be really hard on your thighs and your hip. So if you're not in good shape, or if you haven't practiced running with a wetsuit, this will definitely be the time when you can feel if you have done the right workout or not. Fredrik Schreiber-Abel and Joakim Axelsson, who are guns and dentists, have never been able to run the whole run on or on Ornö. So I know, in fact, that they really wanted to do this run today with actually running and not walking. So we will see what will happen.
Då bryter vi. Ja, vi är klara.
Var är muggarna?
Det är klart grabbar. Gör när de har lite problem med benen.
Men ut med Ante dem.
Nej, de var ju...
Now into the milebreaker.com final 15. We can just see the guys refueling here, grabbing a quick bite to eat. I can see one of the team members there having a banana. They're doing this very, very quickly. There's a couple of cups of water going in there. I see an energy drink in one of their hands. There's 15k left here, 15k left in this particular run here. Just squeezing in a banana there. It's looks like they didn't take very much time at all. It couldn't have been more than a minute whilst they were standing there refueling, so to speak. And now we're back with our TV team, following the leading team of Team Milebreaker Uppetov, Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson, who are leading the race at the moment. Very, very quick refueling stop into the Milebreaker final 15. We're going to have a quick look and see what the time is there. There's going to be a timing station coming up very, very soon. We haven't seen that just yet. But the interesting part of this, or certainly the most interesting part of this, is to find out what the gap is to Team Head Swimming. Second place Team Head Swimming. They were 56 seconds behind when Björn Englund and Paul Krochak from Canada came up out of the water there. It seems to be a little problem there with the picture. So we have pictures now from the water, and very soon we hope to have an interview with Katie Krochak, who's the wife of Paul, who's currently in second place there. We're just going to ask her to come into the studio here. Step in there, Katie. We're looking at pictures just as they come over to Ornö, on their way over to Ornö. Katie is here all the way from Canada. Katie, tell me how you're feeling at the moment.
Pretty nervous right now.
You're pretty nervous.
Yeah.
How is Paul feeling at the moment, more importantly?
He's probably angry, I would say.
You reckon he's out? Why would he be angry?
Well, he doesn't like being in second place.
Okay. And tell me, we're just going to move you into the picture there just a little bit. There we go. Okay. Tell me, how has he trained for this? Has there been much training?
Oh, there's been a ton of training. We actually, he trains like a maniac all the time, but we were back in Canada for 3 weeks this summer. My parents live right on the Pacific Ocean, and he did a 3-week-long intense training camp every day, training 6 hours a day some days, doing swim run passes there.
Okay, and is that the kind of thing, do you go out and join him, or do you sort of sit at
God,
home?
no.
That's not your thing at all. Huh?
I just watch the water and make sure I can see his head occasionally.
But he usually comes up out of the water at some point.
Yeah, he's always come back so far.
And is this something that, is this the opposites attract thing, where he's into extreme sports and you'd prefer to be on the couch, or how does that work?
I wouldn't say I'm on the couch, but we definitely have different interests. I'm a nutritionist, so I handle the other side of that
And tell me, that's actually one of the questions that we'd love to get an answer to here this morning. What would Paul have eaten before he set out on the course, and how will he manage that throughout the day?
He would have started the day with oatmeal and scrambled eggs and a lot of fluids. He's having, I can't remember the name of it, some drink that he makes up. So he would have had a lot of that this morning, and then he'll just be taking as much as he can at every station as they pass.
And of course, salt is very important because it's not just the fluid that you lose. How does that? What's the effect if you don't have enough salt in the body?
Yeah, I mean, he's someone who's struggled with salt during races in the past too. So I'm not sure if he packed salt tablets with him today or not, but I know he's been experimenting with it over the years in different races.
And how does the teamwork thing work between him and Bjorn? Because of course, Paul kind of parachuted in last year. It was his first year, and I believe he won the race, right?
Yeah, they race pretty well together, it seems. I mean, they've had a lot of success together, so they seem to have a pretty good camaraderie going out there.
And would he be disappointed to come in second place today?
Devastated.
Devastated to come in second place today. Well, we hope for your sake anyway that he comes in first place.
I hope I have a happy man at home tonight. So.
That's great. Kenny, thank you very much indeed for
Welcome.
speaking to us. Thank you. There we go. That's the wife of Paul Frochak, who is helping him out with his nutrition. Apparently, if you want to make it 75 kilometres of swim run, oatmeal and porridge is the way to... Oatmeal and porridge, oatmeal is porridge. Oatmeal and scrambled eggs are the way to go, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going back to the pictures of our leaders at the moment there. That's Team Milebreaker that we're looking at. They're into the milebreaker.com final 15, and Team Milebreaker are leading. How fitting is that for the sponsors? They've just come by a bunch of post boxes there on Orna. It's a 20-kilometre run that they're in the middle of. Look a little bit stiff there, but it is a little bit uphill, so we'll have to give them the benefit of the doubt on that front. I'm just looking at the left hand of, I think it is Daniel there. If that's the left hand of Daniel, I hope he doesn't have a stitch, or if he's having any sort of feelings to the side, I hope that's just what he's carrying there. The right arm seems to be moving freely, but the left one seems to be very, very stiff indeed, while his teammate behind him is swinging with his arms. An awful lot of your tempo is decided by your arms rather than your legs when you're running, and if you can get a decent swing out of them, you'll be able to keep your tempo much better. So he's looking just a little bit stiff there now. I wonder if the race is not starting to take its toll there on Team Milebreaker. Out on the course, of course, we have two camera teams who are mobile, and then we have a couple of teams placed on boats around the place on the various different water crossings where we're following the swimmers as they hit the water. Back here in the studio, we're going to have a quick look through the leaderboard now. We're just going to dig up in particular where the women and the mixed tournament is at the moment. The women and the mixed competitions are at the moment. If we have a look at Skimende, Bunse and the women's section of that, we'll see that the two teams that were out in front are still out in front. Puppy TS Mad are leading there, as we can see, 8 minutes and 54 seconds ahead of Team Surf Spot. So there seems to be a very, very interesting thing happening there. We have the first mixed team hitting the water there just as we went for the leaderboard. Second mixed team, and then another one coming in there as well. The green swim caps, the first and second mixed teams there hitting the water. So it's very, very, very close at the top there. There's literally just a couple of meters between them at the moment. If we can measure it at about 2 seconds, that's all we can get out of it. We're going to have a quick look and see. That is probably in the mixed, the last we saw of the mixed, that was Adeptic were leading the mixed. Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner, and Team 2 by you, I think, was the other one. We're just bringing up the leaderboard for you now. There we go. Team Adeptic are in the lead there. Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner, and they are all of 3 minutes 30 seconds. I'd say that lead of 3 minutes 30 seconds is pretty much gone. It looks down to about 3 seconds at this point in time. After them, Do Meritene Interrekker, when the merits aren't enough, Janne Blomqvist and Henrika Malmström. And then Team Brasserie Godot in fourth place. That's Thomas Ogander and Erika Rosenbaum. So that's what we've got there. We're just going to bring up the leaderboard again. There are so many things happening out on the course at this point in time. We have a very, very exciting situation, as you just saw there in the mixed class. The women's class is also very, very close. And of course, the men's class, we're waiting to find out exactly what the gap is between Team Milebreaker and Team Head Swimming. So we're going to have that hopefully as soon as possible. We're going to go to the men's leaderboard we have at the moment. We have, that's from at the latest point on Skimende, that is Team Milebreaker are 56 seconds ahead of Team Head Swimming, and as we just spoke to Paul's wife, she's just behind us here, not happy. She was saying that Paul will be very, very angry to be in second place and that he would be devastated not to win here today. Well, if he does want to win here today, he's going to have to get his jogging shoes on and start to eat up that 56-second lead that Team Milebreaker currently hold. After that, we have Be Quick Redo Wiesing. They're a good bit back now, a good 15 minutes and 30 seconds back. Perhaps not surprising, one of the team members, Ante Antonov, this morning was complaining of stomach flu. So he's doing very, very well despite that. And then in fourth place, we have Team Actic. Rasmus Enlund and Fredrik Haglund there in fourth place, 23 minutes after the first placed team. The gap really starting to extend at the moment. I'm just wondering where the women's teams are in the race at the moment. Yeah, the first two women's teams have made it to Shimendö, Bunse, and the first, I think it's 6 or 7 mixed teams have made it there. So they're making great progress. Well, as I mentioned earlier on, the longer the day goes on, the more the field spreads out. So if you have the elite teams out in the very, very front, as we do with Team Milebreaker and Team Head Swimming, the tail becomes much, much longer as the day goes on. And indeed, we had heard a rumour, we haven't had it confirmed yet, the Team Reese's Pieces from the USA have actually decided to give up the race for some reason. It hasn't become clear yet. Okay, we're now receiving information that may not actually have happened, that may have been a rumour. Maybe somebody had to receive medical attention out on the course. More information on that as soon as we have it. We hope that anybody who is watching there in the USA, don't worry. If anything has happened, to be well looked after. But at the moment, it looks like they have actually continued their race. I'm wondering now if we have any pictures. Yeah, we're back to pictures from out on the field there. You could see you couldn't get a better surface, you couldn't get a better day for running on. I wonder if we're going to be seeing our leaders coming down. Team Head Swimming is who we're expecting to come down this trail anytime soon. That's what we're waiting on now. So we'll see how Björn Englund and Paul Krochak are getting along here. Here we see the favoured mode of transport passing by there. As you can see, those little buggies or motorcycles that are capable of carrying a little bit of freight as they go along. 12:45 p.m. here, local time in Sweden. They set off. It's almost 7 hours since they set off. 6 hours, maybe, and 45 minutes since our 240 athletes set off from Sandhamn at dawn this morning. Amazingly, when you think that the course record is 8 hours and 35 minutes, the finish is not that far away. It actually seems like only an hour or two since we stood here introducing this fantastic swim run race to you, but it's actually quite close to the end now. And in the next hour and a half, 2 hours, we will probably know who the swim run world champions for 2014 are going to be in the ÖTILLÖ race. If you would like to ask us any questions, we're expecting our expert Anders here reasonably soon. Use the hashtag ÖTILLÖ14 on those questions and we'll put them to Anders when he gets here. Anders is famed for being the man. If Anders doesn't know it about ÖTILLÖ, it's not worth knowing. He's forgotten more than about this race than most people will ever know. So we're looking forward to getting him in the studio here beside us and asking him a few questions to fill in a few of the knowledge gaps here. Plenty of experience, Anders, from running this race in particular, as does Åsa, our other expert out on the course, and we're looking forward to getting the two of them back here at some point during the afternoon and asking a few questions. Yeah, there's 56 seconds was the gap at the last checkpoint between Team Milebreaker and Team Head Swimming. And just as we've been looking at these images here, I can tell you the Team Milebreaker have already passed this point of the road, but Team Head Swimming just coming around the corner now. I don't have any exact calculation for what the gap is, but it certainly feels like it's longer than 56 seconds. It looks like Björn Englund and Paul Krochak have it all to do if they are going to catch up with the leaders, Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson of Team Milebreaker. Into the Milebreaker final 15 now. Great images. The two guys looking pretty good there. It looks to be a slight lean. Is that Paul is leaning slightly to the side? No, that looks like Björn is leaning slightly to the side there. Paul looking very, very focused there. You can see both carrying the flotation devices on their legs. Good stable pace. Doing very, very well. Team number 1, last year's winners, and the team that set the course record of 8 hours and 35 minutes that may well be broken here today if this pace keeps up. We have Åsa apparently out on the course, and she's Well, no, not yet. We're hoping to go to Åsa very, very soon. She's out on the course, and we're hoping that she'll be able to bring us an update from out somewhere around the course. I think she was last spotted out around Swimrun there. Very hard to know. It's a very fluid, flexible situation. So the teams are moving around using boats and cars to get around the islands and bring you the latest pictures and the latest news from the course. But right now we're looking at the second place team from Team Head Swimming. They're on the 20 kilometre run there on Ornö. It looks like tough going, but that's only to be expected at this point in the race. 6 hours and 50 minutes since they sent off this morning. According to last year, there's probably an hour and 45, hour and 50 minutes left maximum before they come up the hill behind our camera position here. Just in front of me here, we can't see them in shot right now, but we have our local functionaries, the people organising the race, are setting up the finishing tape that the men in your picture there, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak, will be hoping to break. If they want to break it first, they will have to get there before Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, who set an absolutely cracking pace to take the lead. The last timing station that we saw, the time difference was 56 seconds. So far we haven't been able to get a reading on their time out on the course, but it looks like that has actually increased rather than decreased since then. There are now 10 teams that have come through the Swimrun time station, the last of which is votwo.co.uk. Elliot Chalifer and Andy Blow from Great Britain flying the British flag high there. A little higher in the table than them. In 7th place is another Brit, Alan Scott, together with Hamish Cropper from Australia. The Clapham Chasers there in 7th place, very creditable. They're 38 minutes after the leader, so they still have a bit to go before they get onto this 20-kilometre run that we're watching now with Team Head Swimming. We haven't seen our leaders in a little while, but I can assure you that they're still on the go. They're still out in front. Team Milebreaker still leading there, so it's all to play for here. We'll soon be going out in the field to find out what's happening on the course itself. But as I say, our two leaders in the men's competition at the moment, Team Head Swimming are in 2nd place at the moment. We've just seen pictures of them out on the course, but Team Milebreaker are still in the lead. The important thing now is that we find out what the distance is between the two teams. But I think we'll be able to go over to Åsa in the field, who might be able to give us a feel for what's happening there. No, she's not accessible just yet. We'll see where she is. Dealing with the constraints of technology out here in the 4G network, that's going to happen every now and again. I apologise for that. We'll have a quick look again at the mixed competition and see. They're a little bit behind, but they have made it. 4 teams have made it to Swimrun Bundsö. They haven't made it as far as Ornö yet, so they still haven't started this particular 20-kilometre run. That it really is what filters out the top elite athletes from the rest of the field here. The field is 240 athletes in total, 122 person teams. They have to stick together for the entirety of the race, so it's not like you can have a Speedy Gonzalez who takes off either in the water or on the land. Now we have Åsa with us from somewhere out in the field. Åsa, where are you and what can you see?
14 or 15 teams crossing over, or maybe even a few more. I don't think 20, but we've had 2 mixed teams, and they were really close together, so we have a close fight there. And on the men's category, we had 2 men's team, and they were also super close, and they're doing the very nice, lovely run of 20Ks on Ornö. So we'll see how they are doing after that one. And we are still waiting for the women's team, the first women's team, to come here and do the run, sprint here, and then dive into the water or do a nice jump, and then swim the 300 meters over to the other side where they will start the long run. And we're going to try to see if we can find someone who actually wants to tell us how they're feeling, or if they're just too tired and maybe have some anxiety or something like that. They have an aid station above us here, so we have to wait a little longer to see if any teams comes down here. The weather is still really nice. I talked to a guy before, and he said that it was a little too cold in the water and too warm. The sun is putting a lot of heat onto the wetsuit, so he said last year was a better year. The weather was better last year. So that's pretty much what I can tell you right now, and we're staying put here and waiting with excitement to see women. Oh wait, I can actually see a team coming down now, so I can see if I can get them to talk to us. You always have to see if they're very focused or if they are in the mood for a little chit-chat. I have to come around here, the little red house. Some of the athletes have actually misunderstood the water entrance, so they've been jumping in. It's probably a 70 or 100 meter longer swim they put in than if you actually do this run up here on the platform. You have other people running around, but no athletes. And here we go, Team 78. So how is this going? Is it going well? Yes? Happy?
Very good. Tell you all about it at the finish line.
Good. So down with the goggles and the pool boy behind their legs and into the water. And these guys are swimming with no arms on their wetsuit. So I guess they're pretty warm-blooded. It's nice not to have so much wetsuit on when you do the running, but when you do the swimming, it can be quite nice to have the arms on just to keep the heat in. Okay, so I got a question from a viewer why they don't have the wetsuit, and well, I tried to explain it before, but to transport your heat away from the body, it can be really nice. The upper body produces a lot of heat, so if you're a warm-blooded person, you need to cool off all the time, and then you choose not to have the sleeves on the wetsuit. Also, it can be a little harder to swim. If you're not a very good swimmer, it can be hard on your shoulders to have the sleeves. So sleeveless wetsuit, it's easier to move your shoulders and you get rid of the overheat. We have another couple coming in here, running, looking really focused, doing a dive right down, Team 37. One has sleeves and the other one seems to swim in just a shirt. It was a very, very different kind of wetsuit. As you can see, they have and also why you only use the arms when you swim and don't do the kicking. Well, it's hard to kick with shoes. And you are doing a quite long run, so why not save the legs for later? So that's pretty much, I would say, would be the excuse for not using your legs here. And the paddles is, of course, to make the stroke even more advanced, so you can actually pull through and go further. The one thing, though, with the paddles is that you really have to practice with the paddles, and because if you are weak in your arms and your shoulders and use paddles, that will really slow you down when you hit that point. So you really have to practice with the paddles, then you will swim faster with them. And of course, in the beginning of the race, you have a huge advantage with the paddles, and now towards the end, not as much as in the beginning, because you are slowly getting more and more tired, and the stroke isn't as efficient as it is in the beginning. We have another team coming in here, Team 20, and they actually have fins, very special fins, look like mermaid fins. So they have to put them on, and they. No, and he's. Ja, good. 20 kanske? Ja. Ja, det är bra. Ja. Kör på nu. Okay, so he's just telling me that he's feeling fine and they're looking forward to the Uno swim, and they have fins on, and he was sad that he didn't have time to stop and talk to me. He still hopes to catch up with Björn and Paul towards the end, so he's really kicking it all he has. Okay, so we have the first women's team coming here, and they're looking really focused. Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, but starting to be a bit tired.
Okay, well that's okay, you know. That's okay to be tired. Yes, you're doing an awesome job, and just keep focused now. They will have the mother and daughter from Papetillas, and they're doing a great job, just like they did last year. They have number 100, which means that they won last year's ÖTILLÖ. We have, okay.
Thank you very much indeed for that update, Åsa. There we see Poppy TS hitting the water there on their way over to Ön. I think we're going to be heading back over that way now to see how our leading men's teams are doing there. Of course, we had Team Milebreaker in the lead, and this is Team Milebreaker that we're watching now. Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson, the two Swedes, out in the lead on this 20-kilometre run. An absolutely grueling run on the day. And as Åsa mentioned, it's not easy when you're wearing the wetsuit. Even if you can peel the wetsuit back and wear it down a little bit, it's still going to be very, very warm around the stomach, around the groin, around the thighs. The thighs, they create an awful lot of heat as they go along as well. Two of the biggest muscles in the body there. So it's going to be very, very warm and sticky and sweaty and uncomfortable as they're trying to run across the 20-kilometre long race. We can see the two boys sharing a little bit of sustenance here as they go along. A little bit of discussions about tactics now. But now it's pretty much about what marathon runners call picking them up and laying them down. You're just making the steps there. You're just trying to make it to the next place you got to go and then hit the water again and cool down a little bit. But they seem to be pacing themselves very, very well. Again, we've seen that there's quite a large gap to team head swimming, last year's winners and the course record holders, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak of Canada. There seems to be a lot of distance between the two of them now. By the time they reached this part of the course, the distance was 56 seconds, but we have estimated it to be an awful lot greater than that at this point in time. So we'll see as they go along. We'll try to get an official timing for you at some point in the near future. They're into the milebreaker.com final 15 here, the final 15 kilometres of this particular run. It's where Mikael Lamel likes to say that the tough get tougher and the weak get weaker. These guys seem to be getting tougher to me. They came out there pretty much going at exactly the same pace as they were when they started. So they're doing very, very well, keeping very, very consistent as they go along. I'm being told, I think that there's just 100 metres left before they hit the water again, so they're coming to the very end of that. The wind picking up in the archipelago here a little bit. I'm sure the athletes will be pleased. The sun being out on the wetsuits is going to make them very warm when they're not in the water. They'll probably be less thankful for that if they're going to be in the water and it's going to be a little bit chilly in there. But most of what is left now is running. Most of the swimming part of the race is already done. They've got a couple of slightly long swims. I think there's one 1 kilometre swim left to do, but other than that, the swimming is pretty much out of the way. As Åsa was mentioning earlier on, a lot of the contestants now will have dispensed with the hand paddles that they used in the early part of the race, certainly up to the pig swim, the 1.4 kilometre legendary pig swim. A lot of them will dispense the paddles now and just go on pure arm strength alone. We see our leaders leaving the pictures now. Our leaders have left the pictures now. That was Team Milebreaker, Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson have just left the picture now. So they're just coming to the end of the final 15. Very, very soon we'll have their race time, and hopefully soon after that we will have that split time. We're just waiting to see when team head swimming come into the picture there. So we're going to try to get some estimation of what the lead currently is at the moment. It appears to be pretty small. I'm hearing in my headphones here that the lead is not that big at the moment, so there's still a chance for Björn Englund and Paul Krochak to catch up there. But of course, there's maybe an hour and a half left in the race anyway, so there's still plenty of chances for them to get in there. Further down the field, as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be spread out across the islands. There are plenty of islands in between, 26 in total that the contestants will visit today. We're going to go back to the pictures of Ornö now and see if we can find out where our second place team is coming from, just to give us some sort of a feeling of what the difference in time is. It appears to be reasonably appreciable, as we can't see anybody coming through the trees there. We're zooming in very, very close there to see if we can find them coming through there. This is how quickly we want to find out for you what the situation is in the race. We have some of Paul Krochak in second place. We have some of his family here. His wife has spoken to us a little bit earlier on there. She's standing outside here watching a screen intently to see how her husband is getting on. She shared with us very early on that he's likely to be very angry at this point in time. A minute has passed since our first place team passed by, so the lead appears to be increasing. It was 56 seconds when this part of the course began, and the lead appears to be increasing. So Team Milebreaker are actually further ahead after the run than they were when they started. Now, what's interesting about that is Paul Krochak, it would be a bit of a specialist runner. Björn Englund also, Björn Englund too, should I say, a little bit of Swinglish coming in there, mixing Swedish and English. But they would have been considered to have the advantage on the running parts of the races, whereas Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson, there we go. We may be able to see why the lead is increasing. We see the two of them walking into the picture there now. I don't know if it's the side of the camera that has made them break into a run again, but we could see the two of them walking and taking a little snack on the way there. 1 minute 40 seconds is what we're estimating the 1 minute 40 seconds what we're estimating the gap to be. I would say it's at least 1 minute 40 seconds. 1 minute, maybe 50 seconds altogether. We can see they still have their hand paddles inside their vests there, their race vests or race bibs. So 1 minute 40 seconds. We're talking about at least 40 seconds of an increase there in terms of the lead that Team Milebreaker had. So they've really gained over the course of that 20-kilometer run. We're going to go back to the water's edge there, where we see more teams coming into the water heading towards the 20-kilometer run at Ornö. As we've seen, our men's teams have gone ahead. They've already made the 20-kilometer run that is just ahead of these swimmers in the water now. So you can see, there you go, there's a spread in itself. It's 20 kilometers from the leading men to this sailboat that's crossing into the picture now. And there's even more, I'd say maybe 20 kilometers again behind or back to the guys who are coming up at the back of the field. As I mentioned earlier on, there are several cut-off points throughout the race. We haven't heard of any team being cut off, of any gate being closed yet. That's not to say that didn't happen, but we haven't heard of that happening just yet. No update from the Milebreaker final 15 just yet. We don't have any. Do we have any times coming in from there now? We have no times coming in for the Milebreaker final 15 just yet, but any second now we should have those times coming in, and we'll get official confirmation of the gap between Head Swimming and Team Milebreaker. Team Milebreaker, of course, in the lead coming into the 20-kilometer run there. We shall switch there to the men and see what's happening here. No, we still have the 56-second gap, so we'll wait on the official timers to come in now. You can see how some of the swimmers are struggling there. It often looks, when you're looking at the TV pictures from distance, it's actually two swimmers swimming very, very close together. It often looks like just one person. They tend to swim very much at the same pace. That's part of the tactical approach to the race. We have our production assistants here are checking out with the official timings why they haven't got up there. We should be able to update you very, very soon about what the difference is. You can see the tactic there with the flotation devices between the legs, just to save them the effort of having to carry them. Of course, one of the only restrictions in the rules on the equipment that is carried is to do with flotation devices. You can't bring a huge flotation device. You wouldn't be allowed to jump in there with anything much bigger than what they have at the moment, because obviously that will give you an unfair advantage. Again, whatever equipment is brought by the contestants from the start line, it also has to be brought over the finish line here at ÖTILLÖ. I can tell you that the finish line tape has been put put up here, waiting for the winners to come now. We're looking at, we're 7 hours maybe into the race now. So shortly in the next hour and a half or so that we may actually have somebody come along and break that tape. The question is whether it will be Björn Englund and Paul Krochak of Team Head Swimming, last year's winners and the holders of the course record, or the current leaders, Team Milebreaker, who seem to be around 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes ahead. Team Milebreaker, of course, Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, the two Swedes out in front there for the last little while. Looks like they made up another few seconds on the 20-kilometre run there. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what the timing is. Lovely technique in the water here. They just lost the rhythm a little bit there now, but they're picking it up again. Very, very difficult, of course, to keep to the minimum distance or the maximum distance of 10 metres between the two teammates. That's why so many teams, you'll see the leaders, Team Puppy, were jumping into the water there with the two tied together. It's quite simply the easiest way to keep your team together and not to break that particular rule. We're going to see if any more women's teams. No, with the Team Puppy TS Mad, that's Bibben Nordblom and Charlotta Nielsen, the mother and daughter combo. Those two are already in the water. They're the only women's team so far to make it into the water, so pretty soon they'll be on the other side. They'll have started the 20-kilometre run before their rivals have even entered the water, so they've got a pretty commanding lead there in the women's competition. When it comes to the mixed competition, there's been a few of them in only two of them actually. I thought there'd been a little bit more, but two mixed teams have made it into the water already. This Team 2 by You mix are back in the lead again. That's Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén. They are in the lead by just 47 seconds ahead of Team Adaptic, so still very, very tight at the top there in the mixer competition. If we're going to have a look at the leaderboard, we can look at the one for Shimanda, which is there is where we have confirmation of how the mixed competition looks right now. Team 2 by You mix are ahead there, 47 seconds in the difference. Now, if we think that our leaders in the men's competition were able to extend their lead by about 40-50 seconds during the 20-kilometre run, 47 seconds we'll very quickly realise is not that much in this competition. Again, with the mixed teams, when they're running out, in the mixed teams when they are running out, it's going to be a little bit of a change of pace, of course, because you have men and women running together, so it's going to be a little bit different. So we'll see what happens there. Now, we have the latest times now up on the screen from the Milebreaker Final 15, the milebreaker.com Final 15, and the gap now is measured at 3 minutes and 36 seconds. Team Milebreaker, the two Swedes, Moberg and Hansson, leading by 3 minutes and 36 seconds from last year's world champions Björn Englund and Paul Krochak from Team Head Swimming. Back in third place, we have Be Quick Redovisning, which is Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren there. If we go to women, I'd say they probably haven't made it that far yet. We have the women, the last times we have were the women who left Shimanda, I would probably say. So we have Team Puppy TS Mad, who are quite a distance ahead, it has to be said at this point in time. They entered the water there. We were with them. We spoke to them very quickly about 10 minutes ago. 3 minutes and 36 seconds. It's all to do there. After the 20-kilometre run there, we would have thought that the strong runners of Björn Englund and Paul Krochak would have made up some of that time. Instead, it's gone the other way round. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of issue there. We're now looking at the third place team of Be Quick Redovisning, Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren there on the run. Of course, Antti had a stomach flu. Antti is the second of the two runners we see there. Antti had a stomach problem last night. He had suffering from stomach flu. Wasn't sure about starting this morning either, but he seems to be doing very, very well. What a spectacular performance this would be if they were to come in third place, having almost missed the race through illness. It's absolutely incredible to see what Antti is putting in here. I don't know if Antti will stick around for much of the party this evening. I'd say he'll be probably pretty tired if he makes it all the way in there. Of course, something like the stomach flu for endurance athletes is an absolutely desperate thing to happen. You lose so much salt and so much liquid over the time that you suffer from these things. It makes it very, very difficult. Antti is going to have to deal with cramp a little bit further along, I would imagine. He's going to have to be very, very careful about his hydration. The question then, of course, is whether he can keep these things down or not. But hopefully he has beaten whatever bug it is he has, and he'll be able to make it to the end. You could see there, just as he came around that slight bend in the road there, he let his arms hang just a little bit. That's usually a sign that some form of cramp is kicking in the body. Now that they're slowing down there, they're just going to break a little bit, take a little bit of a walk on the uphill part of the course here. We are hoping soon to have our expert here, Anders, to answer a few questions. The two guys, in fairness, for a guy who wasn't very well last night, Antti Antonov is doing very, very well on this course. A quick 10-15 second walk now, and the two boys are back running again. We are hearing that one of our teams is in place now. We'll be able to go over to them very, very soon. I'm not sure exactly where they are. Anders, over to you.
Thanks, Philip. Okay, we're at the last cutoff point. It's Ornö South. You see it up there. And we're waiting for the first team here. And what we have heard is that Milebreaker up at Hav has a 36 seconds lead from Paul and Björn, team head swimming. And this is very, very exciting. And the last 2Ks before the station here, it's very, very hard running off trail. So maybe Lelle and Daniel, good trail runners, can gain some seconds there. And what's left of the course is only about 6Ks of running and 1K of swimming. So this is just the end of the game. And to get here, the runners has been running for almost 60 Ks, and the swimming is about 8.5 K. So 1.5 K of swimming left. So maybe we have a very hard fight until the finish line at Utö between Milebreaker up at Hav and team head swimming. And remember that the last run on Utö, it's 3.3 Ks of gravel road, and Paul and Björn is very, very good runners, flat terrain. And I think 2010 when Daniel Hansson was in second place, Jonas Kolting and Gordon Byrne passed Daniel and his friend at Utö. So maybe Daniel and Lelle will push very hard on the small islands here after the checkpoint. And the last section of the course, when they get down in the water here, it's only short swims and short runs, very technical running until Utö. So that's what we know right now, very exciting. And we're just waiting for the first team here at the checkpoint. Our temperature here in the water is 18 degrees. So maybe we will take a bath soon. You see the volunteers waiting for the first team arriving. Back to Philip in the studio.
Thank you very much indeed, Anders. There you have it. This is where it all goes down. The Swimrun World Championships. As soon as they get to Anders, you know that there's about 7 kilometres left in this race. 6 kilometres will be run on land, 1 kilometre through the water. But this, if these guys are to have any chance of winning the race, they've got to make it through there. We're hoping to have Anders back in the studio reasonably soon. Here, but first we'd like him to see the contenders sort of making it past his point there, so that we know when it's really going down there. At the moment we have Team Milebreaker, they're in the lead, and I hear that they're coming towards Anders' point now, so there's about 6 or 7 kilometres left. We're going to go back over to Anders. Anders' camera's over there. I wonder if Anders maybe can take over the commentary at this point. Okay, we're just waiting for Anders to take up the thread here.
Okay, first team. It's Milebreaker up at Hav, Daniel Hansson and Lelle Moberg. First team down in the water at Ornö South. And Daniel really wants to have this victory, I think. So they will push really, really hard. Lelle going first. He is the strongest swimmer of the two. And Daniel just behind him. You can see they really push, and remember they have been swimming 8.5 Ks before this and been on the run for 60 Ks. And I still don't see any other team up at the checkpoint, so I think they have pushed real hard in the terrain. Lelle won ÖTILLÖ 2012 together with his partner Magnus Olander. So